that's it. Javier Dominguez is a two-time world champion.
Congratulate the Pro Tour champion here in Chicago, Matt Nass.
Let's give it up for our Pro Tour Final Fantasy champion, Ken Yukihiro.
And that's going to do it. Michael DiBenedetto Plummer wins the Pro Tour here in Atlanta.
It's the most exciting tournament of the Magic year, and it's day 2 of competition here at World Championship 31, live from Bellevue, Washington. Yesterday, we had 162 of the best players in the world enter the building. Today, only 61 return to fight on day 2 in Standard and Draft for their share of a $1 million prize pool, $100K going to first place, and of course, the title of World Champion. Hey everybody, welcome to day 2 of competition. What an exciting tournament we have lined up for you. There's a look at the players, a live look in right now as they get ready to battle on day 2. Welcome along to the news desk. Marie Bertholdi, Mani Devuti, and Riley Knight hanging out with you here today. What are you most excited for on day 2, Mani?
Maria, I'm looking forward to more Avatar: The Last Airbender draft. We got to see a bit of the format yesterday, but it's an absolute blast to play, and this is the last time we're seeing it this weekend. So I just can't get enough, and I'm going to be sad to see it go.
Yeah, I'm so excited. One final draft for you here this morning. Riley, what are you looking forward to?
Well, Maria, it's the most wonderful time of the year. It's World Championship time, and it's very, very exciting to see the best players in the world duke it out. And I'm particularly looking forward to Standard. We've seen some really interesting decks emerge. We've got a lot of stuff that we have to figure out about this format still in the wake of recent bannings, new cards, all that sort of stuff. Can't wait. After the draft portion, straight into Standard. Looking forward to that.
Yeah, great tournament overall. Let's take a look at our tournament schedule and find out what happened yesterday on our first day of competition, Mani.
Well, Maria, we started off as we always do with 3 rounds of draft, and yesterday it was Avatar: The Last Airbender draft. Then we swapped over to Standard for 4 more rounds of that, at the end of which all players with a 4-3 record, that's 12 match points or better, came back for today.
And today it is cut from the same cloth in terms of the way the day's play is going to go out. We have 3 rounds of drafts, preceding 4 rounds of Standard, and then, oh my goodness me, the biggest cut of them all, down to just 8 players. Our top 8 will be determined at the end of today. Maria coming back for top 8 Sunday.
Absolutely. You don't want to miss a minute of the action on Sunday. It's going to be Standard all day, brand new Standard, like we've said, so it's very exciting. Who brought the best deck? We will find out on Sunday. Best 3 out of 5 with sideboarded games starting after game number 2. But what are the players playing for? Let's check out these prizes. Like I said, it's a $1 million prize pool. First place goes home with $100,000. That is an excellent payday. Second place, $50,000. Third through fourth go home with $25,000 for making our top 8. You go home with $20,000. $4,000 just for showing up, which I think is pretty awesome. Well, if you missed any of the action yesterday, and there was a lot of it, Riley's got you covered with some of the highlights.
Yes, let's jump through and have a quick look at what went on yesterday as we got stuck into day number 1 of World Championship 31. We opened things up with draft. Our featured drafter, Javier Dominguez, the defending world champion. 3 rounds of draft dominated by the Spaniard, who went 3-0 and did extremely well to really make his mark in this tournament. I believe he's still well and truly in the conversation as we get into day number 2. But after kicking off with 3 rounds of draft, we got stuck into Standard, of course, as we mentioned. And this format, there's still a lot we have to figure out about it. We've had the recent bannings, we've had new cards come into it, of course, as well, and there's still a lot left to learn, and I'm very interested to see exactly which decks make it through. There's the Is It Lessons deck, there's the Banned Airbending deck, there's all sorts of new strategies that have opened up with the new cards that have come into the format. So Maria, we've got a lot to discover as the day's play continues in day number 2.
Absolutely, and check out that trophy as well. The Black Lotus trophy is just beautiful, and it's sitting here next to us just off camera, and I want to take it home, but I won't be able to. We'll find out who will. Let's take a look at our leaderboard. Oh, there it is, to see who has the best chance here on day 2. Derek Davis, currently leading the field at 7-0. Congratulations to him on a fantastic day 1 performance. A lot of 6-1s though hot on his heels, including Kenta Harane running that sweet reanimator deck, that I love so much. Charles Wong, Seattle native, also currently sitting at 6-1. Ray Jang at 6-1. Tony Portolan, your current leader in the Player of the Year race, sitting at 6-1. Masataka Hori at 6-1 with its completely foiled out standard deck. If you didn't see it on camera, it is a thing of beauty. Sam Pardee leading the way for Team TCG Player with the deck they think broke the entire tournament, also sitting at 6-1. Javier Dominguez, your current reigning world champion, not out of it yet, sitting at 5-2. Hall of Famer Shuhei Nakamura, also at 5-2, along with former world champ Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, sitting at 5-2. So a lot of action here on day 2 of competition with some potentially very exciting top 8s on the way. Well, let's check in with some of our teams around the building and find out how they did on day 1 of competition, starting with Team Cosmos, Riley.
Yes, indeed. Team Cosmos heavy play. You've obviously got a pretty stacked roster. You can see the members there on your screen. And all eyes at the moment on not only the defending champion, but also a former world champion in Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, Javier Dominguez and JED leading the charge for Cosmos heavy play. Although perhaps not the results they were looking for with only 4 players making it through. Then again, this is the World Championship. It's the tightest and most difficult competition of the calendar year, so well done indeed to those who made it through from Cosmos Heavy Play.
Let's check out Team Handshake Moxfield. There's a look at them on your screen. How did they do on day 1 of competition? Half of their team is back here to battle on day number 2, led by Charles Wong from Seattle, currently sitting at 6-1. Arne Huschenbett at 5-2, along with Carl Serap. Eli Cassis sitting at 4-3, along with Alex Friedrichsen at 4-3, who just missed out top 8 at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities by 1 spot.
Next up, we are going to look at Team TCG Player. Very stacked roster for them. And they came into the weekend loving their standard deck. In fact, for the first time in quite a long time, all 10 of them played the same deck, and great conversion rate from them. 7 of the 10 players coming back for day 2. Most of them at 4-3, but Sam Pardee leading the field at 6-1, and Seth Manfield sitting there at 5-2.
Well, you want to talk about conversion rates? Oh, my goodness me. Have a look at these fellas here from Team Moriyama, Japan. Now, of course, flying all the way over the Pacific and getting it done here in America in no uncertain terms. All but 2 have made it through here. Kenta Harane, 6-1. Shuhei Nakamura, Yoshihiko Ikawa, Ken Yukihiro. These are names that are very, very well known throughout the Magic world. And almost everyone on Moriyama Japan making it through to day number 2. And those that didn't, Toru Inoue and Makoto Horiuchi, 3-4. So they missed out by just a whisker. Moriyama Japan really hitting their straps this weekend.
All right, there is a look at our teams this weekend. But what about our Player of the Year race? This is awarding excellence across the entire season of play. Tony Portolan came into this weekend in 4th position in Player of the Year race and has rocketed towards the front here, currently sitting at 6-1. He feels great, in prime position to take the whole thing. If he can keep Ken Yukihiro, you see him over there sitting at 4-3, out of the top 8. Maybe a whisker of a chance for Reed Duke or Matt Nass if they happen to win the whole thing. But the headline here is Tony Portolan sitting very pretty in the Player of the Year race, poised to take the whole thing down. Well, we are kicking things off with draft here this morning, and it is a sweet draft format, so I'm so excited to get started. Riley, talk to me about some of the archetypes the players will be looking for this morning.
Yes, indeed. Well, the format's old enough now that we have learned some pretty serious lessons about what's good and what isn't. And towards the top of the table, certainly it is white-blue flyers. Amongst all the various 2-color archetypes that come together, one that has the most success, generally speaking, is the white-blue archetype. Although, of course, you can have success with, this is a pretty broad, pretty deep format, so there's a lot of different things you can pull together. But if you're sitting at the table, if the white and the blue cards are flowing, the deep commons that they have, that sort of thing, you're going to have a good time with the white-blue deck, Maria.
Absolutely true, though. If you do get past some rares or open them, you can really make a day of it, because there's extremely powerful cards in this format. Red-white is an archetype players also generally like. One they don't necessarily want to go into is ramp and lessons in blue and green, which is a bit underperforming in this format. Signpost Uncommons, Monty, talk to me about why these might be a little bit different than normal.
Yeah, so one interesting thing in this format is normally when we talk about Signpost Uncommons, we're talking about you see this card and it's a reason to move into this archetype. They are emblematic of what their archetypes do. That's a little different in this format. They are mostly playing support roles. So while something like Foggy Swamp Spirit Keeper or the White Lotus Reinforcements are fantastic for pushing you further into those archetypes, a lot of the other signposts uncommons are very much just supportive roles that you pick up once you're already there. Looking at the second page of Signposts Uncommons, it's very much the same story. Tolls of War is something that when you see, you're like, okay, this is a good reason to move into the Black-White Sacrifice deck. But with cards like Dragonfly Swarm and Daily Agents, they are just strengthening you when you are in those archetypes. They're not a reason to move in, and I think that's something that we haven't seen in a while from Signposts Uncommons.
Yeah, this is a very interesting draft format for a lot of reasons. Something else super interesting, our draft pods here this morning. Some great feature pods to talk about. Riley, you've got the first one.
Yeah, well, there's something really interesting about draft pod number 1 here. Not only does it feature our lone undefeated player here, Derek Davis, 7-0, our player of the day yesterday, of course, with his unbeaten run. In this draft pod, Ray Zhang, Kenta Harane, and Charles Wong, the hometown hero, were all beaten by Derek Davis yesterday. And as they're all at 6-1, he's the only bloke they've lost to. Sam Pardee also in this pod, as well as Tony Portolan. There are going to be some really interesting stories emerge from Draft Pod 1.
Yeah, perhaps a tale of revenge. We will find out. Here's a look at Draft Pod number 2, which is also so sweet. Check this out. Jean-Emmanuel Depras, your former world champ, passing to Javier Dominguez, your current reigning world champ. We could not draw it up any better than that. That is so very exciting. Shuhei Nakamura, the Hall of Famer, also sitting at 5-2 at this Draft Pod of 5-2s. A bunch of killers in this pod. I'm going to keep my eyes on this one.
All right, moving over to Pod 3. One thing I want to highlight is Arna Hushembeth, Carl Seraph, and Chris Botello all sitting at 5-2. They are putting up a big competitive bid here to take down this table, where maybe some lesser known names than we would normally expect, but very much no easy wins at the World Championship. And one player I want to have my eyes on is Australian regional champion Tom Bott at 5-2, maybe putting up a sneaky run towards top 8.
Yes, indeed. Well, the Aussies been doing very, very well this weekend so far, but as we move down and look at draft pod number 4, as you can see, we're moving away from our 5-2. Seth Manfield, the Hall of Famer there at 5-2, into the 4-3s, the 4-2 and 1s. And but as Money says, all the way down to through the standings at the World Championship, there are no easy wins. So players like Seth Manfield, Yoshihiko Ikawa, the better-known names in Magic, they've still got their work cut out from all the way down in draft pod number 4 that we'll be featuring this weekend.
Absolutely. It is the toughest tournament here in paper of the year. Let's take a look at the players as they arrived in the feature match area this morning on day 2 of competition. Nerves certainly playing a part. There's a look at Kenta Harane, followed by Sam Pardee as they sit down at the table this morning. Tony Portolan, your leader in the Player of the Year race, looking fly. I love the smiles around the table, too. Even though it's day 2, even though the competition is tight, still having a great time. It's draft after all. Hey, you get to draft for free at the World Championship. Nothing like making day 2 to get another draft under your belt. And then, of course, our leader of the tournament there, Derek Davis, at the head of the table. I wonder what is going through his mind as he sits down, ready to crack those packs this morning. Take a look at Derek Davis. This is day 1 of competition. He's 7-0, so nothing but wins in that results column, only dropping 3 games all day. The last World Championship he was top 32. Certainly put himself in a better position this time to do even better than that. Well, let's take a look at our broadcast team here this weekend and find out who will be calling all of the action from the feature match area. In the booth, we've got Ailey Loney and Corey Baumeister, as well as Marshall Sutcliffe and Paul Cheon. Cedric Phillips also here this weekend, walking the floor, talking to the players and giving us reports from the teams here in the building. So a great broadcast team all around, if I do say so myself.
All around, yes. There's particular. What are you talking about specifically?
There's 3 that I think are, head and shoulders above the field, truly. I mean, unless Marshall's standing next to us, because he is tall. He's
Quite
a
literally
very
head and shoulders.
tall gentleman. Speaking of Marshall, let's pass it on over to Marshall and Paul in the booth.
I'm not sure I feel about this, Paul. I think that they might not have been talking about us in the top 3.
It wasn't either.
We'll have to take our shot at it.
I know.
That's right. So we've got early action here on day number 2. The draft is finished and the players are ready to go. We've got Derek Davis versus Kenta Harane, and we already mentioned this yesterday, every match counts, but now we're very, very much into that. Derek came over undefeated overnight. He's in that beautiful position, Paul, where a solid performance in this draft could set him up for a top 8 easily. In fact, a great performance would.
Yeah. I mean, he's going to be going into this draft really, really excited about, what he can open, right? I mean, taking a look at this pod, really stacked pod. We see some really, really big names here. Sam Pardee, 6-1. Kenta Harane sitting at 6-1. Ray Jang. Lots of great names. Tony Portolan has a shot at Player of the Year. So, Derek sitting at 7-0. The magic number is 10 to make it into the top 8. So he only needs to go 3 and 4. But of course, you still need to pick up those 3 wins.
That's right. So this is going to be for Derek, who by the way, we're going to be following here, a lot on the line.
Yeah.
As far as what do you open, right?
Right.
What do you get opened up to start with? Because that's the part you can't control, right? You get to pick, where you want to go as far as the draft goes, but it's really, really important that we open, something hopefully very powerful.
Yeah, I mean, if he 3-0s this draft, that's it for him, right? He doesn't even have to play any more matches throughout the rest of the day, so he can just relax in his hotel room, watch the coverage along with everybody else. So he wants to start out well here, opens, one of the top rares in the set, Rise of Sozin, Fire Nation Drill, cards of that nature.
Yeah, those are the 2 top cards, and certainly ones that he'll have
So first of all, the packs are
in his mind.
So don't look at the back of any of the double face cards at any point, okay? Don't take them out of the sleeve. As a reminder, also, you'll be registering and sharing your pools, not the deck you build. Okay?
Draft, and our head judge for the draft
During the whole draft,
is
keep the cards face down in a
players
single
through
pile
the extra
as well.
rules.
And at the beginning of each pack, when you take off the wrap, count down the 14 cards before we start with the pack, okay? The instructions during the draft will be pick up the pack. That means pick up and look at the cards.
Take a look
Draft
at Sam
means you have to draft the card
rocking the
immediately. I'll give you
Avatar
some
shirt there.
warnings as we go along with how much time you have left.
Catch up with him
Shuffle pass
this
when you
morning.
shuffle the cards
I
you have
really
left.
want to do well. It's
Count
like,
and
yeah.
pass.
He was
That
actually
starts
out there with
to
Matt Ness this morning.
Left or right,
Matt Ness
depending.
was like, Sam, I also
then
want you to
review
do
will
well,
have some
but I
review
want
periods.
I want to
We've done
do
this
a little bit better.
Slightly
than
better than
slightly
you,
better.
teammate and friend.
So first of
All
all,
right,
please
there's
check you
Derek.
have
Let's
packs
see what
labeled A, B, and C.
Derek opens up. The players are going to make sure that the packs are all accounted for. There's kind of a
without
fair bit of
further ado, we can
accounting that
pick up,
happens here.
the wrapper
And
around
that's because,
pack eight.
once the draft gets
Count down 14
underway, it's a
cards.
little too late if somebody goes, hey, wait, I'm missing a card or, something like that. So they will count out the number of cards in each pack just to verify that they're all there. Again, this is just to make sure that everything is exactly how it should be, because once we get the draft underway, there's
Everyone
no
good,
looking back.
Good to go? Pick up your pack. You have 40 seconds.
All right, let's see what Derek
Right.
opens up here. He's got a buy there. What did you see?
That was a Fire Nation Drill, Marshall. One of the best rares
we just
in
talked
the
about
entire set. I mean, this is a card. I think that's probably the single card I've lost to the most in this format. It just comes down. It's a giant 6/3 trampler and get something out of the way.
20
Typically
seconds.
black is considered one of the weaker colors. But if you open one of these game-breaking bombs, you are thrilled and you are happy to move into this color.
Wow. What a break for Derek Davis here. He was not that happy with his draft deck yesterday, and he had a very tough pod. He was in our feature pod. We picked the feature pod because it had Javier in it, and
Right.
we were following
Shuffle and
Javier through
pass.
the draft. But Derek was at that pod randomly,
Right.
and he ended up 3-0ing that pod.
Yeah, and he even said it himself. He wasn't super happy with his deck, but he just had a deck with a reasonable curve,
45
and
seconds.
still ended up getting the 3-0. And it was a deck that didn't even have a ton of great rares. Well,
He's got
start
one
out
now.
Start out with one of the best.
Let's see where he wants to go from here. What are his options? I see a North Pole Patrol. There's a Path to Redemption.
Then there's a Momo. I don't know which
Momo.
I don't know which
15
Momo it
Is
is.
that the rare Momo?
The uncommon Momo would be something to consider. That is a very, very strong card. But Path to Redemption also quite good, along with North Pole Patrol. So this is kind of
5
an interesting
seconds.
point, right? Because I think Dimir is a better color combination, but I think Path to Redemption is a
Draft.
better card.
Shuffle and
It's
count
funny. I can
12 cards
almost
to your
feel Derek going through that same thought process as he pulled the North Pole Patrol to the front, but ultimately took the Path to Redemption. I agree with you, Paul. That seems to be the
Pick up your
correct
cards.
pick
You have 30
here,
seconds.
and we'll see where we go. Pirate Peddlers in black.
Twin
Zuko's
Blades,
Conviction.
Hermetic. Wow, this is a really bad pack.
There's an It'll Quench Ya.
Yeah, there's also True Ancestry, which,
Yeah.
if you draft a Golgari
15
deck,
seconds.
getting back the drill is also quite strong. But It'll Quench Ya can be nice because if you want to draft a Dimir control deck, it's, a solid thing to play early. Now, in
seconds.
an open deck list environment, it is against the best players in the world. A lot of times people will play around the card,
Draft.
but it's still a pretty
Shuffle
solid
and
card
pass,
in the
11
context
cards
of
to
this
your left.
format.
Yeah, it's interesting. You really do have to make sure that in your mind you're remembering that you're playing against some of the best players in the world and
your
that
card,
they
you have
know
25
what
seconds.
you have in your list.
Right.
It's a big difference. Like, It'll
Absolutely.
Quench is a lot worse in that environment. Well, okay, there's a deadly precision.
Yeah, and if you notice, there's also there's some green cards here, so
Oh,
you have
see,
to just
Rocky
keep that in
Rebuke.
mind,
Yeah.
where you're going to take the deadly precision here because you want to cut off the black, but just keep in mind that you do see an Earth Rumble and a Rocky Rebuke in this pack, so that's something that you need to kind of process and leave in the back of your mind, noting that,
Draft.
hey, in
Shuffle
pack
and
4, there were
pass,
2
10
solid
cards
green
to your
cards. Maybe that's something that I want to end up in. I know Golgari isn't the strongest color combination, but if it's open, you have to play your seat in the World Championship.
Pick up your cards. You have 25 seconds.
I see a sold out there.
Yeah, so black. It's not surprising that you're seeing a bunch of green and black cards because a lot of times, a lot of the players want to start in the Jeskai color. So, seeing a 5th pick sold out is not super unusual here. That is a fairly late Boomerang Basics as well. But I think kind of
5 seconds.
taking the sold out is the safer pick here because you do have the Fire Nation drill and the Deadly Precision. It gives you a little more
Draft.
flexibility while trying to cut off
Shuffle and
black,
pass,
which is what
9
Derek's
cards to your left.
interested in doing so that he gets hooked up in pack 2.
Yeah, you have to remember that in the back of Derek's mind after first picking the Fire Nation
your
drill,
cards, you have
he
20 seconds.
wants to enable himself to play that card.
Right.
Like, if he flounders around and takes a bunch of blue and white cards and doesn't get to play it, that's pretty bad for him.
And there's another sold out here, so black is
Okay.
fairly clearly open here. But just, again, you have to be mindful. You do see kind
5
of a
seconds.
late seismic sense. I mean, this pack has 4 green cards in it. So just keep that in mind as you kind of
Draft.
figure out, if you're in a
Shuffle
position
and
where you
pass.
don't take a black card, it's like maybe you
cards
should
to your
lean
left.
towards the green cards because you'll know that there's a good shot of getting more in
Pick up your
pack
cards. You
3.
have 20 seconds.
Take a look at our top table there. A lot of excellent drafters. Okay, there's another It'll Quench Ya, and there was maybe a Fire Nation Trebuchet.
Yeah, Trebuchet shines if you're really looking to lean into the sacrifice
5
archetypes.
seconds.
If you end up in black-white with the Tools of War, that can do some work. But I think he's more interested in taking the second copy
Draft.
of It'll Quench Ya. Blue-black is a very, very
Shuffle and pass. 7
solid
cards
deck
to your
that
left.
performs very well. And it looks like Derek, if possible, wants to lean into this. But keep in mind, I mean, It'll Quench Ya is a
no more
totally
5-second
fine
warnings,
card.
okay?
We haven't really seen
Pick up
any
your
of the
cards, you have
other
15 seconds.
hallmark blue copies,
Yeah,
right?
which there's a lot of.
Yeah, Forecasting Fortune Teller, Watery Grasp, Lost Days. We haven't seen a single copy of any of those cards in the first 7 packs.
Interesting. Blue typically hotly contested, and it seems very much to be the
Draft.
case here as
Yeah.
well. Callous Inspector he's
Shuffle
going
and
to
pass.
take.
Yeah,
6
and this card
cards
is
to your left.
fine if you're really leaning into the sacrifice strategy, but keep in mind, that was an 8th pick Ostrich Horse. Now, Ostrich Horse,
up your cards, you have
it
10
is just a
seconds.
solid card, right? And if you see it's something like that 8th pick, you go, well, maybe I should take it there and see if I can move into that second color.
Yeah, and he's, just kind of picking up some mediocre stuff. I mean, this is getting
Shuffle
later
and
in the
pass,
pack, so
5
he's not
cards
hoping
to
to
your
get
left.
bombs or anything at this point, but that was Azula Always Lies. But again,
Pick up your pack,
at
you
least
have
at
10
this
seconds.
point, it really does feel like he's very much going towards black and probably blue-black.
Yeah, that's what it looks like here. There's an Iguana Parrot. Now, noting that there is a Tiger Dillo and a Ty Lee in the pack. So, those are cards that you're happy playing if you're
Pass.
drafting
4
a
cards to
Gruul
your
aggressive strategy or just any aggressive strategy in general. So,
Pick up the card,
another
you
thing
have
to
5
kind of keep
seconds.
in mind here. Because right now, all we really know is that Derek wants to draft black. Black was
Draft.
pretty open. You got the late sold outs,
Pass
but
3 cards
really,
to left.
it's not super clear what you want to do with that second color.
Pick up the
I think
card, you
if
have
Derek
5
opens a
seconds.
really great card in a different color, he'll just move it. I mean, that's a super late Badger mold. That's a totally fine playable card
Draft.
to take.
Pass
It
2
is.
cards to your left.
And green definitely
the cards,
seems
you
to
have
be the
5
most
seconds.
open other color.
Right.
He's going to pick up an earthbending lesson second to
Draft.
last.
So
And
pass
as
the
we
last card
wind
to your
down the
left.
pack here, wow,
All cards
another
in a
green
single
card. Yeah,
pile.
there's green seems
You now
open-ish.
have
I mean, not
50
that these
60
cards are like
seconds to review
super
your cards, okay?
exciting,
Right.
but a little bit of wiggle room there for Derek as he winds down the pack.
Yeah, I mean, even just starting as early as that second pick, where he had the choice between the North Pole Patrol and the Path to Redemption, it looked like after taking the first pick, Fire Nation Drill, Derek really kind of favored that blue-black archetype and really almost took the North Pole Patrol there. Given how Pack 1's at least started out so far, he probably would have liked to have that card in his deck. But yeah, again, blue doesn't seem super open. I mean, reading a draft is really, really hard, right? And, you see a late pick, it'll quench, and you think, okay, well, maybe blue is open. But then you have to think back. Did I see any messenger hawks? Did I see any forecasting fortune tellers? All the other blue cards. So you have to kind of think to yourself, maybe it's not so open. So,
right.
Derek has to try to, he's going to basically hope for a bunch of good black cards in pack number 2. But I'm really curious what he's going to end up with, as a second color here.
Yeah, and you can see here, it is leaned towards blue, so that's probably the most likely way that he'll go. I also just got a sense from the way that Derek was holding the cards and such that he would prefer to be in that. And it makes sense. Blue-black is a much more successful archetype. But I think what you said is really important. The important commons didn't come through. The only ones that he did get were It'll Quench Ya, and at the table like this, those are demoted. Those are not a top 2.
If you need a 2-drop, you play it. The blue-black deck doesn't really lean into the kind of the whole lessons angle, so that doesn't matter as much here. One thing that you're also going to be keeping in mind here is he's got a ton of removal and interaction. He doesn't actually have a single creature that can crew the Fire Nation drill yet.
Yeah.
So the things that he's going to be looking for, we're going to talk about it pretty soon, but he wants more creatures to actually be able to win the game.
So here's some of the comments that he'd love to see to help fill out that blue, if that's the direction that he goes. These ones that we've been talking about here, the Fortune Teller, the Messenger Hawk, and the Lost Days. And, this is the pack going into pack 2 where he should be getting more blue. I mean, there was nothing coming through, and he took any of the even remotely playable
I think
blue.
the only blue, he passed a North Pole Patrol and a Boomerang Basics. That was it.
That's it. So. And those were early. So let's take a look at the uncommons that he may have his eye on as well. Similar stuff. Foggy Swamp Spirit Keeper is just one of the best uncommons. But you can see Invasion Submersible and Knowledge Seeker would be so great, to help fill out the blue.
Yeah, I mean, this is just going to help shore out his curve. His curve is a little bit of an issue. If he wants great uncommons, he kind of wants them to be cheap and also preferably creatures, just so he can actually win the game. Foggy Swamp Spirit Keeper, absolutely amazing in the Dimir archetype.
Yeah, and both of the first and the last cards there are really good with the drill.
Yes.
Get it up and running too. And if you're going to dream a little...
Oh, well, I mean, why not?
Why not, right? Let's go big. And, I mean, that is actually one of the big draws to this color pair is that some of the absolute best rares in the set, including literally the best one, Rise of Sozin, and then a third or whatever it is, Wan Shi Tong Librarian, are available to you. Yeah. And, of course, you can dream even further, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, you can dream bigger. Why not?
How about a Fire Nation drill?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's one of the best rares in the set. I mean, it's a legendary. Keep that in mind. But you know what? I'm sure Derek would be thrilled to pick up a second copy of the Fire Nation drill, one of the best rares in the set.
I mean, if you're going to dream, let's dream. All right, let's see what Derek actually ends up getting here as we work our way back down to the feature match for our draft here and see what Derek gets. Pack 2, pick 1. No, that's pack 1, pick 1, right? Oh, this is
this is a review, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So again, lots of interaction, like we mentioned, right? He has 4 removal spells and 2 counter spells, basically, and an Iguana Parrot.
Wow, that is a lot of interaction. I mean, he's actually maybe a little overloaded at this point.
Yeah, so this is the one thing, and I've run into this issue many, many times in draft, where you look at your deck and you have a bunch of premium removal, and you think your deck is great. But if you don't have creatures, you know what ends up happening? You have to cast Sold Outs on Messenger Hawks and Forecasting Fortune Tellers, and it feels bad because you don't actually have creatures to trade with your opponent's early drop. So again, Derek's going to be looking for those cheap, efficient creatures to actually play to the battlefield so we can save some of those premium removal spells for later in the game.
So Derek's going to be prioritizing solidifying his second color.
Right.
Blue is the best candidate. But as you mentioned, I mean, if he opens up Legend of Yang Chen or something.
Yeah,
right?
or Earthbender Ascension.
Right, he'll just jump right in there.
Pile. You can take off the wrap for pack B.
All right, let's see what Derek opens up here. Pack 2,
count
pick
face
1
down,
incoming from the World Championship here. The first pack, a bumpy ride, but not unexpected at the top table at the World Championship. You're not getting gifts very often from
not at
your
all.
opponents here. Let's see what he gets. Boomy, King of 3 Trials at the front.
Yeah, not too interested in
Lowen
that.
Lee.
Ooh, Iroh Grand Lotus. However, we are nowhere near able to cast that unless he kind of pivoted into some kind of black-green deck with a lot of mana fixing. But I see a Benevolent. Yeah, Benevolent Spirit Keep, River Spirit rather.
And
another sold out. I think with all the removal, I think you would rather take the creature, and Derek's just looking for a way to close out the game. And the Benevolent River Spirit is a very, very solid way to do so. Now, right now, you know, without all the permanents that he can play, you kind of have to pay full price for this thing, but it's a tough to kill creature and can close out games.
To your right.
Wow. So he needs now to find ways to enable that, also fill out his creature curve.
Thank you.
Obviously, still try to find bombs, but a double blue card straight away does kind of plant his flag here.
Yeah, Forecasting Fortune Teller would be huge.
Let's see what he finds. Yeah, exactly. The type of card that makes 2 permanents.
Well, I mean, speaking of 2 permanents, this is rough, but there is a Kyoshi Battle Fan, right? I mean, it's not the most powerful effect, but it is a 2-drop and helps you cast a Benevolent River Spirit. It's a 2-power creature that lets you crew the Fire Nation Drill. And this pack is quite bad. The only other consideration is a Waterbending Lesson, which is a solid card. But Derek's curve is already kind of on the high side with the Fire Nation Drill. 2 copies are sold out.
The Battle Fan.
And that is not what you want to do.
Yikes.
Yeah, it's rough. You know, this is the pack where you really hope that you can get set up here. You can get hooked up. And a pick 2 Kyoshi Battle Fan is the responsible pick, but certainly not something that you're happy about doing.
Yeah, it really shows that he's worried about what you were talking about, Paul, about getting those early creatures, stuff to crew, stuff to waterbend with.
And here it looks like we have a sold out. It's basically the only consideration here. I don't even see a card that I would even want in almost any other deck.
Yeah, there's another water bending scroll, but he's just not blue enough.
No.
10 seconds.
He opened one as well.
Right.
5 seconds.
But sold out is a good thing to have.
It's solid.
Access to.
They get worse in multiples. Like once you pick up the 3rd, you really don't want the 4th. But of course, it's still just an unconditional removal spell in a format where there's a ton of great bombs. So it's still a nice card to have.
Take a look at Tony Portolan.
Pick up the pack.
Making a big move towards the top of the standings for Player of the Year. We'll see how that goes. Oh, there's a Fortune Teller.
That is big. That is big. That is exactly the type of card. You know, Derek wants like 3 of these if possible. So picking one up is really nice. There's also Sokka Lateral Strategist, which is a premium uncommon in the format, but he's just not going to be able to actually trigger the claws on Sokka just because he doesn't have creatures.
It's funny.
Yeah.
So, yeah. It is interesting. I mean, this is pack 2, pick 4. You're really hoping for high-powered uncommons, but if I'm Derek, I'm jumping out of my seat for Fortune Teller.
Right. It's just everything that this deck wants. Fortune Tellers and Messenger Hawks.
25 seconds.
Okay.
Oh, Boomerang Basics.
Boomerang Basics is fine. There's really nothing of note here in the pack for Derek. There's a Vindictive Warden. You don't care too much about that. I believe that's a black-green duel, so not really interested in that either. So I might just take the Boomerang Basics here.
5 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, hey, look, in a pinch, you can just pick up a Forecasting Fortune Teller for some extra value.
Oh, I've done that a lot.
Oh, yeah. It's a great play.
Yeah, Boomerang Basics giving you the card for targeting your own permanent means that it happens way more often.
Yeah, especially in blue-black, you can pick up a Corrupt Court Official to pick up as well.
Master Paku, there's a Buzzard.
There's a Platypus Bear. I don't know what the lesson count is. I mean, it's just, look, right now, Derek can just will just play any 2-mana play here. So I think it's going to be one of those 2. He's got a couple of Idle Quenchas as his, and he picked up that Boomerang Basic, so his lesson count is at least at 3 that we know of. You know, you would like to pick up some copies of Lost Days later on. So look, it's you know, look, we're talking about pick 6 already.
Pick up the pack.
It's just a totally fine filler level card to put into your deck. And here there is, there's a Serpent's Pass here, so perfect. I mean, you have cards like Fire Nation Drill, which are kind of difficult to cast, so I think this is a pretty straightforward Serpent's Pass. Blue-black also cares about drawing a bunch of cards. I don't know what he's doing with that Glider Staff. He's probably just, you know, letting everybody know that that's a good card.
This is right where you want to... Whoa, he took the staff.
No way.
He did?
Why would you take the staff there?
Well, the dual land, that's exactly where you want to pick it up. Yeah.
That's perfect. I don't understand the Glider Staff. He doesn't even have a blue-white land to even splash the card. And even so, Glider Staff is not Aang the Last Airbender. It's a fine card. You don't even have creatures to equip onto that thing.
So it goes well in the decks that have it surrounded by a bunch of allies and things like that.
Yeah, okay.
Agnikella here is a good pickup for Derek. Yeah, that staff,
no warnings from now on.
Maybe just pure speculation. I mean, he does have the Path to Redemption still that he took second.
I just don't know.
I don't think he can get off of the blue-black train
Right.
at this point, regardless of, like, even if you know, we were talking about before, if you open a great bomb.
Yeah.
If it's pack 3, I don't think he can
Yeah,
jump
like
ship at this point.
if it was I think that was more of a consideration if there's let's say there's like a blue-green duel where you just kind of want to have a tap land that can draw you a card
Right.
to trigger some of your card draw matters effects in blue-black. But a
on
blue-black?
color? Yeah.
Come on.
Draft.
There's
Wow,
Momo.
look at that pack, by
Pass
the way.
4
Just
cards to your
3
right.
white cards in there.
Totally.
One of the best colors in the format,
back.
and
You
seeing a
got 5
Momo
seconds.
that late. And a Wandering Musicians with 3 cards
Gee,
left.
Somebody's going to be happy
Yeah,
with their
so-
allies deck.
Yeah, it seems like
Pass
the
3 cards to
the
your right.
aggressive allies deck is a little bit more open
up
than
the
it
pack, you
typically
have 5
seems to be.
It's interesting because these last picks have been white, and there's another one.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe Derek's
Draft.
like toying
Pass
with the
3
idea.
cards.
His blue is mediocre. Like, it
Also-
really
Look at
is.
the
He's
pack,
gotten
yeah, 5
almost
seconds.
nothing this
Also,
pack.
he cut off black and he only got a sold out in this
Yeah,
pack.
how did
so
that happen?
This is kind of a disaster of a draft. Pack 2 was the pack that
That's the
Derek
last
really
card to your
needed
right.
to get all the cards. You know, you want to cooperate with the person that
Okay,
you're
so you now
passing
have
to.
90
It's like,
seconds
hey, look, I took
to
all the
look at your
blue-black cards. Hook me up in pack 2, I'll hook you up in pack 3. That is not what's going on here.
Yeah, Tony Portolan is not playing nice.
No.
That was a rough pack for Derek. I mean, I was feeling relieved and excited with the 4th pick forecasting fortune teller, thinking,
Yeah.
all right, you know, we're on track here for Derek to get some decent blue commons in the middle part of this pack, and it dried up and there was no black either.
Tony must have opened like a Rise of Sozin or something. You know what I mean? Because Derek did not pass a single decent black card from what I can remember in pack 1.
Right, he got cut
minute.
hard there.
I have that on there.
You do have to account for the fact that you're playing against, you know, excellent players. It's in pod play,
Right.
You know, which is something that, you know, for the most part we don't play anymore. We generally, if you play online, you play leagues. If you play in person, you're playing in pod. But it's one of those things where, like, people will cut cards. They will take cards that they don't want to have the chance of facing down over the course of the draft.
30
Where
seconds.
you know, if you're playing a league, you're just not incentivized. to
Yeah,
do that.
but the cost of cutting a card when you can take a dual land that's on color, that's a big cost. You're costing yourself a lot of percentage points by doing that, at least in this instance. But, you know, we don't even know if Derek has enough
15
playables in a
seconds.
blue-black shell. He might have to stretch his mana base to play some of those white cards.
Boy, that's going to be tough.
Yeah, yeah.
That's going to be tough because you know, I'm looking at it and I'm really only seeing that path there that I'm like kind of wanting.
time's
And
up.
even
Please
then,
put
it's
your
like, what, he needs
cards
another
face down
removal
in a
spell? Like,
single
Yeah.
he's got 100
You can take out the wrapper.
sold
pack
outs
C.
here.
And at
right?
this point, I mean, he's
down.
basically just kind of more or less committed to a blue-black deck, even though his blue is not the most powerful thing to do. At this point, it's just too hard to pivot out of that. So now it's just, hey, you know, I'm going to do the best with what I can from pack 3. You know, I'd like to curve out. I need some creatures
Pick
to
up the
win the
pack.
game
You have
with.
40 seconds.
I have plenty of interaction, so that's not going to be a high priority. Now, if you see a removal spell and even something like a waterbending lesson, you might lean toward just taking the waterbending lesson here just because you're already on 3 sold outs and a deadly precision.
Yeah, he's passed a couple of waterbending lessons and a couple of waterbending scrolls.
It's another removal spell.
Of course it's another
Well,
removal. At least it's a cheap one.
Yeah, yeah. Well, the thing is, there's just not even like a decent creature in this pack for his color combination. So I
Right.
just, you know, Epic Downfall is a good one. I think if it was a sold out versus any 2 or 3 mana creature that's
Another
decent,
battle fan,
yeah,
right? Like,
you might just take the
it.
creature. Yeah.
Yeah. But Epic Downfall's really good.
Yes.
Like, it is built to trade up.
Yeah, right.
Like, it forces you to.
Shuffle pass,
Yeah.
13 cards
And
to your left.
basically every time you cast it, you get an advantage. So he will be happy to see
Remember,
it,
keep
but
your picks in a
it
single
is
pick
not
pack.
filling
Okay,
in
thank you.
the gaps for the deck here.
No,
Pick up
no,
the pack.
would
You have
love just,
35 seconds.
you know, Foggy Swamp Spirit Keeper. Oh, that's a
There's
Heartless Act. And I don't see a good creature.
He's getting all the uncommon,
Yeah, look at
efficient
this.
removal spells.
I mean,
here.
look, you know what that goes really, really well with? If you can find some ways to draw cards,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
If you can find a waterbending lesson. I think he did pass up on a waterbending scroll late in pack
15
number
seconds.
2. Maybe that's something that you normally don't like to play in a heavy black deck, but it might be a necessary evil in this type of deck because you have so much cheap, efficient removal and a counter spells. You need some way to get ahead. If you just one-for-one removal your opponent all day, you're not actually getting
Shuffle
ahead.
pass.
No,
12
especially
cards
in
to your
modern
left.
era limited, where a lot of times the creatures come down and leave behind something. too.
Right.
I mean, look at the cards that he's hoping to get. They all
the
do
pack.
that. The
Yep.
Fortune Teller, the Hawk, etc.
So late Lightning Strike and a Water Tribe Rallier? What?
Jeez.
Jeez, okay. But there's what do we have here for Derek? There's a Earth Village Ruffians and a Giant
15
Koi?
Giant Koi?
And the thing is, at this point, he's committed. He just has to take a blue or a black card. It sucks. It hurts. You're passing one of the best uncommons in Water Tribe Rallier, one of the best commons in Lightning Strike, and here you have to take Earth Village Ruffians for your mana curve.
Draft.
Oof. That's
Shuffle,
tough.
Pass 11 cards to your left.
Yeah, got to do what you got to do. Now, at least, you know, Derek should get a bunch of black cards in the last pack. Not really anticipating him getting a bunch of blue based on what we saw in pack 1. So you're going to see a lot of those. Curb Court Official, I mean, totally fine card. He does have a Deadly Precision as well as something that you can do with the Court Official after it's entered the battlefield. He needs cheap things to play anyways, so I imagine that's going to be the pick here. But Boros, man, all of a sudden we're seeing a bunch of Boros cards.
Sun
Warriors in the pack, yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to take a look at the list.
Draft.
From this table produced, but there's probably somebody with a very solid Boros deck that got some very late good stuff.
Yeah, it sure looks that way.
Could it be Sam Pardee, maybe?
25 seconds.
I saw Charles Wong back there as well.
Yeah, there's an Accumulate Wisdom, but I do not think Derek has enough lessons, so that's basically going to be an Anticipate 2-mana, look at the top 3, so probably not interested in that. Might actually just take a Geyser Leaper here. He needs some card filtering, and he needs a way to close out the game.
5 seconds.
I don't like playing this card, but if you need a way to close out the game, it kind of does what you need, so I think he might just take it here.
Yeah, there's a Wolf Bet and a Rowdy Snowballers there too, but those don't really fit what he's trying to do. He doesn't really have card draw to get them.
Yeah, and the Snowballer is ideal in maybe more of a tempo shell. If you're playing a blue-white aggressive deck with a good curve, then it does some work, but in a blue-black control deck, it does not do enough.
No, it doesn't. Even in those decks, it feels like a little bit, you're kind of on the borderline, and in these decks, it's just not good at all.
But it might be his only option here. There's an Azula Always Lies, which, you know, is a decent combat trick.
Yeah.
I do like. I like it best in black-white, where I'm curving out.
Draft.
It's really awesome when you get into creature combat, but that's not something that you see happen as often in a blue-black deck.
Yeah, and definitely not in the build that Derek's going for. So he's going to take a Rowdy Snowballers out of that pack.
All right, and now
there's a Canyon Crawler.
Yeah, I think you kind of have to take it. You know, Octopus Form is a better card, but he doesn't even have a creature worth saving right now. He has no creatures, so I think you kind of have to. At this point, Derek's on the I will take whatever Canyon Crawlers and Giant Kois I see just to have a way to try to close out these games.
Pass 7 cards to your left.
There's Charles. He always has an interesting take on drafting, by the way.
He does.
15 seconds.
There's another Canyon Crawler here, and I imagine he's going to be taking this. But
well,
again,
he did get to check that box. You were saying he wanted something on the high end, and he got the Geyser and then 2 Crawlers.
Yeah, so he does have some stuff to close out the games, kill a bunch of stuff, then slam a Canyon Crawler and hope it works out.
6 cards to your left.
Feels like that's going to be the game plan here for Derek Davis.
Okay, final
been
stretch.
there before.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Pick up the pack.
You do hope for something a little better, but... Oh, and there's that Geyser Leaper on the wheel, by the way.
He does also have the land Agnikella, so that one also lets you kind of loot through your deck too. So that's some filtering, which this deck definitely needs because of the lack of card draw.
Pick up the pack. You have 10 seconds.
Right, Vindictive Warden. That is a 3-mana creature you can play. It's not ideal. It's better than Aggressive Shell, but I don't think Derek has a ton of 3-mana plays. He already has an Iguana Parrot. So just kind of diversifying the threats there at 3.
Pick up the pack. You have 5 seconds.
That's win condition acquired, Paul.
Yeah, I mean it's basically unblockable, right?
60 mana
it's got menace and everything else in his deck kills creatures, so gets in.
I saw a Giant Koi there out of that pack.
I don't think he took it though.
I don't think he did either. And it makes sense. He has filled out that part of the curve.
Right.
Oh, he got in his Zula Always Lies.
Yeah, it could be a sideboard card as well if your opponent plays a bomb that happens to have 1 toughness.
And then there's a Hog Monkey, which isn't going to be playable for him, and probably a land here to finish off.
Final card.
No, it was not a land. So
please now make sure that all of the cards
that was tough.
It was very, very tough. I mean, look at the blue cards that he picked up in this last pack. There's not a card that I'm happy playing in my deck.
Right.
So I don't know. I feel like this is one of those situations where I think Derek was very comfortable drafting blue. Like a lot of players wanted to go into the draft drafting blue or white, and he wanted to pair the blue with the black, and so I think he kind of ended up with a deck that is fine, but I think certainly could have been better. I mean, his blue's just not even that strong here, right? Like he just didn't get enough playables here. So there's a lot of filler level cards here, but remember, he's got one of the best rares in the format. You have the Fire Nation drill. You can pick it up with Boomerang Basics, play that again, kill a bunch of creatures.
Totally.
3 copies are sold out. He has a pretty responsible mana curve. He actually managed to figure that out. Of course, the Benevolent River Spirit is more of an expensive card here. He's got Callous Inspector, which is not particularly strong here. Only the Deadly Precision. So, uphill battle here for Derek Davis. He's going to have to rely on drawing that Fire Nation drill very often.
Super tough seat for him.
By the way, you said he's not going to play the Hog Monkey? It's in there. It's in there.
I'm sorry, Hog Monkey, for disrespecting you. All right, we're going to take a short break. When we come back here, we will be lined up and ready for the first round of the second draft here on day 2. We'll be back with more right after this. Welcome back to coverage here of the Magic World Championship. This is the 31st one, a long and storied history. We are in Bellevue, Washington, which is just north of the birthplace of Magic, which is Renton, which is where Wizards of the Coast is located. And 31st World Championship, Paul. It's pretty special.
Yeah, no, it's incredible. So much on the line. $1 million prize pool. That is absolutely nuts. This is the tournament that you want to qualify for. And, we are following some of these players here that are in really, really good position to get to that top end, of course, hoist that trophy. That beautiful trophy, by the way.
That's right. And the players that we're going to watch right now, Derek Davis versus Kenta Harane, are well poised for a run at top 8 here to start our day. 7-0 overnight for Derek Davis. He was the only one. And we've got a 6-1 Kenta Harane. Now, interestingly, we had YouTuber Hungry on Plane. For Pro Tour fans, you may have seen some of Hungry on Plane's content. It's excellent stuff. And he did kind of a documentary about some of the players here at the event, including Kenta Harane. Let's hear from that now.
Harane has found himself among Japan's elite MTG team. His breakout win came hilariously against his teammate and Pro Tour Final Fantasy champion Ken Yukihiro, who just keeps coming up in this video, at the 2020 Players Tour, a more regionally focused competition originally intended to replace the Pro Tour for the circuit's return in 2023. Between that and becoming the Japanese national champion in 2017, which led to a Magic World Cup win with Japan in that same year, Kenta saw quite a lot of success in the pre-2023 era. In fact, of the 3 Pro Tours he's played in this year, Kenta has a Day 3, Day 2, and and day 1 exit, so it's anyone's guess how his last event of the year is going to shake out.
Take a look at the list here from Derek Davis. We just saw this one. It's rough, Paul. I mean, there's no other way to put it. This is high-level competition. Nothing comes easily, but this seat seemed extra difficult.
Yeah, I just, you know, we'd have to rewatch the draft a few times. I'm sure Derek's going to do it as well to figure out where he needed to be. Now, you know, there's a couple of nice things. We have a decent curve. We have the Fire Nation drill. Derek's hoping that that's going to be good enough to take it home.
That's right, and that's really what he's leaning on. Let's take a look at what Kenta's deck looks like. Ooh, jumps off the page, the Legend of Yang Chen in the lower right there.
Yeah, there's a Legend of Yang Chen, but also it's not a 2-drop, a Day of Black Sun. So that's a sweeper that maybe not at its best actually against Derek Davis's list, but of course a very, very powerful card. 2 copies of Dai Li Indoctrination, which might be useful in taking out the Fire Nation drill. And then look at the land. The top right land. One of the best,
abandoned air
one of the
temple.
better rares actually in the entire set. This is the best land in the format in Abandoned Air Temple, which is just a land that puts +1/+1 counters on all of your creatures here. So going to be an interesting matchup here.
I saw the Tolls of War there with a mild sacrifice sub-theme being supported here too for Kenta. So there's a lot to like there. You know, the power ceiling higher. Yes, the Fire Nation drill gets you pretty high up there, but you know, that's I would call it 2 bombs for Kenta, you know, the Legend of Yang Chen, but also the land.
Yeah.
Like that is
incredible.
Very difficult to beat, especially if you're trying to do the I'm going to remove your threats 1 by 1 thing.
Right. Did Derek keep a hand without an island? Looks that way. So he has the Battle Fan. Can't play that Forecasting Fortune Teller or the Platypus Bear in hand. And Kenta drew the best card in his deck. We see the Legend of Yang Chen.
You see he's got Callous Inspector.
And this is already kind of an interesting inflection point here for Kenta Harane. He's got the Invasion Reinforcements that he can play at instant speed, but Derek has 2 copies of Quench. So even when you have something with Flash, if your opponent's tapped out, you might be interested in just running that out.
Right, and the Callous Inspector, extremely annoying for the turn 2 Battle Fan here. It's just going to hold it back indefinitely. Land go from Davis, no blue mana just yet.
Yeah, here, and Kenta has plenty of plays here, probably just running out Earth Village Ruffians here. And Derek will have a clean answer to the Ruffians here, right? You know, it's a death trigger, but with the multiple copies of Sold Out, if he really wants, could fire one of those off on the Earth Village Ruffians.
Scrappy magic here early.
Yeah. Look, I mean, these decks are not going to be those 10 out of 10 decks that you kind of see or share amongst your friends when you play, you know, at your local draft or on Arena. This is the World Championship, right? Nobody's deck is going to look perfect.
An island off the top here for Davis does mean that he has more options this turn if he'd like. He could play the Forecasting Fortune Teller and have mana to crack the clue if he'd like.
Yeah.
Get a clue. Go ahead.
Derek says, I'd like a clue, please. Thank you very much.
Yeah, totally happy just trading off that Fortune Teller with anything. You can even line up a double block if you wanted on the Callous Inspector. Okay,
there's Wolfbat. And Kenta's not going to offer the trade.
Yep.
The Ruffians. So crack the clue for Derek Davis. He finds another swamp.
All right, so Derek's got the mana going.
Basics.
There's the Boomerang Basics with the Forecasting Fortune Teller.
The combo.
Combo.
Let's go.
Does he run it out here?
Yeah, he is actually going to run it out. And you know what? He hasn't played a land for the turn yet. In case he can find an island
that would be
to
great.
Replay it.
But if he doesn't, he still has the ability to cast the Sold Out on... Actually, they're all decent targets, right? Because they all come back in some way.
That's right. Yeah, he may just have to do it on the Wolfbat, as that will likely just start attacking here.
Right.
And Derek doesn't want to see too much damage pile up from it.
Yeah, Kenta just needs to try to find some lands here to kind of get to some of his top-end cards, but has plenty of interaction in hand.
Yeah, the Dai Li Indoctrination's the interesting draw here as well, as he wants to see what's going on over there.
So he will be able to probably take the Forecasting Fortune Teller. It takes non-land permanents, I believe, so you can't take the Sold Outs, but hey.
Yep.
Take the Fortune Teller, and then now you know that kind of the coast is clear. You don't have to worry about at least something big being in Derek's hand.
And he does, in fact, take the forecasting fortune teller before it can come back down. And then the wolf bat will come in. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Derek just sold out that.
Yeah. I mean, you want to use your mana here if you can, and that is an annoying evasive threat.
It is. Derek not able to get any damage on it first, so it's just going to be exiled.
Yeah, but
and this is going to be Platypus Bear now.
Yeah. And oh, that's not bad right now.
He smiles, but it's like you actually don't really want that many more lands at this point. Maybe one more island at some point,
but I mean, you're already kind of seeing that issue that I highlighted earlier. It's like your creatures are not great, and you're going to have to start firing off these removal spells on 3-drops, right? I mean, you're using it to kill a wolf bat because you don't have any flyers, and Derek's deck you're playing a control deck that doesn't have a ton of ways to draw cards.
Kenta pointing out that there is Boomerang Basics, which is a lesson in the yard, so he's thinking perhaps about Platypus Bear.
Right. Mindful of the fact that Derek still has that second copy of Sold Out.
And it looks like he'd like to try to cash in this Callous Inspector, but in the meantime, it's just going to go ahead and chip in for 1. Sold Out does hit the Ruffians, by the way, so Derek Davis emptying out the hand.
Yeah, and now Kenta knows about the fact that Derek doesn't have a Quench in hand, so can just pass with the Invasion Reinforcements. Would love to trade here, right? Trade a token for the Kyoshi Battle Fan.
Yes.
Just take 2.
Go to 18. Trade.
So now we're on Platypus Bear beatdowns. Equip it up.
Yeah, and doesn't have the second blue source to cast the Benevolent River Spirit, actually. Could have actually tapped the Kyoshi Battle Fan to Waterbend and get it in play, but yeah, now he's just on a 3/3 Platypus Bear.
And the bear itself milled 2 islands.
Yeah. Like if there's a land to draw, you want it to be an island.
Well, now the damage is going to start getting exchanged somewhat here. Finally land number 4 here for Harane. Oh, and look at that. He's got Swamp, Snare, Trap.
Right. Saving that Corrupt Court Official here. I think he knows Derek still has a land in hand, so he's just trying to hold it in hand for the longest possible time to see if he can get a relevant spell out of Derek's hand.
Derek has his own Callous Inspector, slightly upgraded thanks to the fan, but there was no island there for Davis. Davis astutely keeping a swamp in his hand here.
Right. Kenta does want land. Oh, what a land to draw. Abandoned Air Temple here now. Doesn't actually have a target for Legend of Yang Chen. So probably just, if anything, running out the Beetle-Headed Merchants. I don't think he knows about the Deadly Precision, so I imagine... Oh, okay. Actually just getting in for extra points of damage here.
Yeah, and he's just going to start activating this every turn and say, how about you start using removal spells on these?
Right.
I mean, these are like, you are just in misery if Derek has to start firing off. Okay, a little bit of hope here. He does find an island.
Yeah, does find an island, so we'll have the ability here to play the River Spirit.
Full price. I guess he could save a mana.
But Kenta does have the answer. Now, you can't kill it with the Legend of Yang Chen because it has Ward 2. However, you've got Epic Downfall. Oh, no, it doesn't work, right? Is it mana value?
Yes.
Yeah, and Benevolent River Spirit actually has a mana value of 2.
That's wild.
Wow.
By the way, there's some action there for Derek. Geyser Leaper on top, as well as another Sold Out. So, I mean, if you're going to scry 2 and see 9 mana worth of spells sitting there, you're going to be pretty happy with that.
I should have known. I had an opponent cast Aiming at the Crossroads and hit the River Spirit.
I saw that.
I was like, how?
I saw that on your video. You're like,
oh,
what's the...
Cost 2, apparently.
13.
Callous Inspector gets in. And then Beetle-Headed Merchants is going to hit as well. But this could easily be a game where we just see +1/+1 counters start going on these cards, on Kenta's cards, like every turn.
Yeah, I think the Deadly Precision with the Callous Inspector might go after the Merchants here. And then you can also run out the Geyser Leaper. And I think if you're on Derek's side, you're kind of on the, all right, I'm going to try to fly over for the win here. Of course, that's not going to work with all the interaction that Kenta has in hand here.
Yeah, it is funny. Legend of Yang Chen, still no targets, which is kind of weird.
right, so leading things off with the Geyser Leaper first, and as you can see here, oh, maybe the Legend, excuse me, the Legend of Yang Chen does not target.
It doesn't target, but but you have to target some with 3 or
there's
greater.
no actually big target. So now there's a target here.
Right.
In the Geyser Leaper. What is this? Looting actually with the Geyser Leaper.
He kept that swamp in his hand for this reason.
You can't do...
Oh, he's trying to see if he can keep up deadly precision here too, I think.
Yeah.
Because if he can loot and kill the needle-headed merchants, that's probably a pretty good turn. No, he's just going to attack.
Kenta's just happy taking the damage here. And of course, Derek will be firing off this deadly precision here. Going down to 12, get a clue, and have a pair of flyers.
Hey, that's pretty good.
No, that was a good turn. And Kenta is down to 10. So Kenta does need to... Can't just lean on these lands anymore. Has to get something going here. Has to play the removal spells.
Yeah, Abandoned Air Temple's not going to be able to outrace what Derek Davis has in the air.
I feel like you just need to get that legend going, right? You want to get that to the final chapter, just so you can, maybe save some spells, start airbending some things. But okay, get the last card out. So
I agree with you. I mean, especially. Does he have a land drop?
He does. He does.
So now he can just take out the Geyser Leaper. Beautiful.
This is still a 2-turn clock, by the way. Derek can move the Battle Fan onto the River Spirit, and that's 2 attacks for lethal.
I wonder what the clock is coming back the other direction, because Legend of Yang Chen won't change the board state on Chapter 2.
Right, there's 5 damage coming in, and if you activate the land, that's actually exactly enough. 8 damage. However, Derek top deck sold out here to actually make it so he doesn't die from an Alpha Strike with the Abandoned Air Temple here. So Derek's just going to attack for 5, put Kenta on a 2-turn clock, and has a removal spell if Kenta goes for it here.
So somehow Kenta had both Legend of Yang Chen and Epic Downfall and just couldn't target a 4/5 flyer?
Does Kenta? I think Kenta has to draw cards off the Legend of Yang Chen, possibly, unless he's happy just going for the attack here with the Abandoned Air Temple. Tough choice here, because the Legend of Yang Chen, Chapter 2, both players get to draw a bunch of cards.
Oh, yeah. And if Kenta just goes for it, it's going to be a blowout. Derek Davis has sold out. Kenta is deep in the tank right now about whether he needs to play around some type of interaction.
Keep in mind, Derek's already cast 2 sold outs. If you play the numbers and the math, you probably go, well, I mean, what's the chances that you have your 3rd copy? It's pretty low. And if you do it that way, you might just go for the win.
He just said, nope, I'm not going to draw.
And I think
he's
going to
activate the Air Temple. I do too, but it is going to backfire horribly here on Kenta. Derek Davis putting on his best. I don't have anything.
I mean, Derek's going to win this game.
Sold out is going to take it down, and that is game 1 going to Derek Davis. He needed all the sold outs he could get, but the 3rd one got the job done. This has felt like every match that we've watched Derek play where he's just eking it out over the line.
How did he win that game?
Really well done by Derek there. That was wild.
That just
and by
dodged
the way,
everything.
I'm totally with you on that plan, you know, from Kenta. Because the problem is that if Kenta says, all right, well, let's just assume that you have a removal spell there, what is he going to do? Give him 3 cards?
Right.
If he's wrong, he may have just given him the removal spell.
Exactly. I actually,
also, just wild that he could not kill the River Spirit there.
Right, with Epic Downfall and Legend of Yang Chen
and neither of them are applicable?
Against a 4/5 flyer?
Right.
Like, how does that not work?
How is that not a thing? What a bizarre way to end game number 1, but it is to Derek Davis as we work our way into game number 2 with both players having Callous Inspectors kind of cruising past each other thanks to Menace.
Yep. Now, Kenta does have the answer for the River Spirit this time with the Sandbender Storm, but of course you need to get up to 6 mana to be able to pay for the ward cost if we ever get to that point.
18. Go.
All right, both players continue just to hit land drops and chip in.
By the way, Kenta playing around Il Quencha. Had the ability to play Invasion Reinforcements, did not. And this
is really much worse in this environment. Although it is interesting.
It actually worked.
He didn't have
one.
It.
Yeah.
But it also means that Kent is just not going to be throwing his cards into it.
And then my question is, if you see that your opponent's so aggressively playing around it, do you just board it out?
Okay.
Definitely.
You know what I mean? Do you just board out the quenches? And you
I think I would just board them out.
Right. Now, granted, Derek's already playing Hog Monkey in his deck.
Actually,
like, I don't
you
think
might
he
not
has
be able to.
extra
No, you're
playables.
right.
So.
You're right. And Kenta does have 2 relatively expensive spells that are very good.
Right.
He's got Day of Black Sun plus Legend of Yang Chen, and those are like hard to play around.
Yeah.
It'll quench you.
Derek looting
But
here.
there's Abandoned Air Temple with 3 creatures out. That's all you need.
And look at this. Kenta actually not activating the land here.
He will now.
He will after... So end of turn. So missing out on 3 points of damage here.
I wonder what he wanted to keep up there.
There was a Zuko's Conviction, but that doesn't do anything
That's not
here.
it.
There's a Sandbender Storm, but you can just play that on your turn anyways, right?
Right, and still get the counters.
Yeah, that's weird. But of course, he has to have a reason. Just curious what it was.
Yeah. But this is the nightmare if you're Derek, right? Because even if you go look down and you're like, all right, I got a couple of sold outs, like how are you going to win the game?
Right.
If you're solding out 1/1 tokens.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Like
exactly.
that Kenta, and by the way, Kenta gets to continue to draw a card a turn, continue to play a land a turn, and just tap for the Abandoned Air Temple and say, deal with these.
Yeah, look.
And then I'll clean up the mess later.
At this point, Kenta just doesn't need to commit anything else to the board here.
3 creatures is plenty.
Oh, wow.
Wow, Kenta playing very carefully here.
Yeah.
It's in for 2.
Look at this. Doesn't activate the land. So this is a lot of damage that he's missing out on here. Keeping up Sandbender Storm / Zuko's Conviction.
A little bit awkward here for Kenta. He's got Day of Black Sun in hand, but he's ahead on board by quite a bit, so that one's going to be kind of on the bench for a while.
Yep. They're not attacking with the other creatures, maybe mindful of something like an Azula Always Lies, possibly. Just trying not to lose the creatures, but I mean, this land, like, compare this to the other lands. It's just not even close. I mean, Bossing Say maybe comes close,
right?
But this is just by far the best of the rare lands.
Yeah, the first time you play against this, it's like you pick it up 3 times. You're like, it's sorcery speed, right? Or it's 2 creatures, right? And it's just like, no, it's all of them and whenever they want. And it is really devastating when your opponent has any type of board state and then they play this land and go to combat and you're like, wait, that changes everything.
So if Kenta has a land here, I think he has an Epic Downfall. You can just Epic Downfall the Canyon Crawler and activate the Abandoned Air Temple to get in for a ton of damage.
He's going to go for Corrupt Court Official.
Oh, it doesn't have Epic Downfall, excuse me. He has the Sandbender Storm, but you can also use that to, of course, kill the Canyon Crawler and get in a very nice attack here.
And he's just going to smash, and then next turn he can activate the Air Temple and smash again.
Right, Derek doesn't have any sweepers. He's got Fire Nation Drill.
No.
That would be a solid card, but doesn't even have a creature to crew it, even if he draws it.
He's going to get desperate here. He's going to chump block with the Callous Inspector, take 4, 6, and then he gets a clue, but like, is there any way out here for Davis?
I just don't see it here. I mean, it just feels bad using removal spells on any of these creatures. I mean, you can use Deadly Precision here to kill a 3/3.
Yeah, and he's going to be in a spot where any 2 of these creatures are going to be lethal.
Right, and
like
he's just
he can
down to
remove
5
2
life
and die.
He probably has to also main phase the Azula Always Lies to just get the Corrupt Court Official off the battlefield so he doesn't get pumped.
Yeah.
Probably need to kill the Menace creature, right?
Yeah, but, you know, then you're just giving him another card. It's just rough. Abandoned Air Temple is absolutely dominating this board right now. And what did it cost, Kenta? An untapped white source.
I mean,
like, no
Kenta
downside.
played a 1-drop and a 2-drop, and it is just completely carrying the game for him because of the land.
Right. And, like, it's a marginal 1-drop and a solid 2. Like, these aren't even...
Yeah.
All right, Corrupt Court Official here for
Yeah, it's like, look, I have all the creatures. I don't need the rest.
Both players are smiling at that one. Sweepers need not apply.
Yeah, kill the 1/1, put a counter on your thing.
+1/+1 counter.
Deadly Precision, the Menace creature.
Derek's trying.
He's doing everything he can.
Targeting.
You have to get the Menace creature, yeah. But then you're just chump blocking here.
Yes.
And you still go down to 1.
Yeah, he's got a food there, right? But
Oh, that's a food and not a clue.
Right.
No, no. Did he sack the?
He sacked the clue.
He sacked the clue, so that
Right.
is a food. Okay.
Right? Isn't it food? It looks like ramen or something.
Yeah,
Maybe
it's
I'm
probably a
just
food.
hungry.
I mean, they all kind of.
And you see Zuko's conviction there to get back
Yeah, and Derek has one card in
the
hand,
corrupt
right?
court official, which will
Yeah.
now be gone.
So now you know the coast is clear.
Yeah, this is just GG. Like, not this turn, but
Right. Attack. Have to block.
activate.
Activate.
And by the way, the court
This
official
land.
picks up a thing, and there's the food.
Yeah, go to 4.
So up to 8 takes 4, back down to 4.
Right.
Land go, and there's just nothing in the deck
No,
here.
I don't think
Even
so.
the drill.
Yeah, there's no sweeper in Derek's deck.
Right. And Derek even reminds Kenta, you do get a counter on your corrupt court official just in case you need it.
Right.
But he doesn't. That is going to be game number 2 going to Kenta Harane. And
I mean,
honestly, Abandoned Air Temple was just unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of looking at how this plays out, I just feel like Derek kind of just stole that first game with the River Spirit. When you kind of just see how these cards line up, I mean,
Kenta had 2 removal spells in hand, and they didn't happen to apply to that one threat.
Right. Okay, but great start here for Derek. He's got the best 2-drop that he's got in his deck there. You can pick it up with the Boomerang Basics again if he wants.
Yeah, and mediocre cards here for Kenta. Nothing terrible, but, Daily Indoctrination isn't exactly a house. He does get to follow it up with Messenger Hawk, which is okay.
Right.
But then he's kind of back on Buzzard Wasp Colony. It's a curve, right?
Yeah,
2, 3,
it's a
4,
curve.
and you're happy with it. But, we're not seeing those hammers that he had in game 2.
And here's the issue, right? Because Derek Davis's deck is just not particularly good at closing out games quickly. So as the game drags on, Kenta's just so likely to find the bombs in his deck, right? Legend of Yang Chen. He's going to just play it for 7 mana to play around Eloquentia, the Abandoned Air Temple. So, when you're playing kind of a matchup where both sides just don't have necessarily the most powerful collection of cards, you just find you're playing this mid-rangey game where you just get to the late game, and all of a sudden, whoever plays their bomb actually ends up winning.
So the 2 into 3 here for Kenta. Meanwhile, Derek Davis is going to remain mana efficient, going for the value play again with the Forecasting Fortune Teller, getting Boomerang Basic back to hand, cracks the clue.
Yeah.
Now he's going to have 4 mana, and let's see what he does with it.
Yeah, probably not interested in utilizing a removal spell on the Hawk.
Go.
Just continuing to develop his mana. And if he doesn't take damage, I mean, he's got the Agnikella to actually kind of sift through his deck here as well.
So we can find more Canyon Crawlers?
Hey, well, you got to find someone. No, or Geyser Leapers.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Land number 4 here for Harane.
Kenta just debating. He's like, well, I've been trying my best to play around Eloquentia, but is this an appropriate time to do so? You can just attack and crack the clue, right? And then play Earth Village Ruffians next turn, and he's doing it. He's playing it very patiently, playing around Eloquentia.
I would like to know how many are still on the list here for Derek, because he has to have noticed that Kenta is just defiantly playing around it at this point.
I think he's going to make a 2/2 off of this. Because
he's going to Earthbend for 2?
Yeah, well, just there's not that many creatures.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Ooh, he showcased his hand.
Well, it was only for a second,
yeah,
so Kenta maybe didn't see too much.
And this
there,
is
but
big, Marshall, because you know why?
What happened?
He knows Derek Davis doesn't have Eloquentia, most likely.
You're right, because there are no blue cards.
Right.
Like that.
Yeah, he
that
just,
you
like,
could
fanned
tell.
it out.
Right.
Right.
He may not have processed every card.
Right.
But there was not a blue card.
Man.
That's okay, Derek. To be fair, that is almost never Earthbend 2.
Yeah, but remember, Kenta saw the hand and knew that Derek didn't have any permanents in hand, so it's very likely to miss. And casting a Daily Indoctrination and missing in limited Magic,
wow.
Cannot do that.
My assumption is that just casting it reduces your win rate by a little bit, but missing is like an abject disaster.
Right.
That's tough. Hopefully that doesn't have a major impact on this game.
Right.
Because that's just not.
Yeah, I mean, look, if Kenta just runs out the Buzzard Wasp Colony next turn or something, then Derek will be like, oh.
Well, if there was any justice, then Derek would have top-decked Eloquentia and then
sure, yes, yes.
Get him with it. But as we know, justice is a construct.
Right. And with all this mana up, I don't know that it's trying to get a bluff attack in with this 2/2 doesn't make a ton of sense. But hey, plenty of 3 mana plays here. No reason to risk anything by running out the Wasp Column. You can play out the Trebuchet or the Earth Village Ruffians this turn.
Kenta has to have noticed the no blue cards, though, so I think he just has to go for it. I mean, if you're in his seat, you just...
Yeah, I mean, if you play the Buzzard, that is a 4/4 flyer, right?
With not a lot of downside, that's a big threat.
But Derek did show a handful of black cards. It probably knows about the removal, though, so maybe you just don't want to play that out just yet, right? So
that's true. That's true. He may have just seen that and said, well...
Like, Ruffians is not a bad thing to play out here. If he's actually totally fine trading that with the Fortune Teller, right? And then he's the only person that actually will have a creature on the battlefield. And then Derek now has the choice. Hey, do I just fire off Azula Always Lies, make my Fortune Teller into a 2/4, kill your Ruffians? Now, if he does that, Kenta has a tough choice. Do I make my land into a 4/4, or do I spread it around to make 2 2/2s?
Court official now for Davis.
This will get a real card here. So Kenta has a tough choice.
You can see he's got 3 cards in hand and nothing easy.
No. There's a Swamp Snare Trap. No good targets for it just yet. But it is the only removal spell in hand. But actually, yeah, it takes it here. Or discards it, rather.
And then land go from Derek after that.
Yeah, chooses to keep the threats.
Yeah, the Trebuchet can get kind of interesting.
Ooh, that's an interesting one. Now you drew Rumble Arena. If you sacrifice the Earth Village Ruffian with a Wasp, you could then put the counters on the Earth Village Ruffian. You get a 2/2 Vigilance creature that when it dies, you get to scry again.
Derek doing a pretty decent job of showcasing why the Ruffian isn't great in this format.
We surveilled instead of scrying. This went to the yard. It should have been to the bottom.
I think survey.
Yeah, there's several effects in this format that scry or surveil, so it can get confusing when both of those exist.
Yeah.
Both of them.
Go ahead and do it.
I think the card's backwards.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Sure. Just getting everything clean and ready to go.
Yeah, it can matter, right?
Yeah,
Great
absolutely.
graveyards are always a consideration.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Ruffians, they're having a tough go facing down 2-for-1 creatures with 1 power.
All right, Trebuchet now
Okay,
online.
so are we going to see any action here?
Yeah.
The combat doesn't look great for Kenta, but he could just start saying, all right, well,
yeah,
I'll start trading off and get this Trebuchet going, because that is an incentive.
I mean, you could attack with the Ruffians. Actually, choosing not to attack with anything. Oh, excuse me, in combat. Trebuchet down.
This is not going to give Kenta the option of declaring attackers in case he were to do so.
Right, and now Kenta just doesn't have a great attack
now it's
here.
just like, yeah, you got me, go.
Because especially if he's got an Azula Always Lies and attacks with both, I feel like that's going to go very poorly for Kenta.
Right. And Derek does have that, and Kenta may be aware of that.
Yes.
It's hard to say exactly, but...
Could have also just seen it.
That's what I mean.
right.
I meant
Oh, I thought you meant
aware.
like a read of some kind.
No, I meant like aware.
It just literally knows he has the
yeah,
card.
he may have seen it.
That is definitely on the table. I mean, he also resolved the Daily Indoctrination. Don't quite remember all the details of Derek's hand.
That's right. He may just know it outright. Okay, well, he can play a Warden here.
Let's run out the land here.
So
So now he has the ability to loot, but is also representing one of the 3 sold outs that he has in his deck.
Loot? What do you mean? Activate the Warden?
Oh.
He's only 19 activations away.
You know, I didn't consider
He's
that.
so
I'm
close.
just too much of a control gamer, Marshall. I didn't see that line. I didn't see the 19 activations.
Yeah. You got to think long-term, Paul.
Yeah, that's...
You'll figure it out.
Yeah, I'll get there one day.
Oh, Legend of Yang Chen off the top.
All right, and he's got a target for it, but does he wait for Quench? Does he wait till he gets to 7 mana before running this out?
Yeah, I don't know what... It's interesting because, like you mentioned, Kenta did have face-up knowledge of the hand before it was accidentally revealed.
Like, does he just know that those are the 2 cards
Right.
in his hand? If he does, he probably goes for it.
Right, and I can see his notes over there.
Yeah.
But from what I can tell, they're like partially English, partially Japanese.
Right.
So I'm not confident about
Okay.
that. All right, here's the buzzard. But again, he is still playing around Eloquentia somewhat. It's also been multiple turns since then, so unless he knows both of those cards in hand, then one of them could easily
Right.
be Eloquentia. Derek registered 2 and has seen a bunch of cards since.
So Kenta can now decide.
So what's the play here for Kenta? So this
so-
resolves.
Yeah, Derek's laying out the sold out here, but you can cast a sold out kind of anytime. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, doing that. So now you can't sacrifice that as an option.
Okay. So
you-
he can
you
still
also
sacrifice the land.
You can also sacrifice nothing,
Yes.
right?
But you get a card. Like,
yeah, and you get 2 counters.
Right.
If you sack the land,
Yeah, it's
you
got to be
draw a
worth
card
it.
and you get 2 counters.
And you
here.
get the land back anyway.
Yeah.
So he's
Load
going
it
to
to
tap
mana.
it for mana and then
Yep.
sacrifice it.
Finds a land. Okay.
And I think Kenta did know about the sold out because if you look at his notes there,
Yeah.
the English one says sold.
Right.
So,
Probably didn't know about the Azula always lies.
right. And by the
There's
way,
another
right when you
one.
run out of sold outs, there's another one for Derek.
Right.
The issue he has, jokes aside about the Warden, that isn't going to be a reliable win condition for him. And he doesn't have any of his 5 or 6s going right.
I think if you're Derek, you're very interested in that's a 4/4 flyer, right?
Yes.
Just kill it, right?
Kill that thing.
I think you attack, firebending, use the mana kit to sold out, and kill the buzzard here. Oh, but actually
is
doing-
Azula always lies? Oh, if he can't block the Warden though.
Yeah, he can't block the Warden anyways. If he blocks
Then
the corrupt court official, then
he just has to sold out and just gives up a damage.
yeah, I believe so. So I don't know why he's not casting the sold out. Because you can turn the Buzzer Wasp Colony into a 3/3 and turn your corrupt court official into a 2/2.
Right, not quite enough.
What is he hoping for? Like a block on the fortune teller? But even then, it just bounces.
Simply lives. Well, we'll see. Derek's got a plan here.
Yeah. Maybe he thinks he can just sneak damage through.
Oh, no, I bet you he is willing to trade the corrupt court official to get a clue off of sold out.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, no, that's a great call.
A clue is better than the one.
That's a great call. And then now after damage, but still, you can cast a sold out, get the clue. No, you're absolutely correct.
Right.
Yeah. No, that's
It's
a
hard to
great
give
line.
up board state.
Right,
but
I know.
that is, a clue is better than a 1/1 on this
Yeah,
situation
absolutely.
for sure.
And now if you're Kenta, I mean, I think you just go for it here now.
Yeah, there it is. Legend of Yang Chen with 2 mana available. Still respecting the possibility. Does he? Yeah, he'd rather loot from this position. I think the Azula always lies. Or, just crack the clue is good too.
Needs to find sold out number 3. He's used a lot of his removal.
He really has.
2 sold outs,
He
Heartless
does have
Act,
a
and Epic
window here,
Downfall.
though, right, Paul?
Yeah.
Like, the next turn, likely nothing will happen here.
And actually did find a Benevolent River Spirit here.
Okay.
It's a pretty big threat. Now, Kenta does have Swamp Snare Trap.
There goes the drill.
There's the drill. Okay. And now you get to scry 2. Oh, is that a sold out?
Yes.
I think that's a sold out.
That was 100%
The
a sold out.
third copy
Also,
again.
if you're in Kenta's seat, you're like really top immediately.
Oh, man, that is brutal.
And a land off the top.
I mean,
there's no way Kenta can. Your
can't draw
opponent
the
just
cards.
scried 2 to the top.
Yeah, just kept 2 to the top. Oh, that is brutal.
It is very rare to see somebody take advantage of that second mode.
Right.
Which is both players draw 3 and he's doing it.
Yeah, he's going for it. He's like, well, I need more than just my Yang Chen at this point because you topped.
I
right?
think Derek just about jumped out of his seat with that one.
Okay, but now this gives Kenta an opportunity to find an answer to the River Spirit. Can he find a removal spell? Did he find, a Sandbender's, or he has a Swamp Snare Trap already, excuse me. And you do get a 1-mana discount. So if you play
and I
it,
guess that's close enough.
yeah,
is
so
the-
you pay 4 mana, and then you get
I mean,
to
it-
at least nullify it.
It won't kill it, but
Yeah.
yeah. Well, this will help a little bit, but after you just gave your opponent 3 cards, it's and look what he discarded. It'll quench
Yeah,
you.
he's playing around this
He's
thing. I
like,
don't need
and it's
Yeah.
too late in the game for it to be relevant.
All right, so it looks like he's going for the Swamp Snare Trap line here. on the Benevolent River Spirit. And have to pay the Ward 2 on it. Derek already cast the Boomerang basic, because that would be so strong if he was able to pull that off. Right, yeah.
Abandoned Air Temple's nice, but with the board state he has currently, not going to be enough, but that could change very, very quickly.
I mean, this land is just going to be so strong. I mean, we know that the Yang Chen's going to die, right, once it gets to Chapter 3 with the sold out, but hey, Callous Inspector plus Corrupt Court Official and the land, and you're at 16 life, and you dealt with the 4 or 5 flyer on the other side.
Counter.
Okay, get aggressive here. This is an attack for 4.
12.
And I think Derek's going to fire off the sold out. The first opportunity that he gets. If Kenta plays out this Callous Inspector, wouldn't be surprised if he goes in response, try to kill it.
Or respond.
I'll respond.
Yeah.
Good call, Paul.
Don't want that thing to airbend anything. Second spell you cast, you will be able to airbend it. Okay.
Derek Davis working these sold outs.
Yeah, and now we might see Callous Inspector. I don't even know if it's necessarily going to block. Going to just grow it, just so you can block the Platypus Bear. Oh, wow, and there's a Geyser Leaper. I never thought I would say, oh, wow, that's a Geyser Leaper, but I'm saying it here.
That's the end game here for Derek Davis.
It absolutely is.
That is what he needs.
Second.
Windmill Slam, Geyser Leaper, and Kyoshi Battle Fan.
He might slow roll this because he already has a good board, and there is Day of Black Sun and Kenta Harane on his list, which is why he's not just running out the Geyser Leaper immediately.
Yeah, he's going to do it.
Oh, never mind. All right, so Kenta can find the Wrath in his deck here to completely clear the board.
He did the draw 3. Oh, it wasn't the Day of Black Sun, though.
So he still has a little bit of time. You can block, crack the clue. He has to play the Speedle-headed Merchants here.
He's just forced to run it out to try to shore up the ground game a bit.
Right, but the Geyser Leaper, that's a 2-turn clock. He can actually activate that Leaper, too.
And he's going to, because It'll Quench is not really what he wants.
Just main phase activating, possibly? No, not. I think he would rather block and then crack the clue potentially to find a sweeper if that's what he needs, or a removal spell for the flyer.
Untap.
Derek finds a land, so he'll keep It'll Quench it in hand.
Yeah, Geyser Leaper will be able to swing in here. Lots of loots available here as well, and Derek is at a very comfortable 17 life.
Yeah, he has Agna Kellig down there too, right?
Yeah.
So he can definitely churn through his library.
I don't. It doesn't. Like, you could consider moving the fan, but it doesn't really change the clock. And I think every point of mana is pretty relevant, especially with Geyser Leaper on the board. But Derek's going to start. I guess you can choose that or the Leaper. It's the same thing, right? Activating Agnakella. It's the same thing as activating the Geyser Leaper.
Man, Derek really has a knack for getting the absolute most out of these cards. That's been the trend for him the whole weekend.
Yeah. Oh, and he is choosing to move it over here. All right, down to 3.
Kenta says, okay.
Kenta needs to find a removal spell.
A removal spell would go a really long way.
Or
A
the
sweeper
flyer.
would be extra nice, but just killing Geyser Leaper would really buy him some time.
He can crack the land as well. So I don't think he's, if I believe that's a blue-white land.
Oh, that's
Right?
what he's deciding between. Do I need the counters or do I just need the card? He needs the card.
Oh, yeah, he needs a card for sure. If that is a tap land, which I believe it is, he's going to crack that to try to find either the sweeper. I mean, he's got a ton of removal in his deck as well, so I think that's what he's looking to do. But
Oh,
no.
no, he's activating the Air Temple.
Okay, well, he will be able to draw a card off if he attacks with the Beetle-headed Merchants, I suppose.
Oh, sure. he could cash in some clues. So he could get a card and a clue.
Yeah, but now if you sack the land now, that leaves you vulnerable to Idle Quencha.
Actually, it does.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
He's played around it the whole entire time.
And
that's going to do it. Derek Davis finds the win in 3 close games against Kenta Harane and remains undefeated here at the World Championship. How did he get that deck across the line?
I mean, he drew every single copy of Sold Out in his deck. He has 3 in both of the games,
and
right?
Needed all of them.
I mean, even game 1, Kenta had that difficult choice of, what do I do with Chapter 2 of The Legend of Yang Chen? Do I go for the card draw effect, or do I play the numbers? You've already cast 2 of your instant speed removal spells. You only have 1 left.
Right.
I'm going to bet that you don't have it. And he did, and it absolutely was super important for him to actually take that one down.
It really was. Incredible stuff. And it's really interesting, too, to note how well Idle Quencha did that match without being cast.
Right.
Like, Kenta played around it very consistently. And for the most of that match, Derek didn't have it in his hand.
Yeah, I mean, just the threat of that. You know, it's one of those interesting things where if you see one, maybe it's correct to play one main and then just board it out.
I was thinking that too.
Because the heads-up players will often just play around it if they can. So, yeah, I mean, what a match. All of the removal spells, every single one being super important there. And actually, Derek able to beat the Legend of Yang Chen twice in this run.
That's hard to do. Derek Davis improves to 8-0 on his run for maybe a top 8 seed. We're going to keep an eye on that and more as we work our way through the World Championship. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have more at the news desk. Don't go anywhere.
The Magic Spotlight Series returns in 2026. First up is Spotlight the Avatar, happening on January 9th through 11th in Atlanta, Georgia, and Lyon, France. All participants will receive a Day of Black Sun promo card, and top 128 competitors will get a foil version. Can't make it to Atlanta or Lyon? Organizers will live stream the events on their channels with dedicated broadcast teams. Need a TLDR? Coverage highlights will be featured on magic.gg and Play MTG social channels. And you can see the full Magic Spotlight schedule for 2026 on magic.gg/spotlight. Welcome back to Day 2 coverage of World Championship 31, friends, live from Bellevue, Washington. The place where you can catch fish and also the title of World Champion. There's 61 players here in the building. That fish was excited to be caught, which feels kind of cozy in here. There's 162 on day 1. It feels like a large store event, which is very, very different to a normal pro tour. So it's a very cool feel. Marie Bartholdi here at the news desk with Monty Devuti and Riley Knight. Let's check out our leaderboard after 8 rounds of play. 1 round under our belt here on day 2 of competition. Derek Davis remains undefeated. Our overnight leader keeps on winning here at 8-0, pacing the field. 3 players right behind him, though. Jang on 7-1, Tony Portolan on 7-1, and Sam Pardee also on 7-1. Charles Wong there, the hometown hero from Seattle, on 6-2, drafted 5-color soup, which he just loves to do. So I'm happy that he got to draft it here this morning. Arne Huschenbeth currently sitting at 6-2, and Seth Manfield working his way up, the Hall of Famer, up the standings here at 6-2.
And you can see as we head down to the 5-2-1s and the 5-3s, again, plenty of names that people are going to be familiar with here. Javier Dominguez, Shuhei Nakamura amongst the headline acts. Still very much in the conversation for top 8, of course. There's that magic number they're all looking for. 10 wins at this stage is going to get you into the top 8. But a lot of magic left to play, and all of these players at 5-3 or 5-2-1 still very much live for a top 8 berth.
All right, 10, the magic number. That's what we're looking for. Let's get a review of these draft feature pods this morning as well, Riley.
Yes, let's have a look here at what's gone on our feature tables. Of course, the headline act here with Derek Davis still undefeated at 8-0. On this table as well, Tony Portolan 7-1, Sam Pardee 7-1, Ray Jang picking up a win as well, defending their X1 record. Move on and have a look at draft pod number 2 now and see how things are shaping up there. JED 6-2, Javier Dominguez falling down to 5-3, as has Shuhei Nakamura. Good to see the Aussie still in the conversation though. Sean Henry still in the conversation for Player of the Year, this young fella. So we'll see how he goes. James Moore also on 5-3 there. Draft pod number 3. Some big names, of course, spread throughout our top tables here. And we've got Chris Patello sitting on 5-3, Anna Huschenbeth on 6-2, and another Aussie. Oh, look at this, 6-2, as is Kenta Masukado from 6-2, who from memory was also a regional champion in the Japan-Korea region. And finally, draft pod number 4 here as we headed down all the way to the likes of Seth Manfield and Yoshihiko Ikawa. Seth Manfield, 6-2. He was towards the bottom of the 5-2s there, so he's got some work to do to get back into it, but at 6-2, looking very, very good here. Yoshihiko Ikawa, 4-3-1. And we'll keep you abreast of any further, well, as though there aren't going to be any. Of course, there are going to be further developments, and we'll let you know as they arrive. A lot of players will be very much hoping to protect and continue their winning records as we head towards that top 8 cut at the end of the day, Maria.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Riley, for that draft pod roundup. Derek Davis remains undefeated, the lone undefeated player in our field. Talked to Cedric after his huge win last round.
Derek, you are still undefeated, still at the top of the standings. I gotta ask, World Championship, was this your expectation coming in?
I expected to do well in Constructed. I was hopeful that I would do well in Limited. So 4-0 win Limited, over the moon about that for sure. Just got to keep it going.
You are a featured drafter. How do you feel about the draft? You opened a very good card, but after that, how did you feel and how are you feeling now?
It was weird. I obviously loved the first pick. Had a weird pick between a white and a blue card, pick 2, and those are the 2 color pairs I like the most. I like Orzhov and Jameer quite a bit. I feel like black is very deep and it's very easy to find a lane there. As the draft went on, late in pack 2, started seeing a lot more good white cards late. and kind of had regrets as far as where I was. But overall, very happy. Was able to cobble enough creatures together just in time for the end of the draft to put together a pretty solid deck, in my opinion.
Well, it is clearly solid enough. A win, still on the top of the leaderboard. Derek Davis, everybody.
We've been talking to some of our teams all weekend long, Cedric Phillips has. And one team he checked in with was Team Cosmos Heavy Play about their preparation for draft. What does a big team do to make sure their players are ready on day one of a tournament to play limited? Let's find out.
Limited is such an important part of a tournament like the World Championships, so I wanted to learn more about how a team like Team Cosmos Heavy Play gets ready. Nothing like joining the captain of the team, Anthony Lee, to tell us more about it. Anthony, tell us about how your team got ready for this event.
All right, so our particular approach for this event, and I think in general, is that I wanted to combine world-class data experts with world-class Magic players. I feel that there's not a ton of overlap in that usually, but by combining them, which is, I guess, what a team does, we could really get something special there. So in particular, we recruited David Rood, who I think is an amazing limited player. He lives and breathes draft specifically, and he has such a brilliant way of cutting down everything in a way that is easily understandable. He really just gets straight to grips with what matters in a limited format. And with Sirkovitz, for those who don't know, who hosts the Magic Numbers podcast, and he a great fan of 17 Lands Data, which I'm sure that you've all heard about. And having those two minds combine gives us all kinds of perspective on limited, I think. And we have in between Mark Anderson, who features on Quarter Call's set reviews, and he is a nice balance of both understanding data and being a fantastic Magic player. That's not to suggest that Sirkovitz is not a fantastic Magic player, but he is one of the best in the world in data, right? He is a genuine data academic, and we have World Championship competitors. So combining all of those really gives us what I hope to be a big edge in limited.
That's certainly an innovative approach, so that should be fun to watch how that kind of unfolds. So you got your approach. Now let's talk about team meetings, which historically are these very long, grinding things that teams do right before it's time to get ready for these things. How do you guys approach those?
Well, I think the traditional team limited meeting, that you and I might have known from years back, would be to sit through a grueling 6-hour session where we go over every card. But Magic's different nowadays, draft is different nowadays, and the necessity of communicating basic information to everybody is much less now, I think. I expect people to kind of done the readings before they come to class, so we can get into the real deep things. So I don't need to tell you if a card is good. You can look that up yourself, and you can have done so many drafts before we have these meetings. But we can talk about how the archetypes really work at the very deepest level, how they interact with each other, what matters, what changes. We can be really context sensitive with our analysis, and I think that's the real value of these meetings where we come together. So yeah, I think meetings nowadays can be a lot more efficient than they used to be because we have so much a much higher baseline knowledge.
So we combine data with limited masters. We have shorter but more efficient meetings. And now you apply that to this tournament. What were your findings? How ready are you?
Well, I hope we're ready. But the biggest takeaway that we had, I think everybody kind of agrees on the baseline things, like the best colors are white and blue, for example, and the weakest color is black. But it's not to a huge degree. I think people tend to overstate these things, and I do think they're a little bit overstated. White is a bit better and black is a bit worse, but it's not huge. The biggest thing for us was how important the gameplay was and really getting into the details of the games. And more so than most limited formats that I remember recently, the small decisions can really cost you later. So which land you earthbend might end up mattering. Like, which one you earthbend on turn 4 might end up costing you on turn 8 when it changes, like which mana you have up, or like which house the sizing matters a lot. So earthbend 2, like do you earthbend onto your existing creature, like is 2/2/2s, or is 1/4/4 better? Not clear, but it's that stuff that makes Magic really interesting, the questions that aren't clear. And I think Avatar Limited has so many of those gameplay decisions that aren't really clear, and you're not going to find out for a little while inside the game, that I really love it. And I think that's what matters the most in this limited format.
Well, we are looking forward to watching your team play. Thank you so much for teaching a little more about limited.
Thank you very much.
Before the tournament, we asked all of our players what some words of wisdom were that they were given in their career that have stuck with them. It's time now for our next set of words of wisdom. So what have you got to kick it off for us, Monty?
Okay. Be willing to play any deck in testing. it makes you a much better teammate in the long run.
I love that. I won't do it, but I love it. What about you, Riley?
Well, this is another piece of advice that may not be actionable for everyone here. I was telling a bad beat story once and I had a friend tell me that I was tilting. It really drove home that feeling bad about that kind of thing just isn't a part of what matters. Now, will this stop people from telling bad beat stories?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. But the sentiment's very nice all the same.
Yes. And finally, ask questions, even if they look silly in your head. If you can't answer them by yourself in a reasonable time frame, they are worth asking regardless of how they make you look. I love that one personally. Don't be afraid to ask questions if you just need an answer, even if you feel silly. Even in Magic. Let's take a look at our next feature match here in the feature match area. Who will be battling in draft here this morning? Derek Davis, the lone undefeated player, up against Sam Pardee, the man looking to take him down. One top finish to Derek's name, 6 for Sam Pardee. There's a look at Derek Davis here. Top 8 at a Pro Tour Phyrexia in 2023 on Team Worldly Council.
And as we have a look at the stats, they tell an interesting story. A fair few trophy drafts here for Derek Davis. He's already picked up 2. And will obviously be chasing. Well, I'm not sure if this includes the one yesterday. It might now be 3. But what really intrigues me here is once again the consistency. 11 events, 10 day 2s. So Derek Davis, well and truly a very consistent and a very strong performer at the highest level.
Up against Sam Pardee, your Strixhaven champion in 2021, finalist at Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3 in 2024, Team TCG player.
Once again, we see someone who has been at 11 of these events and has day 2'd 10 of them, and an incredible win rate here for Sam Pardee as well. 63.5% overall win rate in Limited. A really, really strong contender. This is a bloke that we all know very well. The numbers bear out this guy's skill at the game. So we've got a real battle on our hands this time around, Maria.
All right, there's a look at the players, but what about their draft decks? Monty, talk to me.
Okay, well, we're going to start with Derek Davis's list. Of course, we saw him draft this deck. This is the blue-black deck that he was able to draft, and honestly, this deck is awkward. He said it didn't go great. He does have the Fire Nation Drill. That is a massive bomb, one of the best cards in the format. Excellent to have. There's a lot of removal here, but the big issue for me is that the creature suite is just awkward. He's playing cards like Geyser Leaper to try to bring it together, and he's very heavily relying on that removal, which does get you a long way, but it's just clunky. And I think that was the feeling that Paul and Marshall had during the draft, and that's how Derek feels as well. Now, as for Sam Pardee's deck, I love this deck. There's a lot of creatures, the curve a little higher than you would like, but in terms of bombs, you have 2 copy of Suki here in this deck, as well as an Avatar's Wrath, which can be an absolute beating, and the rest of the deck is just removal and pump spells and just allowing you to continue putting on pressure turn after turn after turn. I think this deck is excellent, and I think Sam is in a really good spot here in this draft, which bodes well for him considering how much he loves this constructed deck.
Absolutely. So you're down against 20 activations of Vindictive Warden?
Yeah. Not feeling it.
Hey, never say never. It could happen. Although 3 Yip Yips looks pretty good. I'm going to pass that on over to Ailey and Corey. Yip Yip, take it away.
You know what they say, you better throw an extra yip in there because we got to move. And I have a feeling that we're going to see plenty of that with this Boros deck that Sam Pardee has concocted. This looks exactly like the deck I want to be playing, Corey.
Oh, yeah. I mean, multiple really powerful rares, multiple signpost uncommons, great removal, Team Avatar being one of the most versatile cards. So, yeah, you got to love Sam's chances. But, hey, that's why we play the games. Anything can happen.
Absolutely. Derek Davis, our lone undefeated player here at the World Championship, is going to be looking to run it back once again and see if he can 3-0 yet another draft, but he's going to have to get through our Strixhaven champion. And let me tell you, Sam Pardee knows a lot about lessons and learning, so it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, absolutely. Playing lessons both in his constructed deck and tournament he won and his limited deck here. Looks great, and both of these players are just the epitome of consistency. They day 2'd every single pro event for this year, and both have crazy streaks of, day 2ing 10 out of 11 events and
They're
such.
practically part of the furniture on day 2, you know?
Yeah,
if you don't see them here, you're like, wait, where are they? They're supposed to be here, you know?
Exactly.
It's kind of like how we... it's kind of like how we felt about John Emmanuel Duprat in one point in like the online era into tabletop again. It's just JED was always there. It's not a top 8 unless JED is there.
Very true.
But now we are chatting about Sam Pardee and Derek Davis, both players looking to get to that magic 10th win to lock up their top 8 here. If they can do that before the final round of competition today, they're in the top 8.
So Sam has a nice start, 2-drop into one of your rares. That is kind of exactly what you want. Suki here coming down to boost up the team, but a lot of land. So Sam really needs a follow-up here. If he can top deck Sun Warrior or something like that, it would be excellent, but otherwise he just has lands and 1 removal spell in hand. So looking for the top of the deck to be a little kind to him, and he'll be in a great spot. But Derek's also flooded.
Is indeed. Plenty of swamps there, has 2 pieces of removal, and really wants to prioritize getting Suki off the battlefield first, because if anything else leaves, any other permanent that they control, that Sam controls, leaves, another 1/1 hits the board in its place. So.
Yep, exactly. So gonna be looking to use that Heartless Act on it, I imagine.
Certainly wants to deal with Suki, who is incredibly powerful in this shell.
Yeah, just great stats.
Great toughness, great toughness, just pumps up the team. You know, the Wandering Musicians do a decent impression of her, but here we will see the Heartless Act to take care of that. Just taking 2 points of damage from the Deserter.
And Derek could play that very defensive, not really any kind of protection spell in Sam's list. Open deck list, of course. And at least Sam did find a follow-up here, some creature with power and toughness to get on the board. Really needed at this stage, but still not ideal by any means.
Pretending Poxbearer, a great card. If it dies, you're not too sad about it because it does replace itself, kind of. But I will say, when we saw Derek Davis drafting, it was just removal. And I don't know if he has enough removal to deal with all of the powerful creatures that Sam Pardee's packing.
Yeah, for sure. Bunch of sold outs. That's going to be great against Poxbearers. But yeah, needs to find some stuff.
Path to Redemption, Sunblessed Peak in hand now for Sam Pardee. So a great way to prevent Earth Village Ruffians from earthbending a land when it dies.
Yeah, and the land, you know, if you're going to top deck a land, that's the best one, at least to be able to cycle it. But, yeah, at this point, Sam just doesn't have enough pressure. Already debating, should you be just targeting your two power creature here and just getting in some unblockable damage. But Derek's winning the race at this point and still has some gas in the tank.
Yes. Okay. No blocky for you. Keep turning things sideways. This is the Boros way. We're going to see the Corrupt Court official jump in the way there of the Poxbearer, and a 1/1 will return in its place.
Go.
Sunblessed Peak. Land now for Sam Pardee. He'll be able to draw an extra card a little later. Hopefully the top of the deck is kind to him and he doesn't have to spend an entire turn just activating that ability.
And honestly, if you do activate that ability, Derek has kind of a nice little counter here. You can Azula Always Lies to kill your own creature to be able to Earthbend 2 and put a counter on your own creature. Not so bad. I mean, you do kind of get to upgrade. You essentially get 3 power for that. So
yeah, you know that
Sam taps out for that. That's probably what we're going to see.
We've seen a couple of times where players will target their own stuff with pieces of removal just to either prevent an exile, to ensure they get a dies effect. So yeah, I kind of like that line.
Yeah.
Let's see if he does it.
Ooh. Yeah, it looks like he's doing it proactively.
Nice.
Here for the counter, here for the -1/-1.
Smart.
Okay.
Yeah, Sam
smart play for smart players.
That does say any creature, not a creature your opponent controls, as it's very commonly used. But I mean, this is a great way to put, you know, a nice bit of power on. Now it's really just going to come down to whose top of the deck is a little bit nicer to them.
You know what? I always wonder if the designers at Wizards that make these cards, if they ever sit there and go, come on, do this one cool edge case interaction, and then go, yeah, because it's like their bingo sheet, right? Like, did the players figure out what else was intended for these cards when I created them?
Exactly, and what was fun, what was cool, you know, I guarantee they look for that kind of stuff.
So Deserter's Disciple, squeaking through the 1/1 for point of damage there against Derek, who goes down to 12. Sam sitting at 15. What's the follow-up here? Ooh, okay, Deadly Precision. I kind of don't want to give up the Menace creature here, though.
Yeah, no, if anything,
like
you
it
pay
yet.
5 if you want to just, you know, do that the old-fashioned way. I was going to be curious if Derek was even going to save that as he's winning the race here, maybe save it for something like Sun Warriors, but decides to just be mana efficient and hope the top of his deck can find more removal spells for something more impactful like, hey, like both of those cards. So Derek could regret that play right there. That could have been the turning point. If Derek's top of the deck is not really too kind to him from here.
Yeah, maybe he was a little too hasty with that deadly precision because Sun Warriors, I have had my butt kicked by this card too many times.
Card is great. It snowballs out of control. You know, you can firebend, put the trigger on the stack, then activate, you know, to get that extra firebending. And that is the perfect kind of card right now to just get Sam right back into this game. And especially against a deck like Derek's that has just, you know, 7 spot removal spells. An army of 1/1s is exactly what you don't want to fight against.
No. I mean, there was no sweeper at all for Derek. I mean, what did we find? Wartime Protesters? Are you kidding me?
Okay.
Oh, baby, we are going. Now they're 2/2s.
Yeah.
They're 2/2s when Sun Warriors activates.
So you get to attack, you get to Firebend 3, you get to make a token. It won't be able to attack, of course, since combat's already going. But yeah, you're right. Getting a 2/2 here is going to be very nice.
Wartime Protesters, whenever another ally enters, +1/+1 counter and haste. Haste is irrelevant, but let me tell you, an extra counter on a creature ain't.
Yeah, and haste won't be irrelevant, you know, a little bit later, that's for sure.
I think Derek Davis is in danger.
I would think so, too. We did get to draw that extra card. And I think technically Sam's land should be tapped there, right, to pay 5.
He had 3?
Yeah. He firebent 3, but, I mean, not going to be using his mana. Probably not going to matter at all, but... Yeah, there we go.
There you go. Derek's on it. He's got it.
Derek heard me.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. I mean, now we have one answer, but... You know, you still would be thinking, hey, if I could have, you know, this other removal spell for your other bomb that's in play.
Yeah, I mean, Water Tribe Captain has haste now. It's 4 power. Sure, you don't get the team to pump, but I mean, this 2/2, what's it gonna do?
Yeah, and now you got Jang's Deserter. That will get haste as well.
That's the Water Tribe Captain. Oh, yeah, and Jang in hand. Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
Crikey.
And the way Derek Davis said that, yep. That kind of says it all.
Yeah, that shake of the head there, head in the hand.
And I don't think even holding that removal spell to get, you know, one of the other creatures would even really matter here. Derek just flooded a little bit too much, and Sam drew some nice stuff at the top when it mattered.
Yeah, for sure. You know, probably inevitable anyway, just with what we saw after that deadly precision decision. That rhymed.
There you go.
And that land's going to get dead, and Derek Davis is going to go down to 1. Top of the deck, anything handy? Not at all. Let's go to game number 2.
Yeah, no sweepers or anything for Derek, so no real way to come back. And I think after this game, Derek has to just be thinking, I need to save a removal spell for Sun Warriors. Sun Warriors seems like the counter to Derek Davis's deck right now.
Absolutely. Like, yeah, single spot removal is great, but if you can't kill the thing that's just pooping out a bunch of creatures, you're going to be in big danger. So let's get things underway here. Take a look at the opening hands for our players. Treetop Freedom Fighters, Invasion Reinforcements, yep, Avatar Enthusiasts. Oh my god, those enthusiasts are going to be enormous.
Yeah, but no third land, it looks like right now from Sam. So if the top is a mountain here, I really love his chances. If not so great here. Didn't look like it. So this is a turn where... Oh, okay. All right.
It's just hiding.
Just hiding.
Yeah.
Now this is great. I mean, just being able to go Enthusiasts or Water Tribe Captain. Now, Sam is aware that there is 2 It'll Quenches in there, so you do have to kind of dance around that, but there's no world where he just doesn't play one of his 3 drops
absolutely
here.
Not. You just jam. I mean, yeah, go for the Enthusiast. That's the thing you really don't mind losing too much, considering anything that goes tall is going to get targeted.
Wow. Okay, shows what we know. I mean, in hindsight, if Sam had the perfect eagle eye that we had as well, he would have jammed for sure. But, you know, being able to tax Derek Davis's mana if a quench is available is still a nice play.
Yep. Still a mountain.
He's being patient.
He is. I mean, these 2 little idiots on the board here, as Cedric likes to call them, they're just chipping in 2 points of damage each time. So the more mana Sam has to work with, the better it is for him in the long run.
Yeah, I mean, this is perfect for Derek, though. Like, Derek is loving this aggressive deck, not playing things.
Just that threat of an It'll Quench is enough to keep the best players in the world at bay.
Yeah. And I mean, hey, this is the joy of open deck list Magic. You know, like there's advantages, disadvantages to it, but open deck list, you get the good players play around everything.
Yep.
And, you know, the even better players just try to represent something, even if they don't have it.
Avatar Enthusiast taken care of, sold out there.
Okay. Target there.
And Jung's Deserters targets the token, in for 3. Another sold out. Yep. Take care of that.
And I'm curious how many Yip Yips are going to be left in Sam's deck as well. Like, with so much instant speed spot removal from Derek, it can be a bit of a liability. But it's still a phenomenal card, of course.
It's clean removal, too, you know, like, it's just destroy. It's not target creature gets --, or deal 3 damage, or anything like that.
Yeah, it's all clean. Point, that creature is dead, or exiled.
Oh, Benevolent River Spirit. Extremely costly. 2-drop, but very powerful. And a good blocker against all these little idiots running around here.
And not a lot of removal. Not a lot of removal for that card in general from Sam's deck. You kind of just have to go over it.
Where are the mountains?
Yeah, this is getting a little brutal because the Avatar's Wrath, perfectly reasonable. It's gonna allow one big attack, but wow, the Fire Nation off the top is such a devastating card.
Drill, hell yeah.
Statistically, it's one of the best rares in the entire set.
I think it is the best rare in the
set. I think it's second. I believe it was the Black Avatar Wrath. The Black
Okay, well,
Legend,
that's a mythic, yeah. Rise of Sozin. In terms of just like
so you're
rares,
right. Best
yes.
rares.
Best rare. We can argue pedantics.
And we will.
We will.
But yeah, an incredible card. Just 4 mana, kill anything when it comes into play, and leave around a phenomenal body attached to a vehicle.
Vroom, vroom.
The only time I had it, I got to take down a Coma, which my opponent played, and I actually beat Coma right there.
You got to use it second text?
I sure did. They started sacking the coils and then realized their big mistake.
It's like the line of text on Shadow Spear.
Yeah, exactly.
People always forget about it. Deadly Precision taking down the captain, taking a damage, and a clue created here for Derek Davis. Yeah, so able to keep this board from advancing just for a little while.
Yeah, and mostly just to draw a card.
Yeah.
You know, right now, Derek needs to find something to kind of help close out the game. Of course, this flyer is great, but finding a Geyser Leaper or something would be excellent.
Yes.
Dab it. Dab it.
Go ahead.
Not a big deal.
It's not even a downside to tap it. Because you don't want to use this as a blocker. You want to smash, man. It's got trample. It's a 6/3, people.
Oh. Yep. Wow, no red mana out of all these draws. And, I mean, Sam does favor white sources, but not by a lot. It's a 7/9 mana base with a peak. So, I mean, this is a statistical kind of an anomaly here that's really unfortunate for Sam.
Hey, maybe he doesn't even need white mana. Red mana in this game. Who knows? We'll see. Down to 10, though. Corrupt Court Official is going to help alleviate some of the red stress in hand there for Sam Pardee as Vindictive Warden gets chucked into the bin.
Avatar's Wrath continues to show its absolute awkwardness. You know, it says Wrath. It is not a Wrath. It is a very different card. It's more of a proactive card to kind of shut the door when you're ahead or kind of at parity. It's going to be good. But
Avatar's Bounce.
Pretty much, yeah. Like, even here, if you Avatar's Wrath, like, you don't even get the Fire Drill. Your opponent has come into play abilities. Maybe Derek could actually crew in response if he wants the fire.
I know no one likes, Destined Confrontation, but sometimes I think that card is better than the Avatar's Wrath.
Which one's that?
That one's you pick 4 power amongst your creatures and then sack the rest.
Yeah.
That at least removes things permanently.
Yeah, I'm not a huge Avatar's Wrath fan, but...
Oh, Canyon Crawler. Hey, buddy, makes a food. It's gonna get crude. Whee! Yep. Block some damage there. Drill dies. Down to 2 goes Sam Pardee. Red mana? Yes?
Yeah, gonna look pretty difficult from here.
Wrath doesn't even help here because Derek can just pick a creature. No, Sam picks a creature.
Yeah.
But
just nothing to be done. Not a real close game there, that's for sure. Hopefully we get a solid game 3 between these two great players.
yeah, let's hope for it. Derek Davis would love to remain undefeated, bringing him one win closer to that top 10, or excuse me, 10th win that he needs to lock up a spot in the top 8. Sam Pardee is going to try and ruin his fun.
Yep. All right, both hands looking great. I mean, Sam has red mana this time, so that is awesome. And this is great. Being able to put 2 bodies into play and then follow it up with Suki, that's kind of the ideal draw here. Attack for 4 on turn 3 is excellent.
Yeah, but Derek does have the blockers that he's not afraid to use, so
yeah,
he's got a good answer to the impending Suki here.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. Two for ones, essentially.
Yeah.
Derek is going to be plenty fine with these blocks. You know, the only thing is you do get that token.
Keeping the creatures, nice.
It makes sense. You kind of want to kill Suki first and then block.
True. Otherwise, you just have the same problem next turn.
Pretty much, yep.
Sold out in hand, too expensive to play now. Azula always lies. That's not going to help.
Yeah, we're really...
Boomerang basics.
That feels pretty bad. I think what we're probably going to see here is just Boomerang basics on your own 2-mana 1/1 here on the Corrupt Court Official,
yeah.
and then just replay it. Just try to hit land 4 so you can then deal with Suki. Take another huge hit of 6.
Sure.
But
That's
no.
Bear.
Oh, and you really wanted one of those lands too, so.
Boo.
I think especially if we don't draw land 4, Derek would love to have that play back to be able to kind of do what I suggested there, but Boomerang Basics is, of course, a phenomenal card that you would love to save for, I don't know, bouncing the Fire Nation drill, for instance. That's a solid one.
So much value. So much destruction.
So now Team Avatar, you have the choice to just play it, you know, which maybe it doesn't get played as often. You most of the time just discard it to, be an instant speed removal spell. But, playing it here actually looks pretty solid.
Oh, this is nice. Trying to entice a triple block here on Suki. Oh, and you can see Derek's just like, I know you're up to no good here.
Yeah. And no tricks at 1 mana available in Derek's deck. And Sam, Derek knows about 3 yip-yips, so it's just impossible to get into combat here with Sam Pardee.
You want to chump it? Sure.
And and that's the thing is, blocking on these is just kind of free because they replace themselves anyways. So most of the time you don't send in your 2/2/1s against a 2/3, but with Suki's ability, it's free.
Yeah. I'm back. Tis but a scratch.
Does have the Sandbender Storm. That looks to be sided in from Sam. I'm wondering if he did trim on some cards like Yip Yip.
Yeah, possibly for either an extra body on board or to kill the Canyon Crawler.
3 cards.
It's really the only big threat.
Yeah.
Oh, I suppose on the Benevolent River Spirit's a target for it too.
Yeah, and the River Spirit did kind of, take over.
It was a bit of a wall, yeah.
Yeah. Sam wasn't exactly, his deck wasn't playing fair, but... And now, it does look so much worse. Obviously, hindsight's 20/20, but being able to top deck one of those islands or both of those islands and just sold out on Suki would have worked out so much better for Derek here.
Yeah.
Plus, it would have got an extra card out of Sam's hand. I would have definitely made that play.
3-powered land joins Team Avatar here for Sam Pardee.
Oh.
Wartime Protesters.
Okay, solid. No land 4. I guess you do have land 4.
Yeah.
It is your 3/3, so that is definitely tempting, but Sam should be very aware of the Azula Always Lies available and ready to go.
Wartime Protesters, powerful 4/4 with haste. That card is kind of busted, honestly.
It really is good. So here is just a free attack from Sam. No matter what, this 2/1 can get blocked by the 2/3, but then it comes back as a 3/2. with the counter. So I think Derek just said, I hate this, right?
Yeah, I'm with you there, bud. This is not a great spot to be in.
Yeah.
On the back foot against the aggressive deck that's just continually drawing gas.
And just another Azula always lies off the top. That minor decision on turn 3 has just wrecked him so bad.
Can't even string together 2 spells in one go here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's rough.
That's always how it works. You need a land, you know, and then you mill 2 cards, you draw a non-land, or you don't need a land. You mill your 2 spells, then you draw a land.
You know, if I have Graveyard Recursion in my hand, then sure, I will mill. I like the Ostrich Horse a little more just because it gets you something back if you're missing a land, for example, but, ooh, boy, that's not fun.
And the Treetop Freedom Fighters coming down, boosting up both of these creatures.
Yeah. A token coming and a counter coming on one of the tokens.
Do you think our cards in hand person is favoring anyone in this match?
I would say the top player.
Yeah, I think you'd be right. Yeah.
It's not looking good here for our undefeated hero, Derek Davis. What does he get? I mean, yeah, what gets him out of this predicament?
Yeah, because now you're running into 2 problems here. You know, you have to. I mean, the Azula always lies, just kind of bricked here. Didn't actually kill anything. Yip Yips have looked incredible, and now if you draw land from Derek Davis, sold out on either of the rares is okay, but there is still just too much damage coming back from the other side. This is looking like.
Has he triple blocked? Have we blocked yet or no?
No, they haven't attacked yet. That was just tapping it for Yip Yip, but.
Right.
The blocks are not going to be that great, and, you know, yeah, just a really rough spot here for Derek Davis. Might be picking up his first loss of the tournament.
It's feeling very much like that the longer this game goes, and you can see Derek is thinking, what the hell do I need to draw to get me out of this? The 4th land would have been super helpful, but yeah, just the continual stream of gas here for Sam Pardee, the wartime protesters, Suki replacing anything that gets removed. Like, that's just too much to overcome.
Yeah, and who knows if we drew those lands, if this would have still went in Derek's favor. It would have helped for sure.
Yeah, it would have helped. Sold out on Suki, that would have been the first step. Like, cool, get out of here.
But Sam's draw is great. Sam's deck is great.
This deck is sick.
And of course, he's played it very well. He's run the numbers and figured that, sure, you can block and kill one of these rares.
Yeah.
But the cost is worth it.
That one's flying because it's an ally, right? Yep.
I think you're actually just dead. Yeah, that's. I want to do my math real quick.
Yeah, let me do my math. Don't just tell me I'm dead. I wish to confirm.
Yeah, don't trust your opponent if they say, you're dead.
You count.
I would probably trust Sam Pardee that he ran the math correctly. But wow, just an incredible game here played by Sam. Just deck working.
I mean,
on all
theoretically, he's at 9 anyway because of the Callous Inspector. Would have to block and would die, so.
Yeah, and remember that the one creature is Yip Yip, so it's +2/+2, but -1 from the Azula always lies, so +1/+1 and flying.
1, 2, 3, 4.
8. That would be going to 2.
6. 7 in theory. Down to 3.
Yep, those are my blocks.
That's a quick question. One of the items came in this turn, right?
It has haste from this. Right, okay. Okay, so yeah.
Judge
you're
is
going
just
to
making
2
sure,
after
of
your
course.
trigger resolves. I'm getting a Suki trigger and a Wartime Protesters trigger on that.
Yes.
This one died. This was not replaced by anything, and that's that. You can go. Yeah, and you have a clue.
Yeah, I need triggers once per turn, yeah.
Yep, exactly. And now, like, you can...
That's the one. That's what you need.
Whoa, length 4. You're very late.
Yeah. And then sold out to deal with one thread, just nowhere near enough to come back here.
Whoa. Man. Oh, to have a Day of the Black Sun for Derek Davis. Oh, to have land number 4 on time.
You know,
Sam Pardee brings undefeated streak to an end.
Derek Davis still sitting great. X and 1 here, where 10 is the magic number. You can still just win, 2 of your next 6 rounds and still be into the top 8. So both players, co-tournament leaders basically, and still looking absolutely great for the rest of the event.
Yeah, and Sam Pardee, a super great competitor, you know, always cool, calm, and collected. Such a gentleman to play against as well. So it's going to be cool to see them maybe duke it out a little bit later in the constructed rounds.
I always love Sam Pardee. I remember an interview he did once, and he's just like, I have the great luxury of just never being nervous playing a match of Magic. And I'm like, I wish that was me. At a pro tour in the feature match area, I was always...
Can we get like lessons from him? We can maybe be the non-nervous master.
I think he's a little busy right now, but maybe after the tournament.
Maybe afterwards. Okay. We got another match to show you, friendos. We're going to jump into Jang versus Tony Portolan, our leader currently in the Player of the Year race. Both of our players are at 7-1. We're joining the game where Portolan has picked up game number 1 in about 13-ish minute matchup so far. So let's see how this one plays out and if Tony can make it all the more difficult for those not so hot on his heels anymore to catch him.
And Tony's got a nice little Naya deck here, headline with Toph, Hard-Headed Teacher, a couple Iroh's demonstration, and even having some tea here with Iroh the Tea Master with three lightning strikes here.
I just saw that. I'm like, oh, things are gonna die.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Jang playing an Esper list. Looks like mostly blue-black, splashing white for just Razor Rings.
Okay.
Just basically saying, I need some removal here, and then also has the Fire Nation Drill to headline this deck for them.
Yeah, Fire Nation Drill is sweet. I see Hama the Bloodbender. That card has killed me several times. Boiling Rock Rioter. That's a pretty sweet card, too. And then Spirit Water Revival. If the game goes real long, well, put everything from your graveyard back in the deck.
Yeah, definitely got to give the advantage, I would say, to Tony, even if they were not already in game 2. Tony's deck looks really, really nice here.
So we see trades happening here and an exchanging of tokens. Love to see it. This Geezer Leaper jumping down on the board. We also have the Waterbending Scroll for Ray. So the more islands that are available to them, the cheaper the card draw will be, which I love that card in the late game.
I absolutely love it as well. Not so great when you only have one island, I'll tell you that. But I did see Ray does have the Fire Nation Drill in hand. So that is excellent to be able to deal with this 4-2.
Yeah.
If they so choose.
I think that Ostrich is not long for this world. But let's see where Ray goes with their turn. Yep, it is indeed the Drill. Drill should be tapped to kill off that Ostrich horse. And in for, how big is that guy? It's a 3 power? The Geezer Leaper?
Switches up if you need it to, then switches to
yes,
a 5
it's a flexible
power.
waterbender, excuse me.
Absolutely. And both these players teammates. Both of them on Sanctum, as well as both playing Teamer Otters. Jang is definitely one of the original Teamer Otters players.
The first time those decks made an appearance, like, it was Ray.
Yeah.
Ray all over that.
Absolutely.
And, I'm pretty sure they made it into a couple top 8s with that list too.
Yeah, they sure did. And even, on some of the other spotlight events, RCs, stuff like that. So always fun to watch the Master at work.
Combo for the sake of combo, I'm telling you.
Such a great name. Such a great name.
Iroh. This card also has beaten me many times because it just gives me presence and then makes creatures, and then I'm sad about it. Iroh Tea Master, if you're flooding, it's a great thing to just give your opponent some mana because in the late game, more mana really doesn't hurt. So
Yeah, very solid card. Nothing, absolute bomb level like the Fire Nation Drill, but very solid.
Iroh is probably one of my favorite characters in the series.
Has to be.
He's so cool.
Absolutely hilarious, too.
Crewing up the big old Drill now is 6-3.
And any kind of disruption from Ray to push through damage to get this Fire Nation Drill out.
Ruinous Waterbending is going to do it.
That will be quite nice.
All right, so everything's getting -2/-2. Yeah.
That's going to be a sweeper on Tony's side. Ray's going to just lose a 1-1. Then you're going to be able to still get a nice attack in for 4. Yep. Yeah. But still great. Ray left with the only creature plus a near unbeatable vehicle.
What do you mean? Just play artifact removal.
And just look at that mana base there from Ray.
Yeah,
look at that mana base. We need I want to see a forest played next turn. Just really get it all in there, every color.
I think that mountain. Oh, that mountain came from Tony.
Yeah,
I was about to say that mountain wasn't in the sideboard.
Yeah,
no, that definitely came from Tony off of Iroh Tea Master. So, okay, what do we got here? One whole critter for Tony. It's going to do its best job to block this flexible waterbender.
And both these players looking great with their chances to be able to make it to the top 8. One of these players is only going to need to win 2 more rounds after this.
Ooh, Seismic Sense.
Seismic Sense
Ooh,
to find Toph, I believe, is very, very flavorful.
Yeah.
And I did see Toph in there. I didn't see the rest of the cards, but that's no matter what, a phenomenal option.
Yeah, there was Toph. There was Iroh's Demonstration, which doesn't really do all too much against a 2-5.
Yeah. And I will say, you know, Toph is usually better in that teamer style of Lessons deck, but still just totally fine whenever you're bringing back any removal spell. Even just getting back Seismic Sense is extremely flavorful. But looks like we might have just got the Abandoned Air Temple, which also just incredible. I mean, we saw it at work in the last round.
Yeah, that
from Kenta.
card is so good.
For the cost of a land.
Yeah.
Giving me Gavany Township vibes, that's for sure.
The drill is fired up once again and continues on its path of destruction here. Tony Portolan's going to put the Yuyan archers in the way to hopefully kill it, but still 5, 6, 7 damage coming through unless Ray's got enough to flip the power and toughness there.
Yeah, probably
4.
won't there. I mean, no matter what, it's going to be 5, 6, 7, and then looks like Ray is leaving available Katara to just be able to draw a card here.
Yeah. I mean, what removal or
Lightning Strike. If you switched it, it could have been extremely bad.
Yeah.
So Ray
Heads
could have
up
win
play
for the
there.
win.
Yeah,
there.
for sure.
Could have win for the win, but instead was just like, you know, if you have Lightning Strike, this is one way I actually lose.
Yeah. Oh, Boomy Bash. Right on time. That'll kill 2-5.
Now I still definitely favor the person that gets to draw 2 cards every single turn and has their opponent at 3 life here.
Yeah, 3 versus 23.
Yeah.
Tony's got this in the bag, man.
exactly. Now this is where the scroll really starts, you know, taking over a game.
Love a good card draw engine. Oh, speaking of, bit of work. Going to pop up this Rumble Arena. It has Vigilance. It has Vigilance. Thank you. It attacks.
I lose to that card so often.
And we get to draw a card now for Tony. So Tony doing a decent job here of protecting his face and drawing some extra cards.
A solid play. I mean, right now, that's exactly what Tony needs. You need pressure. But, speaking of cards I lose to all the time.
Yeah.
I need to mill 3 right there.
Oh, Jet.
Mill
Okay.
3.
That could have been so much worse.
And then Lightning Strike for the win here. That was awesome. What a way to end that game.
Oh, my. Yeah, just grabbing anything out of the graveyard and hoist upon your own petard, I guess, is the phrase that comes to mind.
Yes. I mean, the fact that you can waterbend to play those spells, like that.
So cool.
That uncommon is just one of the best uncommons on the set.
Have you gotten to that episode yet?
I haven't.
You
no,
haven't?
so no spoilers.
No spoilers.
No spoilers.
No spoilers.
Yeah, I was curious what was going down in that one.
So in between rounds, we're going to go and watch
We'll
some
go
more
watch?
episodes.
Okay, I'm in.
Alrighty, game 3 here for all the marbles.
Ooh, that's always scary. No discard. Just saying my hand is good.
I like this hand. I'll just have a 3-1 with reach.
It's the equivalent of Fable the Mirror Breaker going to chapter 2 and you're like, nah. You're like, well, I'm dead.
Ever the optimist, huh, Corn?
Yeah.
Maybe they just really like playing lands.
There we go.
Oh, yeah, bit of work.
Very, very strong.
Is Ray playing any Eloquentias? I don't think I saw any. At least not in the main deck.
Well, I mean, that is a big disadvantage. You'd love to play just one. Your opponent always plays around things if you have just one, you know, I mean.
Yeah.
We saw even Sam in the last match, how much he respected Eloquentia, even to a fault in one of the games.
Because those are the only two, there's only 2 counter spells, right? Clean counters. Eloquentia, or clean, I say.
Yeah.
Eloquentia and Sokka's Haiku.
Yeah, I believe those are the only 2.
There's another one. I might be missing.
And the 5-mana counterspell, usually not that amazing, but in a nice Dimir control deck, that card can definitely still be pretty nice.
Did we get a land up for a bit of work or no?
I am not sure.
There it is. There we go.
go. Okay.
Just deciding which land is going to jump into action there. 3 points of damage to Ray. Plays the Waterbender's Skin.
14, 20.
Sorry, Bender's Water Skin. Right words, wrong order.
Do you have something marked exhaust? Don't. Okay.
Sleepy. Just put it on its side.
It's got 5 counters on it now.
Sleepy work. That episode's also great. Alrighty, where is Ray going? We've got Lost Days. We got that is the drill in hand, right?
Yep, that's a drill. There is the extremely powerful Boiling Rock Rioter, it looks like, in hand. Yeah. And just jams the 5-drop.
Right.
So, I mean, that was definitely brought in. There is no...
Cavalry?
Yeah, there's no red cards in the main deck here from Ray.
How big is it?
So definitely made some changes here.
Boomy Bash, boom.
Boomy Bash plus draw, I mean, that is just such a devastating effect. Tony has so much removal in the deck that if you can just kill a creature and then attack with this 4/4, the game is not going to last very long. So I think Ray very much has to, step 1, deal with the 4-power creature and stop this draw 2 card shenanigans. And yeah, Lost Days is excellent there. One of the cleanest removal spells here for Earthbent Lands, because you really don't want to put that one, you know. Even if you do put it back, it's not coming back as a 4/4.
Yeah. Clue as well here for Ray. The 3/1 on board for Tony.
Didn't untap the artifact, not that it matters when you only have 1 mana,
So
but
4/1 now and a card draw. Woof. What a nice follow-up here for Tony.
yes.
Down to 3 goes Ray. Ray needs a blocker or a removal spell now.
Yeah, normally that land is not very good when you only have 1 creature, but now, I mean, Ray being down to 3 and Tony having 3 lightning strikes in the deck, you just got to think, come on, Tony, let me finish the line.
No,
you know?
yeah, you took too long there, bud. Tony Portolan picking up the win there in explosive fashion. 3 points of damage to Ray's face, and Tony is looking so good here, Corey. 2 more wins he needs then to lock up a top 8, and surely, unless some very strange anomaly happens, it's going to be our player of the year.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, a lot of the top players above him not doing so great in this tournament. So, yeah, Tony kind of sneaking up, I will say, on this player of the year race, but not really.
Cool, calm, and consistent, man.
And, I mean, after the stat that we saw going into yesterday, he was at 79.2% win rate on day 1 at these professional level events.
That's crazy.
For this year, is already over 80% after yesterday. I mean, that's a stat that, you know, kind of deserves a player of the year title already.
If
so
not
impressive
just
stuff.
like an applause.
Yeah,
beforehand.
for sure that.
Insane, absolutely insane. He's been having one hell of a year. Congratulations to Tony on picking up the win there. We are going to take a very short break. When we come back, we'll be back with Maria at the news desk.
The Magic Limited Championship is a brand new special event coming in 2027, a competition that brings Limited to the center stage. You can qualify in 2026 at Limited Championship Qualifiers, LTQs for short, held at regional championships, Spotlight Series events, at every MagicCon event in 2026, and in MTG Arena through the new in 2026 Arena Limited Championship Tournament structure. Invites are also given to the current world champion, the top 16 drafters in the 2026 play season, and Hall of Fame members can use their one yearly Pro Tour invite at the 2027 Limited Championship. More details to come on the championship next year, so keep an eye on magic.gg and the Play Magic social channels for the latest news. 9 rounds down here at World Championship 31, live from Bellevue, Washington, with 61 players back today to battle on day number 2 as we work our way towards our top 8, the title and the trophy here at the World Championship. Some of the best players in the world all amassed in this one building, hoping to call themselves the best in the world. Welcome back to the news. That's Marie Bertholdi, Monty DeVuti, and Riley Knight. Like I said, 9 rounds down, so let's find out where we're at by having a peek at our leaderboard. Round 10 on the way here very, very soon, but let's check out how things stand. Well, we do not have an undefeated player anymore. We now have a 3-way tie for first place. Derek Davis falling in the last round. Tony Portolan, your leader in the Player of the Year race, at 8-1. Right behind him as well, Sam Pardee from Team TCG Player. Loves his standard deck, sitting at 8-1, so could come out of draft with a 3-0 and would feel very, very happy indeed. Then we have 7 players at 7-2, so a lot of big names there as well. Kenta Harane, Ray Jang, Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, a former world champion, at 7-2, well in the field here, and Seth Manfield keeps making his way up at 7-2 as well. 10 is the magic number. Remember that. 10 wins before the final round of Swiss here, and you are into our top 8. So we have 3 players that are oh so very close, Riley.
Yes, indeed. We have some players who may be running out of time just a little bit here as we look at our second page of the leaderboard. Of course, we've got Shuhei Nakamura, we've got Javier Dominguez, 6-3, very much in the conversation. But as we get past our 6-3s, the Ken Yuki Heroes and the Ben Starks of the world, down into the 5 and the 5-3-1s and beyond, Yoshihiko Ikawa and the like are kind of running out of time a little bit. Maria mentioned the magic number being 10, but there will likely be a bit of a scrum for some spots in the top 8. Well, it depends how the numbers fall. So those players have really got to pull out all the stops and win as much as they can before we get to the end of today's play.
Well, like I said, Sam Pardee feeling really great now as our tournament co-leader, sitting at 8-1. Loves his standard deck. How does he feel about his draft deck? Talk to Riley after his win last round.
I'm with Sam Pardee, fresh off a win against Derek Davis here in the feature match area. Sam, you were telling me about the special preparation you were doing ahead of today's draft.
Yeah, last night I watched the Fire Nation Drill episode of Avatar in hopes that I would open a Fire Nation Drill. It worked. I opened one in pack 3, but I was red-white, so I had to take a Suki instead, which is still a great card. So it worked out pretty good.
Well, your methodology can't be faulted in any case. But no, rather more seriously, let's talk about the draft, how it went for you and how you feel about the deck that you've drafted.
Yeah, I'm super happy with it. I took Suki in pack 1, Suki in pack 3. It's like one of the best white cards, and I just got a bunch of other good white cards, and I think my deck's just really good.
How are we feeling about a potential 3-0?
Yeah, I think I have a good chance to 3-0 and then hopefully get one more constructed round, I think, is what I've heard, and that could be that.
All right, well, Sam, on your road to the top 8, the very best of luck to you. Hopefully talk to you again very soon.
Thank you so much.
Love Sam's technique there, watching the episode before draft, crossing your fingers in hopes it happens. And it did manifest. Riley, talk to me about the other draft pod tables.
Yes, indeed. Let's have a look and see how things have gone. On draft pod number 1, you can see Sam Pardee at 8-1, Tony Portolan, Derek Davis. We already mentioned the fact that they are pacing the field at this stage, X and 1, all 3 of them, but it's Tony and Sam who are the winners on our top draft table. Moving on to draft pod number 2. Big names on this one, Jean-Emmanuel Duprat and Javier Dominguez amongst them, not forgetting Shuhei Nakamura as well. But it's Max Doré from Canada and the Frenchman J.E.D. who have got up so far, both of them defending their 7-2 records admirably here. And we'll move on now to draft pod number 3. The winners here continuing to make their case for their inclusion in the top 8. Kenta Masukado at 6-1 and Akira Shibata at 7-2. So the Japanese players doing very well for themselves there. And finally, draft pod number 4. Seth Manfield started this tournament 0-2 and has fought back marvellously to do 7-2 here. And Mitchell Tamblin 6-2-1. So those are the players to watch heading into our trophy matches at the end of draft in the next round. Maria, who will emerge 3-0 from our draft rounds on day 2?
I know, very, very exciting stuff. Well, Cedric Phillips is here with us this weekend, and he's been out in the field talking to the players, checking in with the teams. This time he's checking in with Team Sanctum of All. Let's hear how they're doing.
Tony, coming into this weekend, Player of the Year was very achievable, but making the top 8 of the tournament, that can be a little bit harder. You are on pace right now for potentially doing both. Was that the plan coming in?
Yeah, I mean, my plan actually was to 6-0 the draft. So I played 3 PTs and I haven't this year, and I haven't 6-1-1. And that's my goal basically for coming in this tournament. And then, of course, with 6-0ing, the top 8 is barely there. So you need 4 more wins, 10 wins in total. So that's what I'm hoping to achieve today.
Well, you are certainly on pace to do that. Now, Chris, your goal's a little bit different. But one thing I know about you is you like to brew in Constructed, and you have done that once again. I'm not going to spoil it. Tell us what you're playing, why you're playing it, and maybe a crazy story.
So I am playing Jeskai Control, and the reason I am playing it is because I desperately wanted to play the card Cursed Recording. It is a powerful way to go exponentially over the top of decks that are increasingly well-positioned through Ancestral Recall to out-card advantage control decks right now, who traditionally relied on stuff like Shiko and Stock Up. And 2-for-1ing your opponent is usually great, but not when your opponent's 3-for-1ing you. But Cursed Recording gets to kind of get around that. With Cursed Recording, we can start copying spells. And if we copy 3 steps ahead, we get to copy Cursed Recording. And those Cursed Recording copies get to copy all of our 3 steps ahead again. We can end up with 7 or 8 Cursed Recordings, and 7 or 8 Cursed Recordings translates into 8 copies of Jeskai Revelation, bounce your opponent's entire mana base, untap with 16 prowess creatures, usually pretty good things. Your opponent usually dies before you get to have fun, but that's a cost of doing business.
I'd argue you still got to have a lot of fun. For Tony and Chris, Team Sanctum of All, they are having a wonderful weekend here. Maybe Player of the Year and World Champion? We will see.
You love to see it. Nobody does it like Chris Vitello. It's time for some more words of wisdom from our players. We asked them, what were some words that impacted you over your career, stayed with you? What have you got for us, Monty?
Quality over quantity. And effort truly pays.
Well, 2-for-1 then.
Yeah.
Yeah,
nice. 2-for-1 words of wisdom. Well, I've got one for you here. Check this one out here. If you can't consistently beat a bad deck, your deck is also bad.
Truer
Just
words.
Straight shooting there.
Love that.
Yeah.
How about this one? Everyone has lucky days.
True.
True, I guess.
I like a lot of these ways to get out of. A lot of them sort of are ways to get out of acknowledging that your deck is bad, and then mine's just like, no. Your deck sucks, dude. Your deck really sucks.
Sometimes you have that pet deck, you just don't want to admit it, but everybody knows. Let's check in on our next feature match here. It's the final round of draft for the tournament. Round number 10 for the pod. Tony Portolan versus Sam Pardee, 2 of our 3 people with an 8-1 record. Tony Portolan is your current leader in the Player of the Year race. If he keeps doing this well, he just might seal the deal. Top 8 at Pro Tour Final Fantasy as well this season.
Let's have a look at his record here. Both these players only picking up 1 loss, and that was that loss was in round 4 for Tony Portolan against Kenta Harane, opening up the standard account with a loss. But apart from that, it's wins all the way down. A really, really impressive effort from someone who has been incredibly impressive across this entire season. Right now, the favourite for the Player of the Year.
Sam Pardee, his opponent this round, your Strixhaven champion in 2021, second at Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3 in 2024, and an all-around great guy.
Hasn't lost in Constructed yet. His loss coming in the 3rd round of the draft. So he's looking to improve on that 2-1 record that he picked up on day number 1. Can he go the distance and pick up a 3-0 clean sheet in day 2 draft, Maria?
All right, there's the players, but what about their draft decks? How are they looking, Money?
Okay, well, we're going to start by taking a look at Tony's deck, and he's gone for an almost 3-color strategy. This is a Naya deck from Tony, but really it's a Gruul deck, the splashing for 2 cards. One of them perfectly fine. Iroh Tea Master, strong card. But the bigger splash is a copy of Abandoned Air Temple. Now, normally we don't always see people splashing for utility lands, but given how big of a bomb Abandoned Air Temple is, not only is Tony splashing for it, but his deck is almost built around it in some ways, with 2 copies of Seismic Sense, being able to, in the late game, go deep into his deck in order to find the powerful bomb. Now, the deck is very much backed up by a fantastic removal suite. 3 copies of Lightning Strike alongside 2 copies of Iroh's Demonstration goes a long way in making sure that you can set up, but this is very much a mid-range deck with some great bombs. On the other side, Sam Pardee. Now, this is the aggressive Boros deck that we saw from him in the feature match area the previous round. This deck is definitely headlined by 2 copies of Suki, as well as a copy of the Wartime Protesters, trying to get him across the finish line. The curve is a little higher than he would want. He said that he found himself having to take 2 drops over Lightning Strike, which is probably why Tony ended up with 3 of them. But overall, Sam's deck is fantastic, and I'm hoping to see him yip his way to victory.
All right, we'll see if he can yip it this round. It's the final round of draft. Marshall and Paul, take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Mira. Welcome back to the booth here at the Magic the Gathering World Championship. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon, and we are entering into the last round of Limited here at the tournament. We've been talking about it all weekend, but critical rounds here, including this third one. This makes up a bigger portion of the tournament than it would at, say, a Pro Tour, and that means that the Limited rounds have even more riding on them. These 2 players, Sam Pardee and Tony Portolan, looking to close out the pod. Check out those records, 8-1. The winner will be the co-leader of the tournament. But perhaps just as important, Paul, the winner here will come away with 9 wins, and that's 1 away from 10.
And that is absolutely huge. That means they get 4 shots in Standard to kind of lock in their seat into the top 8. Tony Portolan has been incredibly hot this year. He was already one of the front runners in the Player of the Year race, and now, I mean, sitting here at 8-1, just a couple of wins away from a top 8.
That's right. If Tony does manage to make it into the top 8, that will put him in a very good position to win Player of the Year. Not mathematically deterministic, but we're talking like some weird stuff have to happen if he top 8s to not get Player of the Year. And I got to say, the winner of this match, they have to feel like I mean, it would take an abject disaster for them not to make it.
Right.
4 shots. And remember, these are the players that went 3-1 or 4-0 yesterday in Standard.
Yeah.
So, you know, they got a really good chance.
Yeah, and I know Sam feels really good about his chances if he has a good record going into the Standard portion, going 4-0. Yesterday, and their team might have the highest win rate. They were something like 68 or 69% win rate with their version of Is It Lessons.
Against this field, that is absolutely stunning. You see Sam lead off with arguably his best card. He's got Suki on the battlefield already. Normally, she's accompanied by friends, but,
right.
you know, perfectly fine on her own here, too.
Yeah, ideally, you want to have a 2-drop in play before you get her in play so you can get in for a nice attack. But, of course, always great to have 2 copies of this powerful legend here.
Interesting. Speaking of powerful legends, here's Iroh Tea Master. And what actually happens, Tony shortcut a little bit here, is but you get the food token, and then on your combat, you can give a permanent to your opponent to make an ally token, and then you get +1/+1 counters on it equal to the number of permanents that you own, but your opponent controls. Tony was like, here, have a food.
Right.
And it's, in this case, a tea, a little cup of tea.
Yeah, if you want to use it again, then there's a real cost, right? Now you can start giving them lands, which is not necessarily the best thing to do unless you have the most aggressive of draws here. Sam, 3 copies of Yip Yip in the deck, definitely representing it here with this extremely aggressive attack. And now Tony's thinking, well, if I triple block, I mean, you need to have 2 Yip Yips. And that's exactly what Sam has.
As it turns out, Sam's got not all the yips, but most of them.
And Tony has to probably figure this out, too. He's like, why would Sam attack me here if he only has 1 Yip Yip? That doesn't make any sense. So it feels like you probably just need to take the 2 damage here. I just think you're leaving yourself vulnerable to too big of a blowout. I don't think Sam would be making a bluff attack here with the Suki, one of the best cards in his deck.
Yeah, you also always have to ask yourself, what is Sam in this case gaining from this? And it's like 2 damage. Like,
yeah,
it matters. You know, we
Right.
all know that these aggro decks can't afford to give away damage, but the risk that Sam would be taking here to get 2 damage through if he ended up throwing away Suki or even a Yip Yip and a Suki just to get rid of 2 of these creatures just doesn't really add up. Oh, Tony's going for the triple block, and there's the double Yip Yip from Sam Pardee, and it's going to be a sweeper.
Right, and also keep in mind, because Suki is in play, that food actually got converted into a token here, because it's whenever any other permanent leaves the battlefield, you sack the food, and now Sam also has a 2/1 token in play. Brutal turn here for Tony.
Tony seems, though, I mean, he was aware,
Of
right?
course.
Tony knew what he was deciding here. So if that's the case, he said, worst case, you have the double Yip Yip, I can still recover, and that's what he's going to do here. He's got the Foggy Swamp Vinebender now.
Now, Sam goes land number 5, though. Earth Kingdom Soldier is actually quite nice here, because now you can still attack with both of your creatures here, getting in for 6 damage, it looks like, against the 4/3, which doesn't really block the board very well.
This is a disaster for Tony Portolan at this point. The other thing that Tony may have been thinking when he went for the triple block is, if Sam has 2 copies of Yip Yip, am I going to like take 2 here? He gets to continue curving out. I'm just going to lose to them later anyway.
Yeah, it's kind of a tough spot. I mean, of course, the alternative line is just not, block with other creatures and not leave yourself vulnerable to, a 3 for 2 that you saw kind of in that instance. But yeah, this is a really, really tough spot here for Tony. On the back foot, your opponent just has 3 great threats on the battlefield. And Sam found a Wartime Protesters that he can also play to get in for, I guess that thing would attack for 5 this turn.
It would, yeah. Yeah, the other factor to consider, with Tony's triple block is if he has mana up on a later turn, that is a much riskier play from Sam.
Okay, and Sam does not want to actually lose the Protesters because it has an extremely powerful passive ability there in your red-white allies deck, putting counters on any extra creatures. So both of these creatures are getting in. The 1 token is currently a 3/2, but remember, you're not losing too much on that exchange. When you lose the token, it kind of replaces itself with that Suki that's in play. It actually gets bigger. Oh, no, it's exactly the same.
That one
rather.
happened to have a counter,
because
but
it gets a counter off the Wartime Protesters because it's
exactly.
in play.
So it's a free roll there for Sam.
And Tony's down to 10, and if Sam's got the Sun Warriors next turn. By the way, that thing will have haste.
And a counter?
Yeah, and then it can make more, more allies with, it's going to have Firebending 5 when it attacks next turn.
Yeah, Tony has to do something huge here to help stabilize this board. Tough, hard-headed teacher.
The issue is that
Yuyan Archers. That's good to add to the board, but
the issue is there were no good lessons to get back from the graveyard. No spell, actually. So just playing a couple of creatures to put onto the battlefield, but Sam's going to attack in for so much damage this following turn.
You saw the Yuyan Archers did rummage away a forest. Oh, there's no good news on that one.
Oh,
Tony.
yeah. We are going to see a little bit of a head shake here, potentially. This is big.
Well, this game has gone about as badly as you could hope for if you're in Tony Portolan's seat. Sam has had everything that he's represented.
And Sam just basically thinking, how aggressive do I want to be? Is Tony behind enough on board where I can maybe even just attack with the Suki and be willing to throw that away just to try to push extra points of damage in? Because Tony's got 3 blockers for this turn, so if he blocks the 3 biggest creatures here, the token and the Suki would get through. All right.
Once again, Sam's going to play it a little on the safer side.
Of course, yeah.
4, 6, 5, 6.
Sam has perfect information here as Tony's completely tapped out.
Yeah, the Earth Kingdom Soldier attacking as a 4-powered Vigilance creature, so that would trade with the Foggy Swamp Vinebender. And the other creature being, I believe, a 4/6 here as well. So yeah, just a really tough spot. Even if Sam doesn't have a trick, and he doesn't, Tony would have to trade away some of his creatures. Sam would replace one of these creatures, even if Tony makes good blocks, with an extra token. And remember, 5 mana floating. You can also generate an extra token with the attacker there.
Yeah, Sun Warriors can do it too. It's got to be tough to be in Tony's seat here. He's been faced with tough blocking decisions basically every turn of this game. And even if you kind of work it through in your mind, okay, worst case scenario, it's bad.
Yeah.
Like best case scenario, still not very good for you. This is a good example of that.
Right. So
the trade actually works, but somehow Sam just gets to replace most of his board.
I mean, this is the power of Suki. This just.
I mean, it's art. He actually ended up with more power on board post blocks, right? Like 6 power now.
Yeah, and I don't know if Tony has anything like a sweeper in here for him to come back, so I can't really think of anything he can have here.
Nah.
That is a good card. He is kind of splashing for this Abandoned Air Temple, but I think this is just a little too much on the battlefield here. You can even run out the Fire Nation Cadets. And does he have the mana to activate? That might be a green-white land. He does have the...
It is a green-white,
Okay, so... Yeah, so to be fair, making a creature does give you another chump blocker here.
And he can go block, 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 and then activate the temple.
Yeah.
This is getting a little interesting.
It is. It is. Sam has the ability to now make 2 tokens this turn by attacking with the Sun Warriors, as they'll have access to 6 mana.
The only good news for Tony is that Sam is
sure.
he's going to main phase so he can actually attack with this one.
Yeah, haste, and Sam's just kind of running the numbers here. Remember, Tony's at 5 life.
Yeah, does he have lethal here?
He likely does here. I mean, through 5 blockers.
7 red.
5 things get through. Yeah. 6 damage will come through. 2 2/2s, pumped up by the Suki. 5 blockers.
That's
Tony
lethal.
doesn't have a removal spell.
Yeah, Tony needed to have a lightning strike here, and even then he would lose basically his whole board after blocks because he couldn't strike plus activate the Abandoned Air Temple.
Yeah. And Tony just making sure that he's dead here.
I think Sam's ready to sideboard.
Yeah, Sam is a very, very quick with math like this. He knows.
Wow. Game 1, convincing lead to Sam Pardee there. Tony Portolan put up a fight. You can see some of the cards that he has that could pull him ahead in a game, but when you start off that far behind, it's just very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, this is just kind of an ideal draft. We've seen a lot of these decks that, playing a few filler cards, right? You kind of have to scrap together a deck. Tony's deck certainly is on that end of the spectrum, right? Just kind of a full Naya deck, playing all the colors. But Sam just looks like he has an excellent red-white aggressive deck here. Doesn't happen that often.
It doesn't. And it's really difficult to put together at a table like the one that we saw. Remember, this is all from the same table that we watched Derek draft at. Like, imagine him banging his head against the wall just trying to scrap together that blue-black deck. And now take a look at what Sam has. And, look at Tony's deck, too. It's got some scrappy cards, let's say, in it as well.
Yeah, the Foggy Swamp Vinebender, not a card that you love to put into your decks just because of the sizing.
He's
vulnerable to Lightning
around a
Strike.
bunch.
Yeah.
You see the Iroh and Ostrich Horse both go into the yard, but he did hit a land.
Sam would love to find that second white source here, as he does have the Suki in hand, but 2 mountains and a plains here.
Yeah, he's going to be limited to 1 spell a turn for the foreseeable future until he finds that second plains, too. All white cards in hand here for Pardee.
And Sam thinking, is it worth it for me to trade now, or do I keep the Disciple back and wait until, hopefully, I find white source number 2 to run Suki out before I attack?
There's the Foggy Swamp Vinebender there for Portolan. Was it a second plane?
No, it was a 3rd mountain here for Sam Pardee.
So which of his white cards does he want to cast? He can't cast Suki, but he can pick from any of the others.
Yeah, he does have the trick there in the Yip Yip. And it's weird. I mean, you could get in for 2 damage, but then you take 7 on the attack back if you make the Pretending Poxbearers into an unblockable creature.
It is tough to win a lot of games when you...
Yeah. Although, it's like, are you actually even going to block there? So we'll see. So Sam just biding his time. Actually, the game that he lost in the previous round was just a game where he just drew all white sources and couldn't cast the other half of his deck here. So, if he can't find that second white source soon enough, being kind of bottlenecked on that white mana can really slow him down enough to the point where Tony, which could have a pretty strong late game, especially if he can get cards like the Abandoned Air Temple going, could give him the time to take over this game.
There's Lightning Strike to take out the captain. Boy, a plains here would be nice, though. It would give Sam a turn to either double spell or cast Suki and then double spell the next turn.
Oh, and he does have the Abandoned Air Temple there and the plains. And he does have a Fire Nation Cadets, although everything else is a land in Tony's hand. He is a little bit flooded, but he has one of the best mana sinks in the format.
Yeah, this is beautiful. I mean, 3 creatures plus an active temple, as long as you're not like almost dead,
right,
is usually kind of enough.
And then now you can pass and grow your... Oh, no, you would have to tap out on your turn because it's a sorcery speed effect, the Vinebender there. It's a 5 mana effect with Waterbender.
Yeah, it's a your turn effect.
Yeah.
Yep. He's actually going to send in here, so he will not have the ability to pump anyway.
I got a 16.
But Sam's content to just take the hit. Can he find a Plains here and really unlock his hand?
Yeah, it's either you want a Plains or a Lightning Strike or something along those lines. And he does
did it a
find
Plains, Paul.
He does find the Plains, and so now we could be looking at a racing situation here. Suki, not the best card to have when you're playing a defensive game, right? Because you don't get those tokens on your opponent's turn.
It's also interesting to note here, you know, Sam doesn't know about the Abandoned Air Temple.
Right?
Like,
Yeah.
Sam may be much happier about trading if he did know that, but not knowing it, he's going to take the kind of middle line here, but he does get to double spell.
And this does look like a double spell type situation here. Running out Jang's Deserters and also keep up the Yip here to try to get that Vinebender off the battlefield.
He also could build out the invasion reinforcements and then follow with Suki and have a huge crackback.
And that's what it looks like he's trying to set up for. If Tony doesn't find anything, yeah, he just runs out the Air Temple. That might just be his only line this turn.
Right. I mean, if you're flooding, it's not the worst.
This is a lot, though.
And he is going to just sit back and try to lean on this Air Temple. It usually does get the job done.
It does.
Can Sam overwhelm it here? He still hasn't really found much in the way of removal.
Yeah, but he does have this Suki here. There is a mountain. Plains would have been preferable to be able to also cast Yip this turn, but I mean, of course, Suki is still extremely potent here. You can actually make something unblockable first with the Deserter and then play the Suki. For example, you can make a 2-power creature unblockable. Then you run out the Suki, and then you can get in for 3 points of unblockable damage.
This is a huge inflection point for this game because this is the point where Tony gets to start activating Abandoned Air Temple, and he basically gets to find out if his board can hold off the board that Sam is building up or not.
And Sam actually just, because...
Unblockable?
That can be unblockable. You can't.
Yeah, not anymore.
See the sequencing there that I just talked about.
You walked us through it, Paul.
Yeah, yep. That's unfortunate. Right.
But he's going to send in because now he sees the Air Temple, and he knows I can't just sit here and build up a board.
Exactly. Now remember, you only get 1 token off the Suki ability. It triggers once per turn, maximum. So, you know, if you kill all the creatures, then Sam would only get 1 creature left over. But, you know, this is still decent. Like, all of these creatures have at least 2 power. Now, the Fire Nation Cadets would become a 3 toughness creature, and the Vinebender would also be able to eat one of these creatures. So if Tony can eat 2 of these creatures, Sam would only get 1 back and still grow his team. Might want to keep the Ostrich Horse back because if you pump it up this turn, this still only has 2 toughness. If you wait 1 turn and take the damage now, next turn, you activate the Temple again, all of a sudden you can block the Invasion Reinforcement.
Right, now you have a 3 toughness blocker, which is so much better.
Counters? Yeah.
Okay, here comes the activation.
So you're going to take 5.
Down to 13.
Get a new ally.
Get 1 replacement ally. Lose this one.
Get some damage through. How much came through? 5?
5.
Okay.
Pretty good.
Yeah. But we are kind of getting to that point where the attacks start just disappearing, although Tony continues drawing lands here.
Yeah, that's one of the ways that Sam could get there is if he can find a removal spell for one of these blockers, and if Tony just keeps having this horrendous flood, I mean, triple forest in hand for him, so brutal. He doesn't need that much here.
Right. But Tony is not really in a position to attack here.
I think he's wondering if he is. Oof. You know, because he's looking at the board and he's maybe saying, okay, if I can apply maximum pressure, remember, any blocks that Sam does is just horrible for him.
So if the Vinebender attacks, it's a 5/4, and then if you use a land, it would be a 6/5, right?
Yeah.
And then Sam either has a decision to double block or just take the 6 damage here. Oh, yeah, and...
What? He's just going to do it now, I guess.
Just main phasing it to play around some burn spells that Sam could draw off the top.
You're saying he's doing it now in case Sam would say actually in response?
Sure, yeah,
So he's before he commits to the attack. Because you can do that anytime you want.
Right,
so
right,
normally you tend to wait, but sometimes you play a blocker first main phase, and if they counter it, you keep your creature back.
Right.
If they don't, then you say, okay, now I can attack. It's something like that.
And remember, Yip Yip does give your allies flying, so that's another way. If somehow Tony manages to stabilize at a very, very low life total, Sam can sneak some damage through and win with that Yip Yip in hand.
Right.
Ooh, but another land here for Sam. That was crucial. Now we're just going to give something unblockable here, get at least 2 points of damage in. And if Tony's still kind of playing that game of, hey, I just can't attack right now, like Sam might be able to steal it here with the Deserter's Disciple plus the Yip Yip.
Ooh, Twin Blades for Portolan.
Okay, that's an interesting one.
That has to change the math.
Right, because now if Sam goes, hey, I don't block, you have the chance to just kill your opponent out of nowhere with the Twin Blades, because this is a card that gives double strike.
Can he block it?
On Yip Yip,
on Yip Yip, he wants to know.
As you can see here, Twin Blades, flash equipment spell. Enters a battlefield, you can equip it to a creature, it gets double strike until end of turn. Now you can use this offensively. If you're really behind, you can even use it defensively here if needed. Although right now...
So is it only the Poxbears that can block this Vindbender?
Because it can't be blocked by creatures with 2 or less, and the Poxbearer does have 3 power. Now remember, Sam also has a Yip Yip in hand, so if needed, he could pump up something. But I imagine now Sam's thinking, why is he attacking me? Like, Sam knows about the Twin Blades in the deck.
Is it lethal if he goes Twin Blades and activate? Is it 16?
It's currently sitting at 6 power.
8, that's
it would be exactly lethal, yes.
Oh, so if Sam says no blocks, it's GG. Because we can see that Sam doesn't have anything to do if he chooses not to block.
And you don't lose that much from just blocking with the pretending Poxbearers, right? Because it kind of replaces itself.
In fact, it's arguably an upgrade because you can make that unblockable at some point.
Right, yeah. And yeah, I do like this black block here from Sam. And given that Tony doesn't have another creature here, Sam can get to the point where he thinks he can get in for potentially close to a lethal attack.
Yeah, you can do.
You'll notice Tony's been playing every land out of his hand, and it's really important that he does.
Yep.
He wants to make sure to keep activating the Air Temple. He can also crack a land for a card.
Okay.
And then also he may want a Twin Blades plus Air Temple.
Oh, Sam did draw something, actually.
What did he hit?
Whoa!
Oh, no, off the top of the library.
Brutal.
He finds Path to Redemption.
Oh, my gosh. That was Tony's path to victory. The Vindbender was, plus the Twin Blades, was what he needed. By the way, you make 2 tokens. You make 2 tokens off of this because you sacrifice the Path to Redemption, and Suki now triggers. Oh my goodness,
so
what a draw.
He had 7 mana, cast it, activate it all in 1 turn.
Yeah, 7 mana, kill a creature, make 2/2/1s is what happened there.
That is unbelievable. That's a Yuyan Archer,
Okay,
so that 1 forest left over
helps you
does
find
get to
action.
Get discarded.
Right. Yep.
Okay.
Of course he just finds more lands because that's all Tony can seem to do this game. It's
Right.
unbelievable.
Yeah, and the Archer.
He had a real shot to win this game a while ago if he would have found some spells.
Like, if Sam doesn't draw the Path to Redemption, does Sam read Tony for the Twin Blades and have to defensively Yip Yip to block and not die? Like you don't know.
Yip Yip pre-blocks block. I mean, wild. Especially when Yip Yip seems to be one of the ways that Sam can just snatch this game.
Oh, and
he drew Avatar's Wrath. That's really funny.
All right, so is this enough here? If you block the 3 biggest creatures, that's 8 damage coming in, right? Assume the 4 tokens don't get blocked because the 3 creatures on the right would. That would be 8 damage coming in. And then you have the Yip Yip, which would be 10 damage. So that puts Tony... Tony's at 9 life. There's a Yip Yip. That could be lethal, but keep in mind, Twin Blades gives you double strike on either turn. So if you block the Suki, cast the Twin Blades, put it on the creature blocking the Suki, all of a sudden, your creatures don't get the +1/+0 effect, and Sam would not have a lethal attack this turn.
Wow. So that has the effect of taking 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 power off the board if you kill Soup.
Right, because Sam thinks this might be a lethal attack here. Look.
And he's going for it. There's the yip yip, but Tony has something to say about it.
Twin blades here, so big.
There's twin blades on the ostrich horse.
So only 7 damage will go through this turn, I believe.
Damage. This dies. Then regular damage. You take 4, 5, 6.
6
damage. Excuse me. Go down to 3.
So the question is, like,
trade.
Tony doesn't have a crackback for lethal, though, right?
I don't think so.
The double strike only lasts this turn.
Right,
Otherwise,
but it is
plus
a
1/+1.
6 power creature, and there's a Fire Nation Cadets, which is a 3 power creature.
He didn't have enough to activate.
Okay, is there a lesson? Does he have a lesson?
Off, hard-headed teacher.
Is there a lesson in Tony's graveyard, though? I don't even think he's cast. Has he cast a spell yet? Because you can get an instant or sorcery, but I don't know if there's one in his graveyard. Now, you can still, of course, just play it.
Didn't he have a lightning strike?
Did he? Did he?
I think he did earlier this game.
Okay.
Well, we're going to find out right now.
All right.
Because if he does...
That does look like a lightning strike, actually, yes.
Oh, man.
My goodness.
Is that enough for lethal?
Right, because when you cast a spell, you get to animate one of those lands to get in as well.
Somehow, even though Tony's drawn like 12 lands this game, he needs all of them.
I don't think it's quite lethal. I mean, this is what an attack for 6 on the right,
9.
3 on the left. That's 9 damage.
And then 10 if he can get the land.
10. The Abandoned Air Temple is 2 more damage coming
and then it's
in. That's
11, 12, 13,
and then,
but then he's
Lightning Strike
tapped
is
out.
3 more damage, so that's 14 damage.
Right. And then he'd need to either activate the temple or do the strike, but he can't do both, I don't think. Well, we'll let Tony do the math here. But it looks like he's maybe just a couple short.
And what's really interesting is when
But
Sam...
if that's the case, that's not that bad for him, right? Yeah, he's just going to pass a turn.
Well, I mean, what's really interesting is when Sam had that Avatar's Wrath, I thought, oh, that's probably not going to do much. But now he might have to play this defensively.
Even though it's really bad for him.
Yeah.
Counters? Yep.
And Sam just passes a turn, so maybe he's just going to soak up a bunch of damage with his tokens and then go for Avatar's Wrath.
Yeah, and now this is slipping away. Wow, the double strike on the Twin Blades being so relevant here. And now Tony has the ability to not only kill a blocker, you can then animate a land, and then you can pump all of those things with the Abandoned Air Temple. Does Sam have a Lightning Strike or something in his deck? That would be huge.
Team Avatar is a removal spell, not a Lightning Strike, though.
It is a removal
that
spell,
one
but
cannot go upstairs.
But it is not that effective. It can't kill anything in play right now, which is the problem, because everything's going to have 5 toughness. And he knows about the Lightning Strike in Tony's hand.
Oh, that's Iroh's demonstration. Do 1 damage to each of your creatures.
I mean, this has got to be lethal at this point.
It is.
Yeah.
It's 5, 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plenty enough, and Tony Portolan somehow finds a way to victory. I think he literally drew 12 lands against the aggro deck. Now, to be fair, there was a lot of lands over there for Pardee as well.
Yeah, if Sam could have found an extra point of damage here, or an extra creature even, that might have been enough there.
Wild game.
What a comeback from Tony.
Double strike for the win. Normally when you say that, it means I kind of got my opponent with it.
Defensive double strike for the win.
Exactly. That's Jang's Deserters.
What a curve here, by the way, from Sam Pardee. You got the Jang's Deserters into Treetop Freedom Fighters into Wartime Protesters.
Wow. And then that Avatar's Wrath again.
Yeah. I am not a huge fan of that one in general. Sam might actually, this is actually an interesting question. Do you hold off on the Treetop Freedom Fighters? If you think the game's going to go a little bit longer and you don't have great attacks this turn, get the Protesters in play first, hope it doesn't die. Then when you play out the Treetop Freedom Fighters, you're basically you get 2 additional power and toughness out of the deal.
Definitely worth considering, but he does decide, I just cannot afford to do nothing this turn. And he casts the Fighters. So back over to Portolan.
And Tony has an Ostrich Horse, I believe, for the play here. So if it's a land, he wants to keep it on top.
That's a land, yep. Ooh, but 2 burn spells go away.
Yeah, and
I guess that's not the worst place for
Iroh's demonstration really strong against Sam's deck, as he has multiple copies of the Treetop Freedom Fighters in his deck.
Right. 1-sided Wrath in last game.
Here comes the protesters, but do you even have a good attack? No.
No, but this is an interesting setup for Avatar's Wrath.
Right?
Right?
Yeah.
Because now all of a sudden you can leave the protesters behind, you get in a nice big hit, and then when you start casting your stuff off of Airbend, they're bigger, badder, and better.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine this is a great opportunity to play it right
Look,
here.
If Avatar's Wrath
this is the best
good,
Avatar's Wrath
this is
I'll
it.
ever see. Yes.
Oh, and he's even got a
He drew
Momo
the
he can
Momo?
cast too.
Oh, man. So that's 6 damage coming in. And remember, Tony can't play these creatures until the next turn cycle.
That probably is just going to win the game here.
I mean, this is 6 damage coming in. Right. Everything's going to have haste unless Tony can find a way to get Wartime Protesters off the battlefield this turn.
Yeah, he's got the Jet Freedom Fighter, but with no board, it looks so much worse. He'd need like a second copy of Lightning Strike or something.
Right. I think his best play here is just Ostrich Horse plus Lightning Strike, which is okay, but when you can't deal with the protesters, the next turn we have what?
We have at
3 allies entering the battlefield?
Yes, at least 2 cards coming off of Airbend.
Maybe getting up planes here. It has to be planes, right? 2 force already in play. Oh, considering making it into a 4-power creature to trade with the Wartime Protesters, given that he's got 2 lands in hand.
Right.
So yeah, I think that actually makes a lot of sense, as this is a clear indication that he just doesn't have an answer to the Protesters and needs to keep his life total super high just so he can cast all those creatures that are in the Airbend zone.
Yeah, you know, if that Ostrich Horse can hold back the 4/4, it does make a huge difference. It also allows Tony to leverage the Lightning Strike against something and really kind of buy him that time.
Right. And I don't think he's made a land drop for turn. Oh, okay. Looks like he's going to go for the land here. Now, with the mountain in hand, and you're going to have 6 lands in play next turn, you can still cast the Jet at some point if you need, because you have the land that filters, right? You have mountain, and the filter land, so you could run that up. But yeah, so actually does make it a 4-power creature.
This feels very precarious for Tony, but that's just the spot he's in.
Oh, double treetop freedom fighters here?
So he's going to put 4 creatures.
Oh my gosh, that's 10 power in
10
play.
power of haste?
10 haste power. I don't think Tony can come back from this.
No way. This is way too much.
So much damage.
This is all. I mean, he may even just attack with everything here.
Oh, he's definitely going to attack with everything.
Like, I don't think he cares about the protesters that much at this point.
No. I mean, the damage has been done at this point, right?
Is it? It's not lethal, right?
Well, you block the 4/4, and then you lightning strike a 3/2, and then you take 2, 4, 7, 9 damage, go down to 5.
Right.
This one, right? They're both 3/2s. Yeah. So other one. Yep. So take 9. Go to.
Down to 5 is Tony Portolan. Sam Pardee perhaps on the verge of 9-1, 1 match win away from a top 8 here at the World Championship. Tony, can you find something to get out of this mess?
Now, Tony can play 3 creatures this turn, right? 6 mana. All those creatures that have that are airbended cost 2 mana to play. So just going to play the 3 biggest things that he can this turn. Yeah, he's like, all right. I'm going to activate the now he's going to get the land. Oh, that's a good one to get.
But is the game going to still be going on by the time that's relevant?
So nothing has haste, but the Wrestlers does have reach. So that Momo, it's not a free attack, right? It's a flyer, but it does have reach. And nothing gets haste. But if Sam can find a well-timed removal spell, he finds it.
He does. It's Team Avatar. That will kill any of these creatures.
That kills the reach creature. Right, you basically kind of channel that. You can also just cast it and forces the chump block on the reach creature as well. So there's a lot of different approaches you can take here.
You can. He's going to play it extra safe, get the creature down first. Won't be relevant here.
2-turn clock.
And he's just going to kill it.
Yeah, you can block these 2 and then you take 5.
Oh yeah, he takes 5. This is just lethal, of course.
But he just cast one of them, right?
No. The 3/4 will die.
Oh,
the
I
3/2
see.
and the 2/2 get blocked by the other two creatures. Momo attacks for 3, and an unblocked token gets through, and Tony is entirely tapped out.
No
Team
options
Avatar off the top here for the win for Sam Pardee to put him at 9-1.
Wow, you said he needed a removal spell, just had to find something, and he absolutely found it. Double block, and that's 5 damage coming across. Sam Pardee is 1 match win away from securing that top 8 spot. For those of you that are just joining us, we're just finishing up the draft round. We've still got more draft to bring you, but we have a situation where when the player reaches their 10th win here, they lock it up.
Right.
And that's why this was so important for both of these to get this draft trophy out of the feature pod, and it ends up being Sam Pardee. And by the way, there's good news for Sam Pardee fans out there, because he's got one of the best constructed decks in the room that he gets to lean on to try to get that 1 win.
I mean, their deck has been performing beautifully. They are close to a 70% win rate with that deck. I'm sure even Sam kind of coming into the draft, he was probably just thinking, hey, look, if I like just 2-1, I'm in such good shape because I absolutely love my standard deck. He just needs 1 win in the next 4 rounds to secure his spot in the top 8.
Really great stuff from Sam Pardee, 1 step closer. We're going to take a short break here from the Magic World Championship. When we come back, we've got more Magic for you. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to coverage here of the Magic World Championship. Look at that trophy. That is the sweetest trophy I've ever seen.
I want to win one of those.
Wow. That is stunning. That is part of what our players are playing for here this weekend. That's Paul Chiano, Marshall Sutcliffe. Thank you so much for joining us for coverage of Limited. We have more to bring you here. You know, we typically will follow these pods as when you start off with 8 players in a bracket, there can only be 1 winner after 3 rounds. And that's what we like to show you here. And we've got more of that to bring you right now. In fact, we have an all Japan finals in another pod. It's Kenta Matsukato versus Akira Shibata. As you can see them facing off against each other. They have different records, 7-2-1 versus 6-2-1. So there's a draw there for Kenta, but very close and very much in the mix. But the pressure's on. You know, the players we just saw, they had 1 loss you know, Tony picked up the loss there, and it's like, well, if he puts together a nice run, he still has a very good shot at top 8. These players, a little less wiggle room, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about a tournament with 14 rounds. You know, we talk about 10 being the magic number. That allots you 4 losses. Once you get to loss number 5, then you have, you know, we're talking about a world where maybe you can make it in tie breaks, but it's really, really going to be tough. So, you know, especially for Kenta, with the draw already, a loss here will be brutal for him.
Yeah, Akira actually picked up game number 1, as you can see. So we're joining in game number 2.
Oh, what is your team?
And let's see how this goes.
Oh, actually had a turn 2 play.
Yeah, cancel that order. Ang's Journey.
Maybe teamer lessons here? Does he have a mountain, or is it just straight blue-green?
Yeah, teamer lessons usually will go find the color that they don't have.
Yep.
Yes,
All
and
right.
then also add to their lesson count in the yard. Ang's Journey very much at home in this deck.
A nice Judy here from Akira. What's your record for number of Judys on the battlefield?
I think I had like 4.
I think 3 or
I'm
4
not.
is the number for me.
I'm kind of a coward. Although I will say that it stops at some point because I just was making a new one, but then just sacking it. To
Right,
get
you're
the
just still surveilling
Yeah.
every turn, which is still very strong.
Yeah. Honestly, the reason that I had to stop making them for the most part is because of Phoenix Fleet Airship. And when you have 8 of those, the game ends very, very quickly.
I have yet to win with one of those. Sounds fun, though.
Spread your wings and fly, Chion. It's worth it. You can see a relatively slow hand for Kenta.
Yeah, Kenta actually missed the land drop this turn.
Yeah, that's rough.
Oh, and there's a lion turtle, so he's kind of doing the lessons thing here, but of course, can't really afford to miss a beat. There's a lot of damage coming in this turn. That looks like a wolf bat. You can attack for 4 with the warship. Of course, Judy attacking is not going to be doing much of a thing. I think you'd probably rather just... Oh, maybe not. Maybe
No
he has
chumps
something.
allowed.
Yeah, no chumps allowed. Interesting.
Oh, but look at this.
Octopus
Octopus
form.
form as a defensive removal spell will actually get Judy off the battlefield. So Akira kind of paid a price for that.
Yeah, I'm
that
just
little
wondering.
chippy
I'm just
attack.
wondering what you're doing with that 1 mana. Unless you also have your own octopus form, there's just more value in surveilling 1 there, right? And just sacrificing a copy of the Judy that comes into play.
Well, I mean, even if Kenta didn't have the octopus form, he just says block.
Right. Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
Is there more value than 0 damage? Yeah,
Yeah.
probably.
This is a lot of damage coming in. Now, the Lion Turtle does have Vigilance and Reach, but right now, only 2 lessons in the graveyard. You need 3 to be able to turn on the Lion Turtle and give it the ability to attack or block.
Right, you get the life, you get the mana.
Yeah, yeah. It's just a
But-
solid card regardless, but you need to get 3 lessons into the yard.
Double wolf bat in the air, but remember the turtle does have reach, right? So
Yeah.
it really needs to get unlocked here.
Here's the issue, though. That's a Boomy Bash, but Boomy Bash, not a lesson.
Not a lesson.
All right, so leaning on the Geyser here, Geyser Leaper.
This is where, if you're Kenta, you're just crossing your fingers and hoping that it survives.
Oh, Watery Grass.
But Akira's going to lock it down.
Oh, double removal.
He's got lost days, too.
All right, attacking in for 6 here, it seems.
Kenta immediately put it on the bottom, by the way.
Yeah, he's like, I don't want that.
Maybe doesn't even have enough mana.
Double removal turn, so big here now. So many threats to handle here for Kenta.
That's a...
Ostrich
horse.
I mean, do you...
Oh,
we've
no.
seen it
Oh, no.
before.
Okay, there it is.
Okay, gets
But
the land.
no lesson.
But now it's a 3-1 though. Just keep that in mind, right? It's a 3-1, so doesn't block the warship that well. Probably have to double block here if the warship gets in. But Akira can also just go, hey, you know what? I'll just get into the air. Oh, and Giant Koi, if you don't have a removal effect, that can also get in for a ton of damage.
So we are going to see the double block here. That will clean off the board again for Matsukato.
But this is a lethal attack next turn from
Absolutely.
Akira.
This is
Kenta's down
just
to 9.
it.
Does he have anything?
I see a waterbending scroll.
Was that a Guru? No, that was not a Guru Patik.
I mean, something to block would at least let you survive.
Yeah, you need a reach creature.
Oh, wait, but it has to be able to block flyers, doesn't
Right,
it?
that's what I mean. You have 2 flyers and the Giant Koi is unblockable. That's just 9 damage coming in. There is a Boomy Bash. There's 6 lands. Can't kill Giant Koi. 7 toughness, 1
That
land
is
short
rough.
of killing the giant koi with the Boomy Bash.
And I think Matsukato knows, okay, I can Boomy Bash a Wolf Bat, but I mean, there's 2 clues. You'll take 7.
He wants the game to go long, too. He's got a Planetarium of Wan Shi Tong in his hand, too, but he just doesn't have the time to actually play it here. That's it.
And he's just going to give up. That is Akira Shibata picking up the win 2 games to 0 to win that pod and improve to 8-2. And I got to tell you, you know, if you're coming back into the constructed round and you like your deck and you're 8-2, you're feeling pretty good there. You got to go 50-50.
Yeah, just got to win half your matches, and that's got to be a great feeling here. Of course, also winning your pod is also a fantastic feeling, and that deck just played out very, very nicely. And, you know, this is still a punishing format. You know, you can do a lot of cool things, but if you still miss a beat, you still miss a land drop, right? This is still Magic the Gathering. You can get tempoed out, and that's what happened there.
Yeah, anything can happen. We've got another pod finals to bring you here where we have Mitchell Tamblyn facing off against Seth Manfield. As we join, we're going to join with Manfield up a game. And actually, these players have the same records as the prior 6-2-1 versus 7-2. There's a former world champion. You might have heard of him.
We haven't even been following Seth at all, right? He must have started out kind of slow.
So he actually started off 0-2, Paul. The ultimate bumpy start to your draft, and then he just decided he's had enough of that. Maybe he got a cup of coffee.
That's
or
incredible.
Some oatmeal or something.
Could just run it back. I mean, Seth Manfield, previous world champion, no stranger to having very, very deep runs at events like this.
Unbelievable to be able to just rattle that many wins off.
Yeah, and, you know, limited. I mean, he's great at both things, but certainly known to have just one of the best limited players around.
He is, yeah. He kind of made his bones at limited back in the day. And then I guess at some point realized he can just play this game.
All right, little Boros aggressive deck here from Seth Manfield as well.
Yeah, fairly tame start for both players.
Yeah.
You see the Otter Penguin on the other side.
3 islands, so Mitch has not found the second color source. I guess could be mono blue. You know, oh, and there is a water bending scroll.
That is a hint towards the mono blue.
Yeah. Now that is a card that can be very, very nice, but it's probably at its worst against a Boros aggressive strategy.
Absolutely. And that's why you see Mitchell excitedly offer the block here. Hey, let's do this.
So the card that you can be thinking about is, I guess, Octopus form. That's really it, right? Yep. Sure. Going for the Twin Blades here. Get to see it again.
I gotta say that it's just not that bad for Mitchell, though, right? Like, yeah, he loses his card, but
yeah. But if you can't put a blocker in play, then it would be rough.
Yeah, it's just a 3/3 now, though. It's not. You know, the double strike is temporary, so it's not like he's going to get hit for 6.
Right.
But still.
But if you still treat it as, hey, I killed your creature, and my creature is still +1/+1. It's still not a bad exchange.
Absolutely. Yeah, I like Twin Blades. It's good.
Yeah. And Zuko Exiled Prince.
Card 4.
Mitchell did more or less take last turn off to activate the waterbending scroll. I'll admit I was not planning on that. Yeah, he had 4 cards in hand. I thought maybe you could do something better, but...
Yeah, something like a Watery Grasp, for example, would have been huge. If you could follow that up with a waterbending scroll activation. And if you don't have a way to deal with the Exiled Prince, I mean, that can get kind of scary, right? Firebending 3. Ooh, that is a good blocker.
Piandao, but will it survive?
That does Seth. If Seth has a removal spell here, this is a lot of damage coming in. This is 7.
A huge moment for this match. Because if Seth can get that thing out of the way, it may just be too slow for Mitchell.
Patch Redemption.
Oh, and he has Iroh's Demonstration for 4.
Yeah,
this is a disaster for Tamblyn.
7 damage coming in, 3 mana.
From Firebending.
From Firebending, couldn't activate.
A free card.
Does he have a land here to play Jang?
The Deserter, does he have the land?
Yes, sorry, 7.
10. Yeah.
Seth strong suit not keeping life totals. And there it is.
Wow.
Jang the Deserter hits the battlefield.
This
is really falling apart here for Tamblyn. Right. You know he has inevitability. That waterbending scroll is now 2 tap, draw a card. He could draw 2 cards a turn for the rest of the game, but it doesn't work so well when your life total 0.
Not at all. I mean, he is technically facing a lethal attack next turn.
Wow.
With the Jang, you can pump it up, give it that extra +1/+1 counter. So Mitchell Tamblyn needs a very, very big play this turn.
It feels like he needs like a double removal
Like double
spell,
removal,
something
yeah.
like that.
Perhaps an Avatar's Wrath, right? Just to kind of, you have the water bending school, you can, you know.
Man,
clear
4/4
things out.
first strike. It's holding down everything. And once it disappeared, everything went away.
Okay, Benevolent River Spirit. If Seth Manfield has something like a Path to Redemption here, that would just close things out here. You can actually cast it, pay the ward, attack with Zuko, use the mana you get from the firebending to pump the Jang for the final point of damage. I mean, this is another kind of cross your fingers moment here, right? If you're Mitch Tamblyn. He did it last turn with the Master Piano, and now he goes, just please,
just
don't have
hold.
anything.
Hold. Can he stabilize this board against Seth?
Now, if Seth has nothing, he still has place. He can move the Twin Blades over to Zuko, turn it into a 5-power creature, forcing the trade, and you can also make the Jang unblockable with the Deserter's Disciple.
That still seems like kind of a lot.
Yeah,
for,
I mean,
for Mitchell to try to face.
It's a lot of options, you know.
And that's like discounting anything that he may have in hand.
Of course.
Ugh.
Yeah, paying full price for the River Spirit is not necessarily where you want to be.
No, that card is not worth the mana that you pay when you have to pay on that level.
He's tapping 2 mana. Is he just moving over the Twin
He's just
Blades?
going to move the blades,
Yeah. Path to Redemption, he just fires it off immediately here.
Yeah, Mitchell's tapped out, so.
Okay.
Yep, moving it over.
And does he want to get Jang the Deserter through as well?
Or do you just throw away your Disciple and just attack with everything?
Move to combat.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's also a consideration.
Tap.
Oh, yeah, and he does.
Your
There you go. That's the
firebending.
other option here for Seth. It's like, look, if you want to block my Deserter's Disciple, you're going to take at least 7, potentially 8 damage here.
Yeah.
And if Seth has something like a Yip Yip or something, he's just going to win the game.
Maximum pressure being applied by Seth every single turn.
Yeah, that's it.
And so Seth has
3 red mana floating.
Is it
or should.
4? Does
Jang
give
also
you
has
one?
Firebending 1, you're correct. So
And then he has 3 mana, so things to do with it. First up is, Mitchell, which creature do you want to block?
Right. And remember, keep in mind, Yip Yip is a lesson. So you can actually fork the Yip Yip. You can activate the Jang
right.
and then Yip Yip to basically target 2 different things. Is that Cunning Maneuver?
Yes,
Yep.
it is, and that is going to do it. Seth Manfield finds the win and goes from 0-2 to 8-2.
Oof. Just run the table?
If there's anybody, if there's any one player in this field that is capable of that, it is Seth.
Yeah, I mean, look 0-2 doesn't mean you're out of it, and Seth is absolutely proving that. He can just win 2 more and just, that would be insane, right? Just 0-2, 10-0, and then not even have to play out the last 2 rounds.
I mean, we've had
What a
similar
run.
versions of that happen at the World Championship
We
before,
have.
no doubt about it. All right, we're going to take a short break here as we wrap up the limited rounds. Take a look at that gorgeous first place trophy. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll be back at the news desk right after this.
The Magic Spotlight Series returns in 2026. Coming your way in February is Magic Spotlight Eclipsed on February 6th through 8th in Toronto, Canada. All participants will receive an amazing Textless Vendilion Click promo card, with the top 128 competitors earning a foil version. Can't make it to Toronto? The organizer will live stream the event on their channel with a dedicated broadcast team. Need a TLDR? Coverage highlights will be featured on magic.gg and Play MTG social channels. And you can see the full Magic Spotlight schedule for 2026 on magic.gg/spotlight. Welcome back to coverage of World Championship 31 here on day 2 of competition. We've got a couple of players that are just one win away from locking up a spot in our top 8. So things are really heating up here in the building. 61 players back to battle on day 2 in draft and standard. And indeed, we are saying goodbye to draft for the rest of the tournament. Marie Bartholdi, Monty DeBooty, and Riley Knight. And speaking of draft, Riley, how did things shake out at our top table?
Well, this is what we have to get into now, Maria. We have to discover which of our top tables ended up with, well, all of them ended up with winning players, of course, but who were those winning players that went 3-0? Let's get stuck in here, beginning with draft pod number 1. And we can, of course, see that Sam Pardee sitting at 9-1 now at the end of the draft rounds. He is just one win away from a top 8 berth here after successfully trophying this draft, as we call it, 3-0. Very tidy result. And the American will be very, very happy for having picked up that win in his draft pod. I caught up with Sam Pardee after his win. Here's what he had to say. Sam Pardee, 3-0 in our day 2 draft today. So you're now 9-1. When was the last time you lost?
I lost the finals of the last draft, and I decided I'm not having any more of that. I'll just win the rest.
It makes it a lot easier. But at 9-1 now, very exciting times for you, because with one more win in the next 4 constructed rounds, you go straight to our top 8. How's that feeling?
Feels amazing. I haven't top 8'd at a Worlds before. I'm really hoping I get to.
And I guess confidence level very high with your constructed deck. I know that you're a big fan of it. Rattle off 4 wins with it yesterday, so feeling like a win could come your way in the next couple of rounds as well today.
Yeah, I feel very optimistic about it. I think our deck was really good. I think I have a really good chance to win.
Well, Sam, best of luck. Hopefully see you in the top 8, mate.
Thank you so much.
Let's move on now and have a look at our second draft pod here and find out who the winner was, going 3-0 in draft pod number 2. It was the surprise of approximately no one, Jean-Emmanuel Depras, of course, a former world champion in his own right. Let's see what he had to say after his 3-0 clean sweep of his draft pod.
Alrighty, JED, another 3-0 here in Limited. Tell us about that awesome blue-white deck.
So I opened United Front, pack 1, pick 1, which is one of the best cards in the set. Got past Accumulate Wisdom. I took a good white uncommon over it because I wanted to cut white. And then I received Grand, and I'm like, okay, so blue is really open. Let's hedge blue. And in the end, both white and blue were open, so I didn't have to choose. And since these colors are the best in the format, I was very happy with how things went.
Blue-white, definitely a great place to be in this limited format. Constructed, well, blue is a good place to be, and that's where you are. I know you've got not exactly lessons, a little something different. How you feeling going into the constructed rounds?
Yeah, so I'm playing Is It Losing? I feel good about the deck and how I'm playing it. The one thing that is a little scary is that we didn't test enough of the lessons deck. So I don't really know if I'm slightly ahead, slightly behind, like how things exactly go and what's the ideal sideboard plan. Like I try to theory craft it, but I'm still unsure. So if I face good lesson players, things might get dicey, but otherwise I like my chances.
Well, if JD likes his chances, it's hard to argue. JD, good luck.
Thank you.
He likes his chances in constructed. The man with a 69% constructed win rate likes his chances. He's got an abysmal limited win rate for a player of his level, and he just 3-0'd a draft. If I'm everyone else in this tournament, I'm terrified right now.
Well, his limited win rate will have picked up a little bit. Not quite as far as his constructed win rate so far.
I don't think he's making up that,
but you're absolutely right in saying JD is going to be very, very happy heading in to the constructed rounds given his win rate. On our third draft pod, we had Akira Shibata go 3-0 there, and we'll bring up the result of that table. Here it is for you to have a look at. But Akira Shibata to the left of your screen there. A tidy 3-0 victory for the Japanese player. He caught up with Cedric with interpreter Joseph Lace.
I am here with Akira Shibata, who just went 3-0 in the second draft here at the World Championship. Tell us about that second deck.
はい、柴田さん 3-0 おめでとうございます。このデッキについて何か教えていただけますか？どうですか？プレイしていて。
1の2で、上のアーネさんから、青白のレアのカタラが流れてきて、流れてきたんですけど白はできないと思って、青タッチ白の形を作ろうと思って青黒タッチ白の、軽い飛行の殴るデッキを構築しました。
Yeah, so in the 1-2 when I was drafting, I noticed Harane actually left one of the bombs, like a blue-white Katara, and that made me think oh, if he's leaving that, then that probably means I also can't go in that lane. So I was trying to figure out where I wanted to go. I wanted to do white, but it felt tough, so I was basing my deck around blue. I still wanted to incorporate white, so I took a little bit, but it's mostly blue, black, and then a tiny bit of white. But yeah, it turned out great. We got a lot of flyers, and I was playing against the green deck too, so it just, in a sense, it was a little bit of luck, but it turned out fantastic.
Well, a little bit of luck never hurts. Now tell us about Constructed, and are you ready for these next couple of rounds?
はい、次は3コンストラクテッドになりますが、どうですか？心構えではないですけど、準備バッチリですか？
もともとは、ドラフトラウンドが自信がなくて構築ラウンドが自信があったので、構築ラウンドをこのまま、勝ってトップ8を目指したいです。
So actually, I was a lot more nervous about draft and way more confident about constructed. So top 8, here I come. I'm going to do it.
Top 8, here he comes indeed. Can't wait to watch.
Well, we love to see that sort of confidence from the players that are doing well in this tournament. And speaking of doing well, an incredible turnaround for one player in particular. No surprise to learn that it is Seth Manfield who won this draft pod number 4 with a 3-0 win. Started off 0-2 in the tournament. I caught up with him after his win on day number 2.
I'm here with Hall of Famer Seth Manfield, who has had quite a weekend at the World Championship so far. Seth, how did things start out for you in the opening rounds?
I mean, I started out 0-2, so I was getting ready to go back to my hotel room, but then I figured I'll keep going and see how the rest of the rounds go.
And your current record?
8-2.
Just the 0-2 into 8-2 obviously must be a huge relief to have turned things around like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty special tournament, so I'm just hoping 4 more rounds, hoping to keep this up.
Well, I mean, your constructed deck, I know you're feeling very, very confident about it. Your team feels really good about it. So now that we're out of Limited with a terrific 3-0 record, you must be feeling very, very good about the next couple of rounds.
The deck is amazing. It's the Is It Lessons deck with the Monument. I'm just hoping that I can play it well because it's not an easy deck.
All right, well, Seth, best of luck to you, mate, and congratulations on the 3-0.
All right, thanks.
I just want to remind people, I was talking to Frank Carson this morning, the last time Team TCG player broke it in terms of win percentages this hard was with Rakdos Vampires, which won the Pro Tour in the hands of one Seth Manfield.
Interesting.
Much to consider.
A promising augury.
Much
for that team.
to consider.
Certainly, absolutely.
Let's take a look at our leaderboard and consider that and find out who is currently leading the tournament. It is a wild leaderboard, everybody. We have 2 players currently on 9-1, Derek Davis and Sam Pardee, each 1 win away from locking up a spot in our top 8. 10 is the magic number. If you get there before the final round of Swiss, you are good to go. And check this out, your world champion is probably somewhere on this graphic, which is very exciting. Former world champ Jean-Emmanuel Duprat continues to do extremely well at 8-2 there. Seth Manfield has been climbing the leaderboard all day at 8-2, the Hall of Famer. So exciting. Current reigning world champ Javier Dominguez currently sitting at 7-3. This is the most exciting part of the tournament for me anyway, seeing these players and who can lock up a spot in our top 8. We are turning our attention to Standard now. For the rest of the tournament, how is that shaping up, Monty?
Okay, Maria, well, taking a look at Standard and what it is, first of all, Standard is one of the largest that it's ever been, and we have 13 sets currently in Standard, going all the way back to Wilds of Eldraine, all the way forward to the most recent set, Avatar: The Last Airbender. But in terms of the metagame for what we're working with this weekend, what we saw coming into the weekend was Is It Lessons was the most played deck at 18.3%, and so far it's been proving to look excellent. Teamer Otter, second most played and still doing solid. Fant Airbending was the third most, but it's underperforming a bit, so we'll see how the rest of the standard rounds today play out.
All right, there's a look at our standard metagame as we turn to standard here today. But before we get there, first some more words of wisdom from our players. What words of advice have stuck with them in their Magic career? Monty, what do you got for us this time?
Many things are important, and none is the most important.
Oh, all right.
Profound, that one.
Yeah, it is.
You really dig into that. There's a lot of meat on those bones. I've got one here for you. Visualize your victory. Take every match as another fresh step towards your goal. Really uplifting stuff there. Look at that.
Manifest it. All right, and here is mine. When you see a good move, look for a better one. I could definitely use that piece of advice. I'm like, oh, I can attack? I think I'll just do that.
Oh, this card on Arena is glowing. I'll play it. No further thought required. That's my approach,
Head
Maria, very
empty.
much.
Head empty. There's some words of wisdom from our players. Well, let's get ready for our next round here in the building. It is a very exciting one as one of our players will be locking up a spot in our top 8. This is a win and in for both Derek Davis and Sam Pardee, who are both sitting at 9-1. Is it Lessons matchup? Not exactly the same deck. Take a look at Derek Davis there on your screen. Came in the top 32 players at the last World Championship. Doing very well this time here indeed. Has only missed one day two in the last 11 events.
The numbers paint a really interesting picture here. I've already talked about both of the fact that both of these blokes have made 10 out of 11 day twos. Really, really consistent. It's time for them to really do something with their day two conversion rates. It's time for one of them right now to head to our top 8.
Absolutely. Take a look at Sam Pardee here, your Strixhaven champion, finalist at Pro Tour MH3. Really wants to make a top 8 of a world championship.
And you can see that Sam's win rate in Limited is obviously a little bit higher than his win rate in Constructed, but still pushing 60%. Sam Pardee, with a wealth of experience behind him, Maria, he's in a good position here to make his run at a top 8 berth.
Absolutely, and if even one of these players doesn't win, it's not even the end of the story there, because they're going to have a lot more win and ins the rest of the day as well. So looking good for both of these players. Talk to me about this matchup, Monty.
Okay, well, we have an Is It Lessons mirror. Not surprising considering we're deep into the tournament and the deck is doing incredibly well. First, we're going to look at Derek Davis's build of Is It Lessons. The core package of trying to play as a control deck, remove your opponent's creatures, set up to start casting Ancestral Recall in the form of Accumulate Wisdom is there. But the big thing about Derek Davis's build is that he's foregone the Artist Talent Monument of Endurance win condition package and instead is using Eddie Merc Crab as his primary win condition. On the other side, we look at Sam Pardee's list. Now, this is the Team TCG player build that has absolutely been dominating the win percentage. As I said, similar to that of Rakdos Vampires when they brought it. Artist Talent, Monument of Endurance. This is the big package that they have that the other builds of Lessons in the field eschewed and did not bring, and it has looked fantastic for them so far. Sam Pardee feels incredibly confident about his deck and thinks they broke it, and I'm leaning on agreeing right now.
This is so interesting because both of these players wound up on essentially the same shell completely independently of each other. But you think the TCG player build is better overall?
I think it's better. Derek Davis said that he sort of came to his own build, and then when he saw the metagame breakdown, he was feeling pretty good about his deck, and then realized other people came to the same conclusion. Maybe TCG player, in my opinion, got to the better build, but we'll see how it plays out in this mirror match.
All right, well, let's send somebody to our top 8. I'm going to pass it on over to Ailey and Corey with the call.
Thank you so much, Maria. Hey, Corey.
Hey, hey.
Win and in. Win and in. Let's go. This is our favorite part of the broadcast as well. We love to put someone into the top 8 and let them go and chill for the rest of the day, because who wants to play all 14 rounds of Magic? I mean, that actually does sound quite fun, doesn't it?
They want to play their matches on Sunday. That's the important part.
There we go. There we go. Maximize it. Here we go. Derek Davis was our overnight leader, undefeated, and lost to one Samuel Pardee. So, who do you think is going to take the victory here, friend?
I'm definitely agreeing with Monty in the sense that I like the Monument build a little bit more, but honestly, it's so very close that, like, you know, the quenches could definitely come up from Derek Davis's side, and you still get to play the best cards. You get to play Grand, and you get to play Accumulate Wisdom. Both decks are playing 4 of each. Those are going to be the key cards to look at here in this matchup, as well as Storm Chaser's Talent, maybe the best card here in Standard.
Could well be. Opening hands, both players with a Malta 6. Storm Chaser's Talent, like you mentioned, brings along his little squeaky friend. And Pardee just passing the turn back with the Spire Bluff Canal.
One thing I think we're going to see in this matchup a lot is, like, Derek Davis did have the choice between Talent or Grand to start, and there's going to be so much removal that just throwing Grand out there right away is not going to be great. You're going to want to really get those spells in your yard, then play Grand, use that cost reduction.
Yeah.
So even if Grand dies, you do still get the value immediately.
Absolutely. Grand definitely wants to get those discounts, and these poor little otters cannot withstand Iroh's demonstration, as he blasts them all for 1.
Yeah, you know, I was playing a good amount of this lesson stack, and it was starting to pick up on the arena ladder, of course, and the Iroh's demonstration to clear out a lot of the otters came up a lot.
Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, it's just so good at clearing the entire board. Sorry, airbending with your infinite 1/1s. Turns out they all die.
Yeah, an incredible card. I mean, dealing 4 or, you know, dealing 1, killing all the otters in Standard, that kind of thing, killing Llanowar Elves, it's just incredible right now.
Here we see Abandoned Attachments, chucking a multiversal passage, so Sam Pardee, happier with the island and mountain in hand, finds 2 Storm Chaser's Talents. We love them in multiples.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, this matchup, neither player is really ever going to run out of gas. With Storm Chaser's Talent going to level 2, stock ups, Accumulate Wisdom, all this thing, it's going to be just really how these players pick their spot to deploy their threats, deploy multiple threats, that kind of thing. Not just, you know, who's going to run out of gas, because it's not going to happen very often.
Here comes the Grand. She hits the board now for Derek Davis. A firebending lesson takes care of the little otter on the other side and leaves up 2 very suspicious blue sources of mana.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing Sam will be able to, or one advantage for Derek Davis, I should say, is the fact that Derek never has to play around counter magic, so can always leave up mana. Sam, in these early parts of the game, turns, you know, 1 through 6 or so, is really going to have to be very wary of Quench.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it can be a little tricky. Like even now, we're probably going to get Quench.
Yeah, yep. Certainly gonna, but Grand is off the board, at least for Sam, so he won't be too mad about losing the 1 Storm Chaser's Talent because, haha, psych, I had 2.
Yeah, had all these and has the Boomerang basics to be able to get some more value, but with Sam going up to 5 mana next turn, we're probably going to see Activate, go to level 2, and then Boomerang basic it back if you want to soak up all the value. But one thing neither player has found yet is the best card in the deck here, Accumulate Wisdom. That really does break this mirror match open.
Oh, absolutely. Drawing 3 cards, you can cost it instant speed. It's just like, yeah, how do you come back from that?
Yeah, now we're getting stock up back, but now, I mean, it feels weird to say, but Accumulate Wisdom at home is stock up now, you know? There is Monument, though.
Lovely. Love to see it.
Now, this is very important because Monument really just cannot be dealt with game 1 from Derek Davis. But in the post-board games, there are a couple of Abrades, which I kind of think Abrade is going to be a little bit more of a prevalent card going forward.
I think so, too. Yeah, we had 1 pesky artifact in Standard not too long ago, but with VV's banning, it's no longer a factor. But this Monument, if this picks up steam, yeah, pack your Abrades, friends.
Yeah, absolutely. Either pack your Abrades or pack your bags.
Pretty much, or your counter magic, and try and pick this off the stack when you can. But Derek Davis digging through the deck and finding a bunch of gas here. A couple lands, Abandoned Attachments, Storm Chaser's Talent, and Combustion Techniques aplenty.
And now, you know, Sam does not have any more, air quotes, gas in the tank, but even leveling up Storm Chaser's Talent to level 2 and getting back your Abandoned Attachments, for instance, that card gets so much better when you can discard a card and draw 2, thanks to the Monument.
Leveling up. Gets back the Boomerang basics, picks it up. Dunk. Draw a card, and back on the board. Make another otter, perhaps, unless there's something better to do. Okay.
And now the damage is definitely going to be coming in. We're probably going to see one of these combustion tactics kill one of the otters, which doesn't feel great. You know, you'd for sure rather have the Iroh's demonstration there to be able to clean them up nicely, but...
I mean, listen, if you can kill an otter, you're going to kill an otter. It sometimes does feel like overkill, because, I mean, those combustion techniques are, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 damage right now?
Yeah.
Something along those lines?
I mean, those otters were quite large as well.
Yeah, and they get out of hand. If you can just string together a bunch of spells, if you've got the cost reduction of either the Artist Talent or Grand, like, this deck can storm off. Sure, there's no storm payoff, but yeah, you just have massive otters.
Yeah, Derek plays a couple Eddie Merc Crab as the air quotes win condition, but the real win condition just got cast. You know, that's how you win most of your games, is just with Storm Chaser's Talent. As sometimes you're casting 5, 6 spells a turn. You got 2 of these otters.
Yeah,
it's all over. Now here is kind of the combo. Artist Talent with Monument really goes wild.
Go crazy. Alrighty. Discard, trigger, don't forget it. So you get to either draw, you get treasure, or you get to deal 3. It only triggers once.
Yeah, and you can do so many fantastic things with Monument. I think one of my favorites is, if you have 8 cards in your hand, you go to cleanup, you discard a card, you can draw a card off Monument, you go to a second cleanup phase, where then you get to activate Monument again. I honestly didn't know how that worked until I did it. I was like, well, that's quite good.
Seems good, yeah. And, having onboard ways to trigger the discard without having to rely on a spell is just so sweet. I think a couple of the decks play a copy of Agnakela in the mana base. So just being able to draw and discard just with an activate ability on a land, so powerful once you've got the Monument resolved.
Yep, the team TCG did decide to all play one of those. And yeah, it's very strong when you can find it.
Absolutely. And Artist Talent, it's really tough to remove unless it's a Boomerang Basics. Derek Davis wants to point at it. And it's basically fulfilling the role of Granny, of Gran, but a lot less susceptible to removal.
And as awesome as those cards are, and when they're combined here and you have the ability to cast some spells, it looks amazing. But when you just play a Monument, you don't have the Artist Talent, or vice versa, they're not that amazing on their own, but together they are truly incredible.
You know what's great?
Drawing 3 cards?
Okay, yeah. Drawing 3 cards, yes, but paying 0 for a 3-mana artifact is real sweet. So, if Sam Pardee were to get like another Artist Talent and Gran down, level it up accordingly, 3 monuments.
Yep, it is cost reduction on both the Monument and the Artist Talents as well as your spells. A nice little combo.
Where's this Boomerang Basics pointing at? All right, Derek wants to draw more cards. Has found an Iroh's demonstration, so that'll take care of the one little threat on the board right now.
Interesting to point at the level 1 talent. That kind of tells me that Derek Davis is at some point interested in going to level 3 on Storm Chaser's Talent, which just does not happen often.
No, it doesn't. And, usually you do want to be cycling those back, but if you've got 2 on the board, then yeah, why not? Live your best life, man. Get a bunch of otters every time you cast a spell.
Yeah, and I mean, we haven't seen a lot of Is It Lessons mirrors on the broadcast, so I'm sure these are going to play out a lot different than playing against a creature deck from the Lessons side.
Yeah. Sweet so far. Both players keeping each other in check. And now we see Sam Pardee leveling up Artist Talent to do its best Gran impersonation, along with a Gran.
And now we're popping off. We are casting 1 mana. I mean, this is Ancestral Recall when you got the cost reduction, and then you're activating Monuments. So, I mean, discard a card, draw 2, and then draw 3.
Yeah.
Just 1 mana, draw 5 is pretty good.
Yep. Seems decent. Boomerang Basics bringing back.
Yeah, and I feel like
Storm Chaser's Talent triggers the Artist Talent. We're going to discard. We get to now draw a card or deal 3 damage or make a treasure. Take your pick.
And here's just Monument and Artist Talent on display. It really looked like Derek Davis was ahead, but once Sam had that one turn, I mean, yeah, look at this. This is absurd.
The poor cards in hands checkers, they're like, all right, slow down, man. Come on, I need to show what's in here.
Yeah, no kidding. And both players playing extremely fast. You can tell both of these players really know their deck inside and out. And I think the one thing that Sam will have to keep an eye on at some point, maybe not in this game, but just in general, you can deck with this.
Yeah,
when you're
easily.
when you're drawing this many cards, you really got to put a priority on target player loses 3 life with the monument, you just always think, all right, that's what I'll do eventually. Let's draw cards. Let's get mana first. But at some point, you do gotta go over the loss of life, or you will die.
Yeah. And then on upkeep, cost the firebending lesson. Now the monument's reset, so discard to the talent. Draw.
Yeah, I think they might have done it, Ailey. I mean, this deck just looks so incredible.
Pretty cracked, not gonna lie.
Great on both sides for sure. But the Sam Pardee and TCG players, all 10 of them, their combined win rate was 68% after day 1.
Ah, just 1% off of nice. What a pity.
Yeah. I'll target.
Damn, look at that hand. Accumulate Wisdom, Combustion Technique twice, another Monument, and a Firebending Lesson. Gross.
Yep. I mean, and look, Derek Davis just spent his whole turn paying 6 mana to recall. Great, still, you know, very powerful. But in response, Sam said, well, I'm going to pay 1 mana to draw 5 cards and discard 1.
Doesn't seem fair, does it?
No, this game has not looked very fair.
I have 7 in hand now. 2 of which are monuments.
Yep, 2 monuments and very, very dead is one Derek Davis in game 1 here. So post board, let's take a look at Derek Davis's sideboard. He's got a couple of things here that can help. The first thing I'm looking at is Abrade ×2.
Yeah, the Abrades are for sure coming in. There's a bunch of counter spells. I'm curious how they are going to attack this matchup if they're trying to be very reactive. But this is a matchup. Your deck is called Lessons. So you cannot be taking out too many Lessons, even though you don't want all your red removal in there. So that is one thing that I think is very challenging, is how to sideboard with this deck. So it'll be very interesting to see what these players do.
First thing that Sam Pardee wants to do is kill off an otter. So Firebending Lesson takes care of the little critter. Boomerang Basics from Derek Davis. We'll bring it back, draw a card, and let's see if it gets recast here. Take 2. Ding ding. Gran is on the board.
And looks like we see our first sideboard card here from Sam Pardee, Soul Guide Lantern, to just be able to interact with Accumulate Wisdom. If Accumulate Wisdom is Anticipate instead of Ancestral Recall, it's a much more manageable card.
Yeah, there's quite a big difference between those 2 cards.
Yes. And the nice thing is you can wait till it's on the stack and then use the Lantern. Plus the Lantern, when it comes into play, you get to eat 1 lesson. So with 1 Lantern, you kind of deal with 4 lessons in the graveyard.
Yeah.
It's kind of how you can look at it.
Pretty nifty. So Sam Pardee spending his turn there to get Artist's Talent down. Has Boomerang Basics, the Monument, and Soul Guide Lantern to follow up on the next turn. Boomerang Basics for Derek Davis, however, is going to find him a card. Or excuse me, Stock Up is going to get him a couple more cards off the top of the library now.
Yeah, I never really pictured that Stock Up was not going to just be the best card advantage spell in Standard, but yeah.
I mean, it was for a little bit.
And to be fair, it probably still is. The Accumulate Wisdom, well, in the context. The Accumulate Wisdom, you have to build your deck around.
Yes.
The best just solo card advantage spell, still probably Stock Up.
Not
but
consult the star charts?
yeah, good point. That one is very nice.
I kind of like that one a little more.
All right, there's a lot of great ways to, to draw cards in blue.
Blue does enjoy drawing some cards.
Combat. Yep. Trigger.
Granny gets in.
And I still love my favorite moment, running into Sam in the hotel lobby. Was just saying, yeah, Gran is completely busted. Gran really sounds like Rega Van. And I'm like, okay, Sam. Okay, buddy.
Granny doesn't make you treasure. She just gives you a discount.
Yeah, I mean,
she's not
creating
stealing
a treasure,
your opponent's stuff either. Come on.
1 treasure adds 1 mana. The cost reduction from Granny could net you 3 mana here.
Man, it's a stretch. It's a stretch at best. I'll have to disagree with our Strixhaven champion here on this one.
Sam knows a bit about lessons from Strixhaven as well as this.
Does.
So
I'm not going to argue with him on anything else, but I will disagree on that point.
Okay.
Soul Guide Lantern now able to keep this graveyard in check as Gran does her best to get some more back in there. We're going to see a copy of Gran hit the bin.
Doesn't look like Derek has a 4th land. Not the most important thing.
I'll play 2 talents, get 2 otters.
Nice.
And most of the time, the Boomerang Basic on the Artist Talent is not that great. But once it's already leveled up, that's a really nice play here. And now Sam is very much behind. And here's kind of what I was wondering is how much removal comes in. We see a Null in hand. We see Soul Guide Lantern. And the one thing you don't see in hand, at least, is Iroh's Demonstration, which would be the best card right now for Sam. So back up against the wall, this Is It Lessons deck can get aggressive very quickly.
Sure can. So he's going to want to clear this board pretty quickly, otherwise he's going to have a bit of a bad time, but Boomerang Basics can take care of one of these little friends. Firebending Lesson in hand, Agna Kayla in hand. He hasn't played a land yet, has he?
Hasn't played a land, but no access to another red source, just 3 islands essentially, and the 1 mountain is definitely going to stymie the development a little bit.
Stymie, that's a good word. I like that word.
Thank you.
I was about to say, that doesn't enter tapped. Just pre-tapping it for some mana, getting another Storm Chaser's Talon down on the board.
Yeah, these players are definitely playing very cleanly, very quickly. They know their deck's kind of inside and out, it would seem.
I mean, you don't just get to 9 and 1 on a whim. You know?
Yeah, yeah.
And a reminder, friends, 10 is the magic number, so whoever wins here is into a top 8. And Sam Pardee, he said, unbelievably, hasn't made a top 8 of a world championship. And you think he's been around so long. Surely he must have, right?
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, Sam's done so many other things, had a great career. You know, has taken second in a couple pro tours and just a plethora of other premium results. Derek Davis, rather new to the scene, you know, started playing Magic in 2015, but man, has he just had just a consistent, you know, last couple years.
He and his team of, I think, 2 other players, I can't remember their names right now, so forgive me, the Domain deck, they were one of the first adopters and, you know, progenitors of it. So
yeah, absolutely.
From that point on, he said, hi, I'm Derek Davis, and you're going to see me a lot.
Or I remember when he made a top 8 where he played his kind of, you know, pet deck, the Incarnation deck, played against Shota.
Yes.
And Shota went into the match saying, I have 0% chance to win. Whenever you have a GOAT like that, just having such low confidence against someone, you know you got yourself, well, a good matchup, and you're playing against a great player.
Oh, yeah.
So now there are 3 lessons in Graveyard right now. So this Accumulate Wisdom is ready to draw 3 cards, but now we're going to see that Soul Guide Lantern really shine as Sam doesn't have to leave up any mana for the Soul Guide Lantern, just gets to react to what Derek Davis does. So Derek's like, well, I don't have a good opportunity to just fire off this Accumulate Wisdom. He's going to try to do a play where maybe, let's say he drew a second Accumulate Wisdom. He gets to go Accumulate Wisdom, Sam will crack the Lantern, and then can respond with another Wisdom.
Could do that, or could, you know, feign getting a instant back from the graveyard and in response then do that. But just going for 1 point of damage, grand down, leaving up 4 mana.
This Soul Guide Lantern looked very, very, you know, mild, but it is doing some serious work. It's stopping Derek Davis's 2 only good plays right now, leveling up the Storm Chaser's Talent or casting the Wisdom. And now the busted card in the deck is here to play.
It's only as busted as the cards getting discarded, man. And to be fair, it's Artist Talent that's doing all the work.
Yeah, okay.
Let's give credit where credit is due. Man.
I think it's a team effort.
Team effort, yeah. Only busted with each other. I think that was one of the things that Team TCG player was saying as well, you know, right? Like, it gets a little clunky, the draws sometimes do. You know, if you draw too many of the monuments, like, what are you supposed to do? Just sure run it out and hope for a miracle?
The one thing I love, though, the most about this list is, yeah, sure, you can find some clunkiness like that, but the thing I love the most is, let's say you're in a matchup like up against Control, and you have all these firebending lessons, all this removal. You know, normally it would just be, oh, I drew 3 of those in game 1, I lost, you know? But now being able to loot those away, you don't feel the pain as much. It really reminds me, Artist Talent kind of reminds me of Fable the Mirror Breaker in this deck.
Sure.
Where you can just get rid of some of your poor cards in a matchup for free, essentially.
Yeah. Love a good old tradability. Derek keeping It'll Quench You had the option between that and a Combustion Technique, I believe, and probably a land. So it's going to hope that he can pick his spot and get something into the graveyard from Sam Pardee's side. There's the level up. There's the Accumulate Wisdom back in hand. So at least he protected that in a sense, doing it the way he did.
Yeah, I mean, the Lantern's only going to get one thing, but yeah, sure, now you get back Accumulate Wisdom, but When the graveyard's gone, you have to rebuild 3 more lessons into the graveyard.
Oh, however will they do that, Corey?
I mean, he's not going to have a lot of time here. This is going to get crazy here with 2 monuments. I mean, in 3 turns, it's going to look like, oh, Sam had 1 card in hand. He's going to have 7 in like 2 turns, as long as he doesn't draw just all lands. And even that lantern off the top, which we can see in his hand, looks incredible.
And also Agna Kayla just being able to trigger them on Derek's turn.
Yeah.
You know.
And now,
Shudders.
and now, sure, this quench is actually going to get the lantern, but it just kind of doesn't matter. Like, you get a treasure, you get to draw a card, and Sam's just going to keep finding gas, and Derek is really stymied by just, you know, what he draws off the top of the deck.
Yeah. River Perverse, he can abandon attachments now if he wants to, because he hasn't done any damage just yet.
Cast this, trigger. Yep.
Chuck, draw.
And this is the new templating, you know, where you get to cast the card and then you may discard a card. Most of them you have to discard as an additional cost.
Yeah.
It makes it so much better with Artist Talent because you get to discard and then discard again.
You have 10 to 10? Yeah.
I gotta say, I mean, both decks look awesome, but in the mirror match, it feels like it's not that fair of a fight.
I don't think
with
so.
Monument, you know, I mean, sure, the Abrades can come in from Derek, but...
That's the hope.
I mean, what did Sam lose to? That's what I'm going to go find out right now.
I don't think I can from this title, actually. I'm hoping it's going to be at least really difficult.
Both players keeping it real.
Who did he lose to? He lost in draft to Max Dory. All right, so he has not lost yet with this deck.
Yeah, I 100% believe that. I 100%
Good,
believe
because
that.
I lied. No, I'm not lying. Whew. This is an uphill battle here for Derek Davis. Now down to 10. We'll be dead in 2 turns just from a discard.
Yep.
And it doesn't really have any way to interact with that, so...
No, it just seems so tough, like...
That doesn't even help much, does it?
All you really need is a sorcery, or just take 6, and then on Derek Davis's turn, play an instant, take 6 more, and the game's over. So this is looking near impossible for Derek to come back here.
I'm going to agree with you on that one. I think it's going to be a case of, right, let's see what I can resolve, see if there's a miracle on top of the deck, and then extend the hand to Sam Pardee, who is very close to being the first player in our top 8.
And making the top 8 of this World Championship is so huge. You just qualify for so many events based on that alone.
Plus the whole year, basically,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. The whole next year. Plus you have the opportunity to say something that everyone knows what it means. I'm a world champion at anything, you know? Like, that is truly amazing. You can tell your grand back home, like, hey, I want a pro turn. She'd be like, well, that's nice. But you're like, tell grand, I'm the world champion. I mean,
That's
everyone's going to
lovely,
respect
darling.
that. Yeah.
Derek Davis. Looking at his cards, wondering how the hell do I win in this situation? Ghost Vacuum. Cost, it'll quench you in hand. Another Vacuum and Spire Bluff Canal.
Yeah, and Derek Davis cast 3 Accumulate Wisdom this turn, and instead of drawing 9 cards, drew 3.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to manipulate and top deck 3 cards you want, but still, that 1 lantern it prevented 6 cards from Derek Davis, which is incredible.
Spider Sense, Aura's Demonstration. How does Sam Pardee want to win this is what it feels like this decision is.
So I think it's over. So you just go with this, Iroh's Demonstration. You discard 2 cards, take 6, and then during Derek Davis's upkeep, you just activate the land and take 6 more.
Boom, boom.
I think this is Sam Pardee about to enter party time.
I'll choose draw and draw.
Okay. Maybe there's some risk to it. I guess if there was an Abrade, you know, then you don't win on the spot. This seems maybe a little bit more safe.
Well, if it's an upkeep, you just respond to the Abrade, right?
Yeah.
I don't think he has to worry about anything, honestly.
Either way, it's either going to be over this turn or next turn.
I think we're going to hear another, I'm going to kill you in your upkeep. Although he doesn't have... Yes, he does. There it is. That is going to do it. Sam Pardee makes it into his first top 8 at a World Championship. Congratulations to Sam.
Oh, just love those moments. You know, maybe not the biggest reaction from Sam, but you know it's going to start to sink in after you step away. You hug your friends, you know, you call your family and stuff like that. And you let them know you're going to be in the top 8 here of the biggest Magic tournament of the year.
His wife,
Huge
Caroline, is here, you know, so
Yeah,
if he's not hyped, then she certainly will be. So
yeah, working the cards in hand.
there we go.
Had to get out of the truck and congratulate him, I imagine. There it is.
Best buddy Matt Nass, Caroline there, and all of his friends. So congratulations, Sam. That's going to feel so good. Big old smile on his face. Love, love, love to see it.
I get goosebumps every single time I see a player accomplish one of their biggest dreams of making it into the top 8. It's a dream I've always had. You know, I probably won't get there, but seeing all these players have their biggest dream come true is just really what it's all about.
You know what's great? We get to do it 7 more times.
We do get to do it 7 more times. Oh, what a great job we got.
Oh, man. This next match we're going to jump into, friends, we don't get to just yet. These players need one more win after this round to get into the top 8. It is our former world champion, Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, up against Akira Shibata. So let's jump in here as they are 1-1 at the moment. Who's going to pick up game number 3 and get one step closer to a top 8 at the World Championship?
Absolutely, and we're going to be seeing Jean-Emmanuel Duprat's card from winning the World Championship. That's going to be coming out in Lorwyn, I believe,
Lawrence, the beginning of next year. I'm so excited for that. Haven't been there because they've taken 16 years to go back.
Wait, 16? That was my first. I played Blue Black Fairies at my very first Pro Tour. It's been 16 years.
Wow.
Wow.
You feel old now?
My back hurts. Absolutely. Yeah.
Your everything hurts, man. Goes Vacuum starting things off here for Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, who is on Is It Looting, one of the variants here of the blue-red decks. Akira playing Is It Lessons. Now, what variant is he playing of the Lessons? Let's take a look.
Yeah, and then as far as, I mean, here is another former world champion here, Nathan Stoyer, from winning that tournament in 2021. Being used pretty effectively. You know, it was a card that if you had the choice between that and Prof's Eidetic Memory, you were almost always playing the enchantment that couldn't really be killed.
Yeah.
But, you know, with that card out of the format, Duelist of the Mind is incredible. And JD's playing all 4.
Nice. Quantum Riddler here. This is also a 2-drop, right?
Yep, yeah.
Of course.
It really does it all, that is for sure. So this version of Is It Looting, it is playing 4 Riddlers, 4 Duelist of the Mind, 4 Fear of Missing Out. It is not playing the Portal to be able to blink Quantum Riddler, anything like that. But it is just a very consistent Is It deck. Not really doing anything flashy, just playing very strong, clean Magic.
Which Jean-Emmanuel Duprat is known for.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Coincidentally.
He's just known for being good at Magic.
Yeah, he's so good at Magic, man. I've been such a fan. Ever since we've seen him playing, or since I personally started seeing him playing in the online events, in, you know, all the Mythic Championships back in the day.
Yep.
Back in my day. Like, he's just so consistent, so good, and just, a pleasure to watch play.
And just one of the nicest guys you'll ever talk to. I watch his stream all the time. His stream's almost always just in 100% French, but you know, still, I learned so much just from just watching his gameplay.
Spider Sense says no thanks to Abandoned Attachments. Yeah, imagine if Abandoned Attachments was templated like it used to be, you know. As an additional cost to cast this card, discard a card. You would have been down 2 cards there.
Yeah, I mean, that is one of the very few times that we've seen it templated like that. And it's nice, you know, the blowout case of getting it countered after you have to discard something feels real bad, that's for sure.
JED holding on to that Ghost Vacuum. Ready to get rid of anything in the yard there, as he does on the end step. Untaps, draws, has a multiversal passage, and yeah, he's got a big old Riddler in hand that he can cast now if he wants to.
Yep. And,
or just play the land, pay 2, warp it, see what you find off the top, because you're going to draw 2 cards.
Yeah, solid plays no matter what. And Akira, yeah, like you were saying, playing the Monument version, playing the Talent, you know, is close to the Team TCG list. So, I mean, still has a phenomenal deck list here. And really impressive. Akira kind of burst on the scene going 8-0 at the Champions Cup final.
Yeah.
There in Tokyo, and then played Edge of Eternity as his first Pro Tour with a solid 10-6 finish. And now making it to the World Championship, being a couple wins away. I mean, that is just one way to say, hey, I'm here.
Absolutely. You know, not on any major team by the look of it, just testing with his friends. So, you know, they've got to be super stoked to see their buddy doing so well here this weekend.
Yeah, he'll be giving some lessons to his friends, that's for sure.
So, Jean-Emmanuel going to cast the Warped Riddler.
Finding more Riddlers,
Ooh,
that
nice.
is always extremely strong. And, you know, Quantum Riddler is a card that we just got out of our regional championship phase. It's probably the best card in Modern. But when you don't have those abilities to ephemerate it into play and you're not ditching your hand as fast as you would be when we had VV Cauldron around, it's definitely taken a little bit more of a backseat. It's not the best card in Standard. It's still incredibly powerful, but you know, I kind of thought after the bannings with the new set that this was just going to be the best card no matter what, and it really hasn't played out like that. I mean, look out, Grand's here over Quantum Riddler.
Who would win, one Grand or one?
Well, we just got our answer. Grand lost badly there.
Oh. Ghost Vacuum taking care of graveyards.
Yeah, Ghost Vacuum, excellent against the Lessons deck. Just, you know, Ghost Vacuum is probably better than Lantern against the Lessons deck, as it interacts very profitably with Storm Chaser's talent, as well as slowly controls Accumulate Wisdom, but you can overload the Ghost Vacuum when it comes to the Lessons.
Get all that value, you know, and also if you're able to pop it, I just really want to see it activated and, you know, Jean-Emmanuel to have all the value, but here comes another.
You want value?
Yeah.
There it is.
Woo! Look at that. So many cards. Jeez.
2 mana, draw 3. That's
Seems
Accumulate
decent.
Wisdom.
Yeah.
But on a Sphinx, 4/6 body.
Boomerang on monuments, trigger duelist. Okay.
Nice. Crimes, I say. Officer, I'd like to report a crime. Straight to jail.
Read, Duelist of the Mind here. We'll take a look as well. A phenomenal card, especially when you compare it with a Fear of Missing Out. That's kind of the combo. We used to see a lot of Fear of Missing Out here in the previous Standard. And maybe it's not as powerful, but this combo of untapping your Fear of Missing Out while you still have a Vigilance creature and then drawing a bunch of cards here with Winter Night Story is still devastating.
Big is this Duelist now? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? 7 or 8 plus now?
Yeah. Scholars are still trying to figure it out, but it did come into play. I believe it did come into play.
But that's so sick.
Yeah, and I mean, just look at the card advantage JED just put down here, and this is going to be really tough for Akira to come back from. We don't have the graveyard ready for Lessons. The Monument just got sent back to hand. You know, having to recast that, like this looks near uncomebackable. Here from Akira. It's a word.
You got to coin that now, man. Insurmountable. What is that?
There we go. That's a Torpor Orb, yeah. I mean, the damage is already done. We needed that last turn to shut down Quantum Riddler's drawing 6 cards or whatever.
Frankie.
Demonstration.
Ghost Vacuum getting even more value here for former world champion Jean-Emmanuel. Multiversal Passage.
This is kind of funny. The last time we saw JD win the World Championship, played Esper, which was kind of like the Esper Legends deck, which was kind of like old news. Yeah. And this version of Is kind of the remnants of the VV deck, so it's kind of old news as well. Like,
could that be symbolizing something, you think? Synchronifying another top 8 chair?
Maybe. We will find out. So Torpor Orb shuts this down. No drawing.
Boo, Torpor Orb, boo.
Still a 5 mana 4/6 is pretty strong. The Duelist is going to do some work, and the 2 mana, air quotes, do nothing here is not the best.
That is going to do it. JED, former world champion, picking up his 9th win here. One more, and we'll have another of our top 8 spots locked up. That's gotta feel good.
That does have to feel very good. So JD really needs to win one of the next 2 rounds to lock it up.
Yeah.
Once you get that 10th win in the last round, you still have to deal with the tiebreaker sweat. So JD will be very happy if he can not 0-2 and have to put his fate up to tiebreakers for that
No
last
one
round.
wants to be in a tiebreaker scrum. It's not fun. I've seen people like stress and biting their nails or flying off like it does in the cartoons, you know, like, let's just get it done. Just win the next one and make it into the top 8. That would be ideal.
Absolutely.
Alrighty, friends, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have even more magic here for you with the news desk.
While our 2025 MagicCon season has come to an end, it's time to get ready for the next semester. Join us at MagicCon Las Vegas on May 1st through the 3rd to gather with some of the brightest mages of the multiverse. Early bird badges for MagicCon Las Vegas are now on sale. Some badge levels have already sold out, so jump to the head of the class and go to mcvegas.mtgfestivals.com to learn more about the show and get your badge today. Early bird pricing will be available until 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time on Monday, December 8th, or while supplies last. Hey everyone, welcome back to coverage of World Championship 31. We are putting players into the top 8 here on day 2 of competition. You do not want to move anywhere in the next couple of hours because our top 8 is starting to shape up and it is the most exciting moments in the Magic year, according to me. Hey everybody, welcome to the news desk. Maria Berthaldi, Monty DeVuti, and Riley Knight. The first member of our top 8 is none other than Sam Pardee. Congratulations, we'll be seeing him on the Sunday stage for his first World Championship top 8 berth. How is he feeling? We talked to him after his huge win last round.
Sam, it appears to be party time once again.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm into the top 8. First top 8 of Worlds. I'm very excited.
We have enjoyed watching you play, and we have seen you make many a deep run before. You've seen me doing it with very, very good decks. I'm thinking Nadu. And now this one might be really good too. You're not really one prone to hyperbole, but when you think you've got it, you think you've got it. And I have been talking to you a lot this weekend. You think you have it here with this Lessons deck.
Yeah, this deck is amazing. You get to play with Accumulated Wisdom, which is just Ancestral Recall. You know, I played with that card in my very first draft of the format, and then I told Matt and asked, like, hey, this card that lets you spend 2 mana to draw 3, that's really good. Maybe we should build some decks with that, and then that's how we got here.
So, is there a matchup that you're nervous about, scared about, or is it they got to beat me?
Just the mirror. I don't really want to play against a teammate on the mirror. I think our Monument version is better than the other versions, but not by a ton. So I'd rather they don't have Lessons.
A wise man once said that he's in the business of winning matches, and business is
booming.
Party time, everybody. Sam Pardee into the top 8.
It is party time indeed, and I cannot wait to see Sam in our top 8 tomorrow. Let's check out our leaderboard to find out who might join Sam in our top 8. We have a couple of opportunities coming up this round with some winning in Magic. Derek Davis, your overnight leader, has picked up a couple of losses today, but still in excellent position, currently sitting at 9-2. Former world champion Jean-Emmanuel Deprat, last year 9-2, also in excellent position. Masataka Hori, also in excellent position at 9-2, as well as Hall of Famer Seth Manfield, who's also a world champion, former world champion in 2015, in excellent shape, sitting at 9-2. More world champions, I mean, on this slide, 3 of them. Jean-Emmanuel Deprat, Seth Manfield, Javier Dominguez, all waiting for another chance at their shot in the spotlight. So a lot of exciting Magic coming up here as our final rounds of day number 2 get underway. Of course, Standard, solving it, breaking it perhaps, is extremely important, especially at the World Championship. So how does a team approach breaking the format in Standard? We talked to Team Handshake Moxfield to find out.
For a tournament like the World Championships, Constructed is clearly a very big portion, so who better to talk to the Constructed master like Simon Nielsen, the captain of Team Handshake Moxfield. Simon, how does a team as successful as yours get ready for a Constructed portion of a Pro Tour?
Yeah, usually it has been me pulling the strings and Constructed, organizing the testing and the meetings and everything. But this year, I've actually been dealing with getting like stress from Magic, like from playing and prepping Magic tournaments. And I figured that I just wanted to have my hands in too many jars at once. So what we're doing this time is Stefan Schütz stepped in and is now leading the standard portion, and I'm just doing some limited meetings in our house instead. And Stefan has been doing great with it. He's like, got the spreadsheets with all the matches we played and like keeping track of everything, giving us direction for where to go.
So you guys initially started playing, you assign a captain, like a leader of Constructed. You've got a bunch of decks to play. There's tournaments taking place and everything. Yeah. Now it's time to kind of whittle things down a little bit to what you and your team perceive to be kind of the best couple of decks to play. I assume that's the next step, yeah?
Yeah, so we start from, the bubble of like the previous decks that we think are good with the additions of Avatar and some new brews that we might have that we try and, run against the wall and see which one sticks. Usually it's not that many of them. And then we try and whittle it down to fewer and fewer decks. We want to get to a point where once we get to the testing house, we only have like 3-ish decks we're considering among us. Because that makes it much more clean to actually have the in-house process where we need to tune the decks. That's a time-consuming process.
So you knock it down to those 2 or 3 decks. What's next?
Yeah, so once we're set on like our 2 decks that we usually split up on the team, we split up into groups, and then each group work on the deck that they think they're playing. Usually, it might be due to player preference or player strength, etc. And these groups then work on tuning the deck. That's when we go. And we play a bunch of the same matchup a ton of times with different players, swapping sides, recording the matches so that other people can learn from them, and that's where we find those the exact setup of the 60 and the sideboard and the sideboard plans and everything like that gets tuned and locked in during those few days in the testing house.
All right, so now you've done all the testing, you submit the deck list, the metagame comes out, and that's kind of the scary moment of, do we get things right? Do we get things wrong? What was that process like this time?
Yeah, so this Thursday voting is always interesting because I feel like historically we're not a team who's very good at predicting metagames. Recently we allied ourselves with a data analyst who looked at our track record of metagame predictions, and he concluded that we're all terrible at it, but individually, but at least if we do our average, it's okay. So that's what we did this time, just the average of our metagame prediction. And none of us thought that the Is It Lesson deck was a particularly playable deck, and it's the most popular. So I hope that they're just wrong and we're right, but like we'll see. I mean, maybe we underestimated something here.
Hey, it's that scary feeling after deck submission. You hope you got everything right. Hopefully you didn't get too much wrong. This guy's been getting a lot right over the past handful of years, just like his team has. So Simon, we will see. Good luck.
Trying to figure out what deck to play at a world championship, of course, can be agonizing for the players. You and I, we're lucky. We just get to sit back and watch them do it. And we get to take their advice on what to play and why. Are you still trying to decide? Here the players are to help you with some deck bites.
I'm here with two-time world champion Javier Dominguez. Javier, what deck are you playing this weekend and what does it do?
I'm playing the Banned Urban combo. And what it does is, well, urban creatures with Doc Arlock, which reduces the urban cost by 2. So you can actually loop infinite urbans. And with APA, that creates a token every time you cast an urban creature, so you will create infinite creatures. So basically, we're trying to make an infinite army of allies.
So what are the 3 most important cards in the deck?
So Doc Arlock, which is the card that reduces the cost. Ang Swift Saber, which does urban creature when it comes into play. And APA, which does the same and also creates tokens. So if you get all the 3 together, you have full combo, get infinite tokens, and hopefully win the game next turn. And the rest of the deck is just trying to support those cards mostly.
And what's the best matchup for your deck, would you say?
I'm not very sure. It's like coming into walls. It's actually hard because it depends on how their deck are constructed. But I will say like other green decks, like like Bajimol Cup decks, like Simic, Golgari, whatever, that cannot interact with the combo very well. I will expect those to be like reasonable matchups, but this is more about like how good the deck actually is, which we don't know, than about matchups themselves.
Okay, but can you give us an idea of maybe a bad matchup?
Well, the more interaction they have against the creatures, the worse. So I will say a very removal heavy deck, like a black deck with a lot of removals, or I don't even know, maybe the red decks, if they are like targeting our deck, those should be pretty bad matchups.
I'm here with Johnny Gutman. Johnny, what deck have you brought this weekend and what does it do?
This weekend I've brought Golgari Ouroboros, similar to the Simic deck, but it's a lot more streamlined. It's just trying to put as many copies of Ouroboros into play as soon as possible.
And what are the 3 most important cards? I bet I can guess at least one of them.
Yeah, I'm not spoilers out there. It's Ouroboros, the most important card, but followed up very closely by the new one, Badgermole Cubs, number 2. And then Nature's Rhythm is Badgermole Cubs 5 through 8 and Ouroboros 5 through 8. So that's number 3.
And what would you say is the best matchup for your list?
I really like playing against the Simic version.
And the worst matchup?
Anyone who's got main deck Wraths.
I'm here with Josep Sanfelio. Josep, what are you playing this week and what does it do?
I'm going to play Jeskai Artifacts. And the deck just tries to control early stages of like 1, 2, and turn 3. And then start bringing big boards of constructs with a synthesizer and rule over the game.
So what are the 3 most important cards in the deck? I imagine Synthesizer is number 1.
Synthesizer, of course. Then the Repurposing Bay to fetch as a fetch tutor for every artifact. And then the United Battlefront, which lets you keep on with the advantage.
And what's the best matchup for this deck?
The best matchup is the blue-red base decks with the spells with not so much pressure.
And the worst matchup?
And the worst matchup, probably Otters.
Josep, best of luck. Thank you very much.
There's some standard decks for you to choose from. We also have some words of wisdom for you to choose from here from our players. Words of wisdom that they were given early on in their Magic career that have stuck with them. Here's our next set. Monty, what do you got?
Okay. It's better to think things through before acting rather than act first and think later.
I'm an improviser. I am the opposite of this.
Interesting.
How about this? When you're playing a bad matchup, you really need to think about what the games look like when you win and play toward that. That is good, actionable advice.
Yes, I love that one. Well, how about this one? The only person who can stop me is myself. Let me tell you, I certainly have done that on a number of occasions. Maybe just mere moments ago, playing Arena. Who's to say? I can neither confirm nor deny. What I can confirm is our next feature match that we've got on the way. Let's find out who will do battle in this win-and-in matchup. Derek Davis up against Hall of Famer Seth Manfield. Is it Lessons versus Is it Lessons? Derek Davis, your overnight leader, has stumbled a little bit today, but still in good position in a win-and-in here in round number 12. How will he do?
Well, his obviously clean sheet in day number 1 looked fantastic and set him up very, very well to perform and get into the top 8 today. So far, a win and a loss, and then another win, and then another loss here. So not the start he would have wanted here, but still just one match away, Maria, from making it into our top 8.
Seth Manfield, one match away as well. 13 top finishes in Seth Manfield's resume. Your world champion in 2015. Can he do it again?
And just take a look at this path that he's taken to this point. Started off with a loss, and then has not lost since. It's been a bit of a dark horse, Seth Manfield. We haven't seen him too much in the feature match area, and the reason for that, he's been playing from behind the 8 ball the entire weekend, but now here. Again, one match away. Could be another top 8 berth in a world championship for him.
I know, it's very exciting. We might see a lot of world champions in our top 8 tomorrow. Talk to me about these decks.
Yeah, really weird to call a previous world champion a dark horse.
Yeah, well,
but I'm with it.
It's what's happened.
All right. Well, we've seen this before last round, but let's take a look anyways. Derek Davis against Seth Manfield on Is It Lessons. Derek Davis likes his deck, likes his chances, but I highlighted it. He is behind in this matchup. The Eddie Mark Crabs that he brought for his build are just looking subpar when it comes to the build the TCG player brought, which incorporates Artist Talent and Monument of Endurance into what, in my opinion, is the best possible build in terms of capping for this Is It Lessons deck. So taking a look at Seth's build, this is the TCG player build that we saw from Sam Pardee the previous round. And I'm going to be honest, Sam made it look pretty easy against Derek Davis, and I expect much of the same from Seth Manfield. Now, Derek Davis's record in this tournament is currently undefeated, except against Sam Pardee, I believe.
Yeah.
He's 9-0 against non-Sam Pardee players, 0-2 against Sam Pardee. But I don't like his chances against this TCG player build of Is It Lessons.
Is Derek Davis just going to keep running into this as he keeps trying to make the top 8? Talk to me about what he has to do with his deck if he wants to turn it around here.
I think it's going to involve not just what he has to do from his deck, but more he has to hope that there's some stumbling coming out from the TCG player deck, which is unfortunate because one of the hallmarks of this Is It Lessons deck that we've seen so far is consistency. Because of the tools it has, like Ancestral Recall in Accumulate Wisdom, it's just so consistent at reenacting its game plan game after game after game. And for Derek Davis, he has to hope there's some stumbling that he can take advantage of.
Wow, that's not exactly what you want to hear, where your fate might not be entirely in your own hands, but we do have a win-and-in magic for you this round. Somebody else is going to our top 8. Marshall and Paul, take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. Welcome back to the booth here at the World Championship. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. Thank you so much for joining us for standard action, and we have another win-and-in. The issue is with Derek Davis here. He just actually had one. Wasn't able to get across the finish line. He gets another shot. He says, okay, let's just start over, kind of pat yourself on the face. And then you look up and it's Seth Manfield sitting across from you in, well, we're going to call it the mirror match. They're both playing Is It Lessons, though their builds are slightly different, Paul.
Yeah, they have the same core cards in terms of the Is It package and the ability to draw a bunch of cards. But you know how sometimes you play against a deck and you think they're kind of pre-sideboarded for the matchup?
Yeah.
This is exactly what it feels like here, because both decks have a lot of interaction, a lot of removal that's kind of dead in the matchup. But Derek's main path to victory is trying to win with Eddie Merc Crabs, and Combustion Technique does a really good job of handling that. Meanwhile, Seth's main path to victory are the enchantments and artifacts, right? You talk about Artist Talent and Monument Endurance. Those are just cards that Derek's deck is not capable of dealing with game one. The games do go long enough where eventually one of those things sticks, and then Derek just ends up falling behind. And I kind of predict that's probably what's going to happen here, unless Derek can get off to a really good start or be the person who maybe rattles together a bunch of accumulate wisdoms to just keep up with what Seth's deck is capable of.
Speaking of, Derek was just able to keep up with Seth there. Seth had the perfect start, a grand on turn 1, but it did not stick on the battlefield. It was firebending lesson from Derek to take it down.
Yeah, and there's just so many threats you have to answer. I mean, already a turn 2 artist talent, this now allows Seth to basically cycle through a lot of those dead removal spells, and Derek's deck doesn't have access to this enchantment.
What kind of stuff is Derek playing in lieu of that? You mentioned the Eddie Merc Crab, but what does he only have a couple of those in there?
Yeah, I think Derek's deck is definitely a little bit better against other creature matchups. He has a little more interaction because, look, it is a cost. If you want to play 4 copies of Monument to Endurance and the Artist Talent, that's 8 slots being eaten up. Instead, Derek is choosing to play 2 copies of the Eddie Merc Crab, more It'll Quench Us, more interaction instead. So I think Derek is probably a little bit better against, for example, the Simic Ouroboros deck, but it's a horrible matchup going up against this version.
It's interesting, you know, a lot of times players kind of cringe when they learn they have to face the mirror, but this one has to be extra tough for Derek.
It's really rough.
Derek is at 9-2. He came over undefeated. Seth took a slightly different route to his 9-2 standing here. He lost the first 2 rounds yesterday. Was maybe, you know, Googling for good sandwich places in the area and then just rattled off all wins yesterday and hasn't lost today either to find himself at 9-2. And let's just say those 2 losses are very much in the rearview mirror for him at this point.
Yeah, and Seth's already leveled up the Artist Talents. Now you can just start rummaging through your deck. Yeah. This is 1 mana.
Can't have both.
Sugar?
Yeah. Derek going, do you choose the 1 damage mode or the 4 damage mode? I will choose 4.
Good clarification, Derek. Way to stay on top of it.
And Seth with a Boomerang Basics, probably not looking to pick up the Artist Talent as he's already invested 5 mana. Does have up It'll Quench. That is a 1-of in that deck.
Just to keep him honest.
Right? You have the 1, can still play around it. Hey, it's going to work here.
And there's abandoned attachments.
Right, and if you're in Seth's side, you have to think, It'll Quench is not just going to get too many cards. Might just be looking to fire it off here. Remember, Derek doesn't have another good way to get rid of dead removal spells in hand. So not only do you get that extra rummage, dig a little bit deeper here to find Accumulate Wisdom, but you make it so that Derek can potentially be stuck with cards in his hand that he doesn't want.
Yeah, and you know, speaking of cards in your hand that you don't want, Seth Manfield gets rid of Grand here. Just feels like that's one of those cards that Derek has a lot of extra answers for.
Yeah, in this particular matchup, you know, we talk about how powerful of an effect Grand is. This is not the matchup where Grand really shines because both decks are playing 4 copies of Firebending Lesson, 4 copies of Combustion Technique, and it's literally the only creature that matters. So it's just going to have a target on its head. You typically just want to rummage it away.
This is Roiling Dragonstorm from Derek Davis. It's a funny addition.
Yeah.
Given that the only way you can pick it up is by like Boomerang Basicing or something.
Yeah, and that's exactly the reason why. I remember when I looked at this list, I went, are there any dragons? It's like, no, this deck just needs another permanent to bounce because it doesn't play Roaring Furnace. All it's got are the 4 copies of Storm Chaser Talent, so it wanted a little more redundancy to get the game, to get the ball rolling with Boomerang Basics, and it's an awesome card to bounce off of it. So, decent board here. I mean, Derek, very
Derek's
solid draw.
A little Eddie Merc Crab flooded at the moment.
Yeah. But Seth really needs to try to get, you know, it's kind of one of those things at this point, we're kind of just waiting to find that Accumulate Wisdom because once you find that first one, it just kind of unlocks your deck here.
Oh, interesting. He's going to use a Combustion Technique.
Yeah, digging here.
That is one of the answers that he likes to have on hand for the crab.
Yeah.
But he is unaware of it currently.
Oh, great draw here.
What did he hit?
Abandon attachments.
Oh, geez.
With it on the stack here, you can actually, the Artist Talent resolves first because that's on the stack. You pitch away the Agnakella, see what you find. If it's an Accumulate Wisdom, you probably won't discard it. And that is a land, and now he'll find 2 cards. Monument to Endurance would be a great draw here, and he finds the Wisdom. There it is.
Here we go. Off to the races. Derek Davis can only smile. You know, when the players were testing this and when they talk about it, you and I had a chat with Matt Nass and Sam Pardee this morning when we were on our way over to the convention center, and they literally just call it Ancestral Recall.
I mean, it basically is at this point. I mean, you are spending 1 mana to draw. Actually, with the Artist Talent, you're looking at 4 cards here, right? And, you know, at this point, Seth is just getting the ball rolling. Again, no answer for this Artist Talent. No pressure on the board for Derek Davis. He's going to be really leaning on these Eddie Merc Crabs to somehow get the job done. But with what's going on here, I just don't think that's going to work.
They see so many cards, and you know what often ends up happening, of course, is once you get that first one rolling, it just ends up being that you can find more. And hey, right on time, an Accumulate Wisdom shows up.
Yeah, and Derek
in the side there.
Derek knows how this plays out, and Seth actually choosing to keep Firebending Lesson, recognizing the path to a loss at this point are those Eddie Merc Crabs. You can actually, of course, you don't see it that often, but you can kick the Firebending Lesson for 4 mana with that Artist Talent in play to deal 5 damage to the Eddie Merc Crabs.
Wow, this matchup seems really tough for
it is brutal. And I think we kind of talked about it when we were kind of, you know, when we were in the off round. I was just going, man, it would be really unfortunate for Derek to just continue playing against this specific build of the Is It Lessons deck. I go, what if Derek just plays against members of Team TCG Player over the next 3 rounds? He's going to be in a world of hurt.
Yeah, and so far, well, 2 of those 3 have happened. And the hurt is happening. He took a loss last round, and well, he's behind fairly significantly in Game 1 against Manfield here, too, and facing this tough matchup.
Seth has 2 more Accumulate Wisdoms in hand. Unless all 4 Monument to Endurances are on the bottom 4 cards of his deck, Seth will be able to pull this out. Yeah, one thing when this deck really gets going like this, you start counting the cards in your library. You just actually, you end up drawing too many cards. And we do a spell check here on Derek's graveyard. That looks like 5 spells in the graveyard. So Eddie Merc Crab can be cast here for 3 mana at end of turn. Seth, of course, very, very aware of that possibility. But remember, he's still sitting at 18 life and only attacks for 5. And he did find, both
double
of the Monument to Endurances here.
Monument first.
Take a look at what Monument to Endurance does. In this deck, it does a tremendous amount of work.
Yeah, and a 1-2 punch. I mean, this is kind of more or less the combo to this deck, right? You're playing a deck with a bunch of cheap spells. You find Artist Talent into Monument to Endurance, and at that point, you will win the game, right? It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, it's interesting because, you know, you read it and you see how it's meant to be played, where it's like, well, you can only max out at 3 of these, and oftentimes you'd maybe only get 1 or 2.
Right.
But this deck can very easily do 3, then pick it up, recast it, and do 3 more, or do 3 on your turn, 3 on their turn.
Yeah, and that's the cool interaction that you highlighted about the Monument to Endurance. You know, if you feel like you want more triggers when everything's cheap, if you pick it up with Boomerang Basics and you replay it, you get to use all 3 abilities again if you want.
Inevitability very much in the hands of Seth Manfield here. Derek really can do nothing but just stare on as we see Seth generate more and more value.
Just update. It's just clumps of 4 cards at a time.
We have to give a shout out to our card in hand viewers. You know, they stand behind the players and they have an iPad.
They're going to get carpal
that they
tunnel
can use
after
to
this.
search. But this is like, I mean, I've done that job before. I did it in the Sphinx's Revelation days.
Oh,
like,
that
I
is
know
rough.
what it's like.
Yeah.
This is probably the hardest I've ever seen.
Right.
Because it's not just cards going into hand, it's also cards leaving.
Right.
Right. So you look like a professional typist, you know, where you're just going real quick.
Derek with the sheepish Eddie Merc Crab. It's like, all right, we'll try to get something going here. One mana, abandon attachments.
I will discard, draw, and draw another card. Or sorry, I will. This is still on the stack. I will discard, draw.
Yeah.
Monument triggers.
I will discard. Discard, draw, make a treasure.
So when he said make a treasure, that's like one of the monuments making the treasure for the turn.
This resolves.
And one of them's already made a treasure for the turn. He can draw more cards. But we're getting to the point where he's going to start burning Derek Davis here.
So that's a 5/5.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, and he found combustion technique here, so he can use that too if he wants.
Draw.
Derek's just laughing. I mean,
Well, because he just knows this game is just lost.
yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, come on.
We know where this one's going.
That'll bring us to game 2. Now, the question here, Paul, does the sideboard offer any reprieve from Davis? You know, sometimes sideboarding isn't just about bringing in cards that are good. It's about getting a bunch of stuff in your main deck that's just blanks and turn it into something that can be playable.
I just think the fundamental strategy is just really hard to beat. Izzet decks just have a really, really tough time with an resolved enchantment. So if Artist Talent ever resolves, it's just so hard to get that off the battlefield, and Seth just gets to kind of churn through the deck. There's 2 copies of Abrade, and there's 2 copies of Negate. Now, those are very, very important cards in the matchup. Abrade can, at the very least, you can use it to kill the Grand if you need, but of course it also kills the Monument here. And of course, the Negate you can also use to try to deal with things. But, I mean, this is another turn to Artist Talent here from Seth Manfield.
We see Storm Chasers into Boomerang Basics replay it. Boomerang Basics killed the original Otter, it looks like.
Yeah, look, Seth is, I mean, they're both control decks, but I think Derek wants to be a little more aggressive and Seth wants to be a little more controlling because Seth's deck has ultimate inevitability in this matchup. And Seth, once again, we saw this previously, ticking up the Artist Talent, basically kind of doing its own Grand impersonation. Reducing the cost of all your spells by 1 is so big in this matchup. And, you know, the only way to get it off the battlefield, of course, is Boomerang Basics from Derek's side of the battlefield. If he finds one, he probably wants to use it, right? I mean, that's 5 mana that Seth Manfield used to tick this up.
And he just found one.
Yeah, and that's big.
So nice tempo play here. The Otter does get to crack in for a couple of damage.
And Grand is online as well. 3 lessons in the graveyard.
Okay, let's go, Derek. Grand. A lot of text for 1 mana. Like, there's a lot going on there.
There is a lot going on. I mean, this thing can loot for you. It's a cost reduction effect. We've seen, you know, cards like Goblin Electromancer just see a lot of play. 2 mana effect for this, but this thing costs only 1.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. This deck is going, gosh, I just really need something that makes them 1 cheaper. I have one effect that does that. I just need 1 more. And it's like, and I need another discard outlet. You know, and Grand like raises her hand
like,
there on the artwork.
I can do everything.
Right, I got you covered. And by the way, I'm only 1 mana. The downside to Grand is that she's a creature, right? Vulnerable to all different types of removal spells. But only costing 1 mana means, you know, you can often get that at least 1 swing in with it.
What's interesting here is actually, I think Grand gets better after sideboarding happens, because at some point, like, it's really, you have a lot of good cards to bring in, but what do you board out? And I feel like oftentimes you're going to be looking to board out some of the interaction. You'll definitely keep in all 4 copies of the combustion technique because that kills everything, including, of course, we saw Quantum Riddlers coming out of the sideboard. But you know, you're gonna lose some removal, and then Grand gets a little bit better. It's a negate, I think. Okay, loot resolves, but Derek Davis does have Idle
negate
Quencha.
on the stock up?
Yes, but Derek Davis does have Idle Quencha here with an active Grand. So, I mean, this is exactly what he needs to try to keep pace with Seth Manfield. Seth has the Artist Talent, doesn't have the Monument Endurance, and right now Derek is the one who's, you know, firmly ahead on resources here.
Derek pretty quickly decided which cards he wanted there. I think there was an Accumulate Wisdom in there. Oh, yeah, there is.
Yeah.
And it looks like he's got Spider Sense.
That hand is
Combustion
great.
Technique.
Oh, and gets to run out Accumulate Wisdom here. So, I mean, this does feel like just a flip side, right? Kind of the first person to resolve the Accumulate Wisdom to get to 3 cards with that Grand. So Derek is looking very, very good here. Has 3 counterspells in hand here. Now, noting that Spider Sense will not actually counter the Monument, but you do have that negate. So ticking up once again. And probably looking to kill the Grand if possible. Ooh, but tapped. Oh, it had to use the red mana here. But if this gets countered, it's going to be kind of annoying here. Now, if you're on Derek's side, do you counter it? Do you pick up the Grand? You can always just pick it up with the Spider Sense, use the web slinging effect.
Right.
Because if you're afraid that the negate's going to get countered, you can just pick up Grand with Spider Sense. Yep. And he does it. Because you could just cast it for the 1 mana. So this makes a lot more sense. You just pick up the Grand to make sure Seth can't fight you back with a counterspell, and you can just replay the Grand. Because Grand's, ooh.
Re-Spider Sense?
No, this isn't Accumulate Wisdom. Are we drawing 3
cards
cards
in
here?
response, I see.
It does look like it. Okay, so that was big here for Seth. Finding cards of his own. Plenty of resources on both sides.
Wow. So in the first game, we saw what happened when Seth resolved Accumulate Wisdom and then was able to snowball that into all the value. Derek did so first this game, but now Seth has one too. What happens when they both get to do all the things?
Look at this. Seth with a free Soul Guide Lantern because it costs 0 mana off of the Artist Talent now, and just instantly removing Derek Davis's graveyard. So now there will be no 3 Lessons Matter shenanigans that can occur this turn.
Okay, so that's off the table. I assume the Eddie Merc Crabs aren't in the list anymore?
I would imagine you board those out just because Combustion Technique so cleanly answers it. Yeah, and look, I mean, we're only on 1 lesson in the graveyard. There's an Accumulate Wisdom, but you never really want to cast it here unless you can draw the 3 cards.
There's Grand back on the battlefield.
Yeah, and Derek Davis still has access to 2 counterspells, right? You can spend 2 mana to cast Negate. You can pick up your Otter token to also cast Spider Sense. This Artist Talent doing so much work here for Seth Manfield. Everything basically just costing 1 mana. You can dig with the Abandoned Attachments. You can fire off Iroh's Demonstration to try to get Grand off the board. Oh, is he going to tick it up to level 3 and then cast Iroh's Demonstration to deal 3 damage to everything? Right? I think he's considering that here. Yeah?
Yeah, he is.
You don't see this that often, but he's going for it here. Now, remember, Derek Davis does have a counterspell.
Yeah. Derek's like, what does this do?
Yeah, Artist Talent. The 3rd mode, any damage, non-creature damage that will be dealt, deals 2 extra damage. So that's 3 damage, potentially, going at both of these creatures. Now, Derek, of course, does have Negate and Spider Sense here for Iroh's Demonstration, just trying to figure out which one's better to play. My inclination is Spider Sense because he has so much mana. No, goes for the Negate. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So still has access to Spider Sense, and then Seth is now going to try to dig for a counterspell here with Abandoned Attachments for 1 mana.
Gets rid of an island.
Okay, and then see if it resolves, and if it resolves, we'll be discarding another. Oh, and found a Negate.
Oh, he actually found it?
He actually found a Negate, but Derek, again, has the other counterspell here.
With what, that Spider Sense left over?
Yeah, he would lose the token, though, right? He has to pick up the Otter to counter the demonstration if he wants, or he can just let it resolve.
Mm-hmm. But then he'd lose the Otter anyway, right?
Right.
But he'd also not have access to Spider Sense down the line.
Yeah, and then setting it, if I'm tap out, what's kind of the worst that can happen? Right? There's not too much other than Derek resolving a bunch of Accumulate Wisdoms, of course, with 3 lessons in the graveyard. And Seth actually choosing not to fight. Oh, finds another Iroh's Demonstration. So can just cast that here instead, or just pass and keep up Negate and just go, hey, I'm at 10 life. I'm probably not dead. Okay, choosing to go for it here. Probably doesn't want to discard any of the cards in his hand, right? There's a Negate and a Monument to Endurance.
Right.
But Spider Sense resolves. The Rummage is on the stack, but I think he likes his hand. Yep.
So the end result after all that is Derek's out of counters and still has Grand.
There is a Grand. There's 1 lesson in the graveyard. You can attack with Grand to loot, but even if you do find another lesson, that would be number 2. Might actually be kind of forced to run out Accumulate Wisdom just to try to find other cards.
Ooh.
Remember, Derek also plays Stock Up in his deck. So if you can Wisdom in the Stock Up to try to find more negates, that could be a path to victory. All right, actually just looking to just keep up the counter spell here, knowing, look, if Seth resolves a Monument to Endurance, it is an absolute disaster, but Seth does have the negate backup here as well.
Yeah, Seth having ultimately lost that counter battle the last turn, but still got a creature off the board and has maybe exhausted Derek of his ability to fight back here.
Yeah, and this talent just doing so much work here for Seth Manfield. Negate is going to allow Seth to win the counter war here and resolve the Monument to Endurance, and now we have the combo online. Now remember, Derek Davis does have a couple of braids in the sideboard. Unclear if he brought it in. Probably would be willing to bring it in, given that not only is there Monument to Endurance, but we've also seen Sam Pardee board in cards like Soul Guide Lantern, so potentially something to use for that as well.
Yeah, Seth had one earlier too. So what happens now from Seth's side? You said the combo's online. What's a card he could draw to get things rolling?
So right now, with only one card in hand, the combo is currently not online.
Okay.
You need to be able to start rummaging. So once Seth finds the second card, literally like if he draws a card for the turn, you play Storm Chaser's Talent, you start discarding cards to the Artist Talent, you start drawing extra cards off the Monument to Endurance, and then the game just kind of snowballs out of control. So if you notice there, Seth actually choosing not to play the Talent there, and actually waiting till he draws a card next turn, so he can just discard whatever he draws next turn. Because if you play the Talent this turn, and then you draw another spell next turn, you're still not doing it.
You're not actually getting any headway. Yeah. All right. Well, this is a big turn for Derek Davis.
Oh, that's lesson number 3.
Yes, and then he grands into Firebending lesson.
Yeah, and this is draw 3 cards.
We've actually got that Ancestral Recall mode.
Oh, and he finds Stock Up.
Stock Up,
okay,
too.
So he's... Oh, and that's another... I think that might have been an Abrade, too, Marshall. That might be a Braid.
What a turn
That might be a Braid
Derek.
and Accumulate Wisdom.
Really?
Oh, wow.
That has to be the 2 best cards.
That is incredible. Oh, that is brutal. And Derek's going to have
Seth can do.
And Derek's going to have a full grip here. Another Wisdom. So he cast 2 Wisdoms and a Stock Up this turn.
This is wild, and he knocked the combo out for Seth Manfield too. Seth was like, I did so much work to get those counters out of your hand and set up my combo. You had a 1-turn window, and Derek just bashed that window through.
Yeah, finding that Firebending lesson, just any lesson there was so big just to be able to turn on the Accumulate Wisdom and the Grand. So now Derek has
Banded Attachments was massive there. Loaded up the graveyard.
Yeah, so now we might just have to fire off this Abandoned Attachments here just to get things going. But remember, Storm Chaser's Talent can also let you dig. Now Seth is looking through the graveyard thinking, okay, you got to do your thing. It's my turn. You know, I had a big turn lined up, but now the Monument's gone. He needs to find another one here.
Wow. Seth has gotten chipped down.
Derek Davis, just to put things in perspective here, he drew 8 cards and killed Seth's biggest threat all in 1 turn.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Because of Grand. All right, Storm Chaser's Talent comes down. You can still rummage away the Abandoned Attachments. Maybe you can find something like a Monument here. But you can, of course, also go to level 2 on the Talent, get something back. Perhaps a negate. Oh, of course, Accumulate Wisdom. Discard the Multiversal Passage, draw 4 cards. So both decks are just, drawing all the cards. The question is...
Are we going to get library counts coming in at some point?
Here's the thing, though. If both decks are drawing a ton of cards, Derek only has the 2 Abrades, right? And how is Derek going to actually kill Seth Manfield?
Right. He has to find a way to actually get the job done and keep Seth off of the combo indefinitely.
Right.
By the way, we have a rare consensus in chat, Paul.
And what's that?
Grandcestral Recall.
Okay.
That's what they're going to call it now.
All right. Fair enough.
It has been decided.
I don't know if I'm ready to lock that in yet. I'm not, you know, but there have been worse things.
I said the chat had consensus, not the booth with the chat. All right, Talent's coming back down after getting boomerang basics back to hand there for
and look
Derek.
at Derek. He knows.
Did he get the negate?
He got the negate. He's like, this is how I lose, right? The way that I lose is Seth finds Monument to Endurance and gets that going. So now I do have some otters in play. And my plan here is to just make sure that I can prevent you from resolving the monument here. And it's still, look, Seth found a monument, but because he knows about the negate, he needs to run out some Storm Chaser's talents or some removal effects here to try to find a backup counterspell to get that monument to resolve. Yeah, I don't even think Seth is going to play the Monument to Endurance. Now, he does have Storm Chaser's talent. He could level that up and get the negate of his own, right? And then get ready for a counter war on the next turn.
Paul, are there going to be a lot of these in the top 8?
There's going to be a fair amount of Visit Lessons deck.
There's one already.
There's one already, and Seth is up a game here.
And after here, there's going to be 2 because this is a winning.
Right, that's right. There's going to be 2 Visit Lessons deck, and there's a good chance one of these players, even after a loss, can make it, right? Because they still have 2 more win-ins after this.
Exactly. Seth's up a game currently against Derek, but Derek is really fighting the good fight here.
Right, and Seth recognizing, okay, look, both of us are drawing a ton of cards. The way that I lose is somehow these otter tokens get out of hand.
And
somehow,
I take 8.
Right, somehow Derek resolves ways to kill both of Seth's tokens. So Seth's just wanting to clear the board. Doesn't have to go for the monument just yet, and just kind of wait. Now Seth wondering, I can't, these cards are both not great here. Do I just level up Storm Chaser's talent and tap out? And then if you're tapped out and then you're on Derek's side, you're like, can I cast 7 spells this turn? Like, is it possible? With the Gran, you might.
Yeah, what does he have? 9 lands currently?
Right. He's got
That's not even that
look,
hard.
so Seth is tapped out. So think about it here. I mean, look, you have an Abrade you can cast. You have an Abandoned Attachments. You have a Gran in your hand that can kind of make everything cheaper.
One of them has to be something to kill the opposing otter.
Yeah, so Derek just needs to, it's tough, but Derek would need to cast 6 spells to kill Seth Manfield here. One of course, would be the Abrade for the otter. So here we go. Derek, can you rattle off 6 spells in a row to pump up this otter, get that otter off the battlefield, and kill Seth while the shields are down?
So much mana available. Storm Chaser's talent.
So that's 1 spell so far, Abandoned Attachments. Talent to spell number 2. Abrade is 3. You can quench your own spell. That's 4.
That's over
5
halfway,
damage.
yeah.
That's 5 damage.
And that Abrade, by the way, is, you know, the thing you can use to kill the opposing otter, so that checkbox is marked here too.
I wonder if he wants to just get back maybe and accumulate wisdom. Yeah, I don't think he has enough, so he's just making an attack here. And now if you're Seth, you're going, can you really rattle off 5 spells at instant speed here? Probably not. But
At this point, if I'm Seth, I'm going, I really hope not.
Right, right.
Starting to get nervous.
And now I think Derek's probably just going to get more negates, possibly. Yeah, gets back Spider Sense, sure, and takes additional damage here, and will be able to run out another talent. So lots of pressure with counterspell backup here. So now he's got Spider Sense and negate.
Okay.
Double counterspell. So now if Seth goes Monument, Derek goes negate, right? And then Seth goes negate, and then Derek Davis can go Spider Sense onto negate, because Spider Sense can't actually counter the Monument, but if you have a counter war, it can counter other instants or sorceries.
So what does Seth need to do here? Try to kill the threats? Like,
yeah, I think you want to just kind of play the control game where you're just rummaging through your deck, just find more accumulate wisdoms, draw a bunch of cards, and just try to get rid of these otters. Ooh, look at that. Derek firing off Spider Sense on
Firebending lesson?
Yeah.
So he's going to try to protect his otters.
And Seth going for Boomerang Basics. Now, will this also get countered?
That was a trigger resolving for Artist Talent, but no.
No, it does not.
Derek says, I will allow it.
And remember, Seth knows about the negate in Derek Davis's hand.
Right.
Combustion technique is a way to get one of these creatures off the battlefield. Targeting, I think it was Grand.
Yep. You can see he finally found his monument to endurance. In fact, 2 of them, but that might have been a turn prior that he really needed those. Now he's a little bit more in survival mode.
Yeah. Now, one of these monuments might be able to stick here. Okay, so he's going for the negate here.
He's
so
protecting his board.
Yeah, he is. And then now what all Seth can do is play monument, rummage the Spire Bluff Canal. Would love to find another interactive spell here. If you can find Iroh's Demonstration, right, you can just wipe out your opponent's board. Remember, Artist Talent is at the maximum level here.
So it's 3 damage to everything.
Right.
Oh, and there you go.
That's an It'll Quench Ya.
It'll Quench Ya.
Okay, on the monument, so that'll tap out Seth if he lets it resolve. And the thing is, the other option is just playing out the other monument, so he probably will, because he has no other plays here, right?
Right.
So maybe he just pays the 2 mana. So then now you ask yourself, from the other side, it's like, all right, I'm tapped out. I got 2 tokens. Do you have enough to kill me? He probably does. He's got
the
enough
answer
braid.
is yes, right? The Abrade knocks him down to 1 blocker, gives 2/2/2s.
And you have Storm Chaser's Talent on 1. You leveled that up as well and kill the other creature.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get both of them out of the way. And Derek Davis takes down game number 2 from Seth Manfield. That one went for a little while, Paul. We're going to actually take a short break here. But when we come back, we're going to finish the story between Derek Davis and Seth Manfield. So don't you go anywhere. And welcome back to coverage here of the Magic World Championship. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. I'm with Paul Cheon. We are in Bellevue, Washington, just east of Seattle, here in the great Pacific Northwest. And yes, it's cloudy here. What you heard was true. Welcome back. So we've got a little bit of a situation down in our main feature match area here. There is and was a prolonged judge call. Nothing bad, but something where they had to maybe rewind some stuff and try to get it sorted out. So while they're doing that, since we don't want to just, be watching that happening, we're going to watch one of our other win-and-ins, which is John Emmanuel Dupras versus Masataka Hori. And you can see that they both are on 9-2, which means a win would get you through. we will do our best to get back to Derek Davis versus Seth Manfield as well, so we can catch the conclusion of that. But we want to allow that judge call to get sorted out, and then we will rejoin once possible. But for now, we're going to join John Emanuel versus Masataka, and this is game number 2 with Masataka Hori up a game, and he is playing Teamer Otters.
Yep.
And is it looting on the other side here for John Emanuel?
Yeah, up a game here. Now, this is a really interesting matchup here, right? A lot of it just comes down to how much pressure can JD put on Masataka before he combos off with the Teamer Otters deck. You know, it doesn't take that much. Sometimes this deck is just capable of kind of winning out of nowhere. But of course, after sideboard, you're going to have access to a lot more interaction. You know, JD has, for example, cards like Annul, which I think would do some work, especially because it is a clean answer to cards like a Roaring Furnace. And of course, you also have the Enduring Vitality, which is an enchantment creature that you can counter.
You see the quick start here from Jean Emmanuel. Pair of Otters, bunch of cards in hand.
By the way, Masataka with probably the most blinged out deck in the tournament.
Man.
Every single card is foil, I think.
I'm catching glimmers off that thing. It's nice. That was a Thunder Trap trainer.
Yep, it seems that way. So that one, not the best blocker in this type of matchup, just because JD just has so many spells he can cast here. And this is exactly the type of start that you want if you're on JD side of the battlefield here. Get a couple of Otters going, put a lot of pressure on Masataka to try to have him, you know, go for the combo and then have the right piece, a well-timed piece of interaction to kind of stop that from happening. Yeah, Winter Night Stories here. Frostcliff Siege is a nice way to get in for a ton of damage out of nowhere as well. Really, really powerful card draw spell in this deck. Both Otters at 2 power now. This card working super well with cards like Duelist of the Mind and Tiger Seal.
We got a chance to see Jean Emmanuel play yesterday a little bit with exactly those cards doing good work for him.
Losing to the Is It Lessons deck.
Which we've seen also happen a lot this weekend so
right.
far.
So remember, you can either discard a creature or 2 cards. Oftentimes you want to discard just 1. But it looks like JE doesn't have a creature that he wants to discard here, so he has to kind of choose wisely. It's a big decision point, pitching 2 cards.
Yep, 13.
Yeah.
Attack for 4.
Yeah, good amount of damage coming in. So Roaring Furnace, I believe.
So 1 Otter down.
Yeah, slowing things down here. If he has a Boomerang Basics, would be interested in picking that up, maybe. That is Ghost Vacuum, I'm going to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
I buy it. That is the place on the battlefield where I would put a Ghost Vacuum.
That's where I would put a Ghost Vacuum too, yes. Yeah, a lot of it's alternate too, so.
Man, Hori's got some style.
Oh, yeah.
Ghost Vac.
Yep. Winter Night Stories, because you don't want your Otters to grow, to make it easy to harmonize.
Take 2 for blue.
Take Ghost Vacuum there.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and now you're going to give things haste, prowess, 7 damage coming in. Masataka down to 6 already.
Yeah, this is the aggressive version that Jean Emmanuel plays, and you can see it is doing the thing.
Masataka would love to find a Pyroclasm effect if he even boarded it. But you wouldn't bring it in this matchup because so many of the creatures in JD's deck has 3 toughness, right? We're looking at Tiger Seals, Fear of Missing Outs, Duelist of the Minds. So Pyroclasm not that effective here.
A good sigh there from Hori.
Yes.
And that's from a player who's down to 4.
And has access to 2 mana, Enduring Vitality. Okay.
No leader, please.
Yeah. What did he say?
I couldn't hear him.
2 cards left? 2 cards, yeah.
No good spell, please be my guess.
Probably he also wanted to know how many cards left.
Yeah, remember, these are 2/1 prowess tokens with trample.
John Emanuel, a couple of removal spells or additional creatures away.
Right. If you, for example, warped in a Quantum Riddler, that would just be game.
Right.
Duelist of the Mind, possibly, along with a spell to commit a crime. Right? Duelist of the Mind would come into play as a 2/3 trampler, so then you would cast a card, you would commit a crime, and then loot, and then that would be an extra card, so that would put it up to 3 power, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, that is
That's into the
big.
Flood Maw.
So that is, now there's only 3 toughness with going up against 6 power here right now. So 1 more spell and that's game, right?
Yeah, just anything because of trample.
Yeah, there's 6 trample damage coming in with 3 toughness. Those would take Masataka down to 1.
Any creatures good here?
A creature, I think he has a Duelist of the Mind in hand, right?
I think we're going to see it right now.
Yeah?
Oh,
okay,
no, I'm
well,
wrong.
this is just more than enough.
But whatever,
Oh
it's
my
yet
God.
another spell.
That's
and
like a million
that will
damage.
Be plenty. Yeah, that actually was overkill there. So Jean-Emmanuel Duprat is going to even things up and force a Game 3 decider in this win-in match. I brushed over it coming in, but this is about as high stakes as it gets going into Saturday. 9-2 record for both of our players and a coveted seat in the World Championship top 8 on the line here.
Right, and JD already a world champion. I believe 2 World Championship top 8s at the very least that I can recall. And we already got the chance to see his card. It was pretty sweet.
Yeah,
why not make it number 2?
23, he took the whole thing down.
Yeah.
We have Seth Manfield on our other feature match. He won it in 2015.
Yeah. Javier Dominguez was still in the mix. He's won 2.
I mean, he's only won 2 world champions.
Only 2.
Yeah.
Second card still TBD.
Yeah, that's right.
Right. Yeah.
Guess it would be kind of cool if you just made a whole deck.
Yeah, it has to be like another red human knight or something to go with the fervent champion.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can just make a whole deck out of
Yeah.
World Championship cards. Oh, man.
I mean, most people's goal is just to get 1 card, but when you're in Javier's seat, you got to start dreaming a little. You know?
What else do you play for?
Right.
Right?
Jean Emmanuel's next one has to be something he can fetch up with his OG card.
Oh, yeah, like something that just wins you the game.
Yeah.
For sure.
All right. Fear of missing out here for Jean Emmanuel. He's going to pass the turn back.
Things starting off a little bit slower here for
Right.
JED, right? And that's not where you want to be necessarily against this Teamer Otters deck that can just almost kill you out of nowhere, right? You just kind of say go, they flash something in, get Enduring Vitality and play, and all of a sudden they have access to so much mana. So Masataka here with land number 3 taking some extra points of damage. Does he just run out? Enduring Vitality, right? This would be a good opportunity. Oh, actually chooses to play Stock Up here, which is an excellent card. It's trying to piece together the combo pieces here, right? Won't be able to attack here, but given that this time Hori is on the play, and without the Storm Chaser's talents, he is able to get away with doing this and not still feel the pressure here. Oh, but Frostcliff Siege here from JED. This is 3 damage coming in. It almost always names the Teamer side here. So now Hori is going to go down to 13. Cards like Quantum Riddler is going to be super strong. Any number of prowess cards would also be great here. So now there's a lot more pressure here for Masataka Hori to get something done. But of course, he did cast that Stock Up. Oh, tapped out. That's a Vitality. Has access to at least 2 mana now with that Otter in play.
It's too good.
Oh, geez.
Oh, yeah. That's a Heritage Reclamation, I believe.
It is.
So that gets the very threatening Frostcliff Siege off the battlefield here. And now Masataka has a great blocker for fear of missing out. You don't even care if the Enduring Vitality dies, right? You're like, okay, whatever. I care mostly about its effect which allows all your creatures to tap for mana. Now, if JD had something like enchantment plus torch to tower, that would be some way to kind of get it off the battlefield here.
18. Blue. Sure.
Another one?
Looks like it.
Sure.
Okay. Maybe a way to get that vitality off the battlefield. We're not at Delirium just yet.
No, he's only got the 2 cards there.
I think Hori is okay, possibly, with the trade here. Oh, just takes it. Okay. Now, remember, JD, I did see a torch to tower. Probably just wants to use it right away.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. That is exiled. And you get a scry.
But it is pretty steep cost there.
Of course, yes. That's you just 2 for 1 yourself.
Exactly.
But you did slow Masataka from comboing off.
Yeah, that bargain cost. He's thankful he's able to pay it.
Right.
Sure.
With the fear of missing out, but it is a steep cost, no doubt about it.
Absolutely. But if JED has something like a Quantum Riddler in hand, you don't mind being down cards as much because you'll just get it back by warping in the Riddler next turn. Haven't seen a Badger Mole Cub yet here from Masataka's side.
I did get an update, by the way, on Seth versus Derek. We have the judge call resolved.
Okay.
And after this match, I'll give an update on that I got at least. Yeah, I mean, these are always difficult to suss out, but you know we have the info, and we'll join that match again as well, so we can see who wins it.
Yeah.
But now I don't want to leave this one.
Yeah.
Because we've got a game 3 for top 8.
Just a casual top 8 slot on the line here. Probably should finish the match.
Yeah, might as well. Still a couple more rounds to go
look
today,
at this.
too.
Sauna to draw some cards.
Wow, this deck is really something else.
Now remember, this is just lethal.
Whoa!
What? 10 damage out of nowhere. Double warped Quantum Riddler
Are
on
you
second
kidding me? So that's 2 5-powered haste flyers?
What? I was just thinking about 1 Riddler. I didn't expect 10 damage.
John Emanuel just drops both of those on the battlefield and says, is that the game? And the answer is yes. Yes, it is. And did you see that?
I mean, doing
Masataka
it in style.
Goes, wow. Now, he's not done. Masataka still has chances to win here, but that is John Emanuel DePra securing a top 8 seat.
Unbelievable. 3rd top 8, I believe, has an opportunity to win the World Championship twice.
Wow, and he has a flair to him.
I mean, did you see what he did there? He's just like...
And Masataka's like,
10.
wow, okay.
That's all you can say, right?
Yeah, that's incredible.
Oh, my goodness.
Didn't even want to see the cards, you know?
You can't even
Just
play
get
around
that
it, right?
damage
The
in.
thing is, Masataka was showing, you know, I had a Boomerang Basics. Well, see, that's the thing. Did have the opportunity to Boomerang Basics the Frostcliff Siege, but it's a calculated risk. What are the chances that your opponent has double Quantum Riddler? Also, he could have possibly drawn the basics off of the Sauna, right, on the draw. But yeah, I mean, what a way to win with for JD there.
Absolutely incredible. All right, so let me give you the update that we have from that judge call. So what happened was Seth cast Iro's Demonstration with do 1 to everything mode, thinking he had the artist talent on level 3 so that it would do 3 to everything. That wasn't the case.
Ooh.
So, but it kind of played out that way on the board. So he wiped out all of Derek's creatures at that moment. Then Seth casts Abandoned Attachments. He rummages from the talent. He gets a monument trigger to deal 3. He rummages from a second talent. He discards a card, draws 2 from Abandoned Attachments, right? So this is a lot of things happening. And then they go, wait a minute. Why did that do 3 to everything?
Oh.
So they get the judge come over. It's a game rule violation. We call it a GRV.
Okay.
It's a warning to Seth. So that's what that is. But what happens is they decided, the judge said this is rewindable. Some situations are just not if there's too much information that couldn't be known, but they actually were able to undo that whole sequence of discard, draw in order, having them put the random cards back on top of the library, undo the draws, etc. So Derek's creatures are still alive. Seth knows what's on top, but the rummage sequence may play out differently depending on, because the board state's different now. The alternative of leaving the board state as it were, meaning Derek has nothing, was considered much worse than what they did come up with. So
okay,
that's where we're at.
That's
why
a
that
lot.
took a while.
I'm excited to see this board state. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, it sounds like there's a lot going on, and we are going to get to see this Game 3 decider here. Derek Davis versus Seth Manfield for top 8.
All right, well, we'll see where we're at here. I imagine there's... Okay.
Yep, it's messy.
There are some... So Seth has his combo going here. We have 2 copies of Artist Talent and a Monument to Endurance, but there are a couple of otters. Seth is down to 8 life here, so maybe there's a world where Derek Davis can string together enough spells here to try to close things out here, especially because the Iroh's demonstration failed to actually kill all of those creatures.
Okay.
Yeah, you can see that demonstration in the yard, so we're joining just after.
How did they rewind from this?
That is a tough rewind, but man, I got to say, if you're staring down at this match and you're like, well, let's just let it stand, and you know, all of a sudden there's top 8 seats going away. Wow.
I mean, it's based on what I see here, if that demonstration resolved and killed everything, I think Seth just wins from this spot, right?
Okay.
Yeah, so now perhaps Derek has a bit of a chance here. It still looks like it might be tough if Seth can, he has an otter here. He's got a monument going. If he can find an interactive spell here, that would be great. Right now, Derek doesn't have a spell that he can play. Does have 2 Storm Chaser's talents and some spells in the graveyard. And Seth was able to find Soul Guide Lantern, so that would prevent... Oh, did not play it out here. Okay.
Paul, do you have a sense, coming into a complicated board state here about who is ahead or behind from a snapshot? I mean, this is a matchup that's relatively new to Standard. I think anybody who's going to be with us here tomorrow probably should get used to watching it. What are the things, what are the handholds that I should be looking for to say, okay, here's who's winning or at least ahead?
Yeah, so I mean, Seth has that important combination of Artist Talent plus Monument to Endurance here. He's going to try to fire off this Abandoned Attachments. That combination just allows you to draw a bunch of cards, drain your opponent down, and just kind of find what you need. So I feel like Seth is probably ahead. But on the other side, Derek does have, it's Derek's turn. He's got a couple of otter tokens with the Grand trying to resolve an Abandoned Attachments. If he can use the attachments and string together maybe a removal spell for the otter on the other side, maybe an Accumulate Wisdom, he might be able to cast enough spells here to kill Seth Manfield. If he can't kill Seth on this turn, I feel like Seth will have a pretty firm lead.
Derek's down to 5.
Now, Seth did find a negate here. That is huge.
It's like 2 of them even.
Yeah, so you can use the treasure token here to negate the Abandoned Attachments. Now remember though, Derek Davis still has 2 copies of Storm Chaser's Talent. They're both on the 1st level. Has the mana to pay 4 mana to get something back from his graveyard and cast it. I see a Firebending Lesson. I see a Boomerang basic. So, still possibly a chance. So let's see here. That's 1 prowess trigger, right? That's 4 damage from the otters, 1 from the Grand. You get back Boomerang basics. You cast that. That would be 7 damage.
And that's to get the other otter off the board?
You could get the otter off the battlefield. Unless you need to cast another spell, then maybe you get something else back. Maybe if there's an Accumulate Wisdom in the graveyard, you cast that to try to find an interactive spell. That could also be a path you can take. It's very close.
And this seems like a tough decision here for Manfield, who's deciding whether or not to negate, and he's going to go for it.
Now, here's my question. Does Seth have the ability to generate... Was that treasure already in play?
I believe it was when he passed.
So then he can actually rummage and make another treasure off of the monument and then possibly keep up negate? Although he would have to rummage away the negate, right? So
that would be the last card left. Yeah, you're right.
How many Storm Chaser?
You have 3 Artist Talent triggers.
Artist Talent triggers. Okay. I will
rummage away the negate.
Discard draw. Make a treasure.
So he does have that treasure available.
Treasure is back. Remember, he can also find an interactive spell. A combustion technique would also make it very difficult for Derek to win on this spot. 2 more rummages on the stack?
That's what Derek said. You had 3.
So we made a treasure so we can drain Derek down to 2 and also draw an extra card. I imagine you're going to draw the card first. And I don't know how many more negates are in Seth Manfield's hand because he discarded 1 and there's 1 on the stack. And I think he's got 2 in the board, so. And he finds a firebending lesson, but rummages that away here as well because he wants triggers from the Monument Endurance. And he's going to choose draw card here to have 2 cards in hand.
Okay, and so that's 3 to you, by the way. So down to 2 goes Davis.
So Davis has to win this turn.
Right. Any spell from Manfield, the Monument will just kill Davis.
Right. And
But Seth is completely tapped out, right?
He
has a treasure.
But he just has an artist talent.
So he doesn't have a proactive spell.
Can Derek find something here? Remember, this is he's representing 5 damage, but still needs to attack through the Otter. This is a huge, huge turn. What can he find in the graveyard? I think that might be an Accumulate Wisdom. If it is, he's probably going to cast that. And then try to find a 1-mana spell. Now, if he can find a Boomerang Basics, he will win this game.
Can he find it right now? He found another Accumulate Wisdom.
And a Stock Up. I don't think that gets it done. What's the 3rd card?
He's gonna loot here. He can find an instant.
He can still find something.
Draw.
Nope, that's not it.
Oh,
That's
is he going to be
it.
that short here?
Yeah, you're going to block an Otter, and Seth is going to go down to like 4 life or something, and then he's going to be able to get the final trigger off the Monument here to burn Derek Davis out.
And Derek has to just, hope that Seth has 2 lands in hand and has drawn another or something?
I mean, there's a Storm Chaser's Talon on 1.
Oh, yeah, so it's just GG.
Yeah, that is.
Oh, my. It's seriously that close. And
So
Derek Davis
close.
has to say, go.
And he played to his outs. He gave himself an excellent chance. He looked 4 cards deep to try to find an answer to the Otter to have enough prowess to win.
And that's going to do it. Seth Manfield secures the top 8 seat and wins his winning in. That is Derek Davis taking back-to-back losses to the team from TCG player here as well. That's rough.
That is a rough way to kind of keep things going. You know, of course, starting out at 8-0, and now things are starting to fall apart. If he continues playing against these Monument lessons that you can see.
You can tell it's taking the toll on
This
him.
is brutal. He just needs 1. He's already had 2 win-ins. Now he still has 2 more. But if you're Seth Manfield, another opportunity to be a world champion. Must feel excellent. 2 members of Team TCG player now locking up a spot into the top 8.
That's right. And also, by the way, Seth, a prior world champion 2015, and we've got JED in there too. So
2 world champions.
Yeah, we might be ending up with double world champions here. Great stuff there, Paul, from the feature match area, and incredible finishes as we start to wind down our day. We've got a few more rounds to bring you here. We're going to be taking a break, but when we come back, we're going to have a lot more from the World Championship here in Bellevue. Don't you go anywhere.
The Magic Spotlight series returns in 2026. Coming your way in March is Magic Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, March 6th through 8th in Richmond, Virginia. Participants and top 128 competitors will receive promo cards, but we can't tell you what the card is quite yet. Can't make it to Richmond? The organizer will live stream the event on their channel with a dedicated broadcast team. Need a TLDR? Coverage highlights will be featured on magic.gg and Play MTG social channels. And you can see the full Magic Spotlight schedule for 2026 on magic.gg/spotlight. What's up, friends? Welcome back to coverage of World Championship 31, live here from Bellevue, Washington. And I hope you're having a great time. I know we are here in the building as we keep adding more and more players to our top 8. We now have 3 in the top 8, which means they need 5 friends to join them there for the Sunday stage. Hey everybody, welcome back to the News Desk. Amir Bartholdi, Mani Devuti, and Riley Knight. Just a couple of rounds left here to play. Let's take a look at our leaderboard and find out where things stand in the tournament and where we have yet to go. Like I mentioned, 3 players have locked up their spot in our top 8. Sam Pardee was the first person to do it. Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, former world champ, is back again, and he is in our top 8. Seth Manfield, another former world champion and a Hall of Famer, in our top 8 as well. So our top 8 is already absolutely stellar and shaping up to be even more stellar, because look at a lot of these other great names that are just on the cusp of victory here to get into our top 8. 6 players at 9 and 3, which is so very exciting. Derek Davis keeps trying to lock up that spot. Heartbreak after heartbreak after heartbreak. Can he make it happen this round? We'll find out. Ken Yukihiro started the morning off kind of shaky, but look at him. He's climbing back up at 9 and 3. Can he do it? We will find out. Javier Dominguez, your reigning world champion, currently sitting at 8 and 4, not out of it yet either. So tons of exciting magic yet to come as we round out our top 8. Some players in the room feeling absolutely magnificent after locking up their spot on the Sunday stage. Cedric, talk to some of our winners last round.
Well, Seth, you started 0-2, which means that you and I haven't really gotten to do what we normally do at these events, which is chat a bunch on camera. What's your record now?
Well, I've won enough times that I've been quote unquote eliminated from the tournament, but that means I get to play a new tournament tomorrow, and there's only going to be 8 players in that tournament, and I'm going to be one of those 8. So I just kept winning. I didn't count.
I did. It's 10-2 now. Seth ran off an easy 10 victories in a row at the World Championship. Just something a former world champion can do. Seriously, how did you do this? How did you stay focused after such a tough start?
Honestly, my brain is kind of fried right now. I've made some really good plays and some brain farts. So you know what? That happens. The deck's great. I'm looking to reset for tomorrow.
Well, as you get ready for tomorrow, you have won this tournament before. How does it sound to maybe win this one again?
I mean, I'm just saying that I did win it 10 years ago here in Seattle. So like, I mean, it would be poetic if I won again, but I'm not going to get ahead of myself.
He won't get ahead of himself. Maybe I'll do it for him. Seth is back into another world championship, top 8. Congratulations. JD, you did it. We chatted a little bit earlier. You said you felt pretty good about Standard. Maybe a little bit more than pretty good, because you just made another world's top 8.
Yeah, I'm so excited. It's weird because the first top 8, you don't really realize what's going on. Like, you're completely overwhelmed. And I feel like the following ones, you get to experience it fully. Like, you're in the moment and you realize how good it feels. So yeah, I mean, really excited.
So tell me, just how good do you think your deck is? Because Izzet is kind of running rampant this weekend, but yours is a little bit different than the Lessons deck.
Yeah, it's definitely not broken. Like, it's not like we found a tier 0 deck or anything. But I think it's significantly better than the typical Izzet looting build. Without we cut the macros, we cut down to 2 seals. Like, we cut all the bad 1-drops basically for more interaction. I think this makes the deck better enough that it can compete with the new hotnesses of the format.
Well, I know you have to prepare for tomorrow. We don't want to celebrate too early, but how does 2-time world champion maybe sound?
It sounds very good. I mean, I feel like I can do it. Like, if I play at my best tomorrow, I feel like I have the weapon to do it.
Well, he thinks he's got the goods to do it. We're going to find out tomorrow. JED, congratulations.
Thank you.
I feel like we just showed off JED's World Championship card. Could he have another one in the making? We'll find out tomorrow. Absolutely fantastic stuff. What about our Player of the Year race, Riley?
Yes, well, this has gotten quite complicated. And look,
Yes.
I'm not a smart man, but I will do my best to try to break things down as they stand right now. You can see these are the players that are in the conversation here for Player of the Year. These aren't the final standings, and this isn't how it's going to look after tomorrow. But our front runners at the moment are Tony Portolan and Ken Yukihiro. Sean Henry is in a good spot, but he is he's behind the pace a little bit coming into the tournament. Tony Portolan, Ken Yukihiro did have their noses in front. And Ken's done an incredible job turning around. I think he was 3-3 at one point. Now he's 9-3. Tony Portolan at 9-3 as well. If one of them makes it to the top 8 and the other doesn't, that player will more or less probably lock up the Player of the Year. However, others, like Sean Henry, for instance, could leapfrog one of these players with a win if they also make it into the top 8. If both Tony and Ken make it into the top 8, it's a free-for-all. Just basically whoever does better will probably win. If neither make it, then it is absolutely open season. And any of the players who are on your screen right now that make it to the top 8 are well and truly in with a chance. So, long story short, it is sort of still anyone's game when we're looking at players like Sean Henry, Tony Portolan, Ken Yukihiro, even Michael Plummer, maybe Matt Nass, if they can sneak their way into the top 8. There are a lot of unanswered questions at this stage, but the headline here, keep an eye on Tony, keep an eye on Ken. They are the front runners.
Ooh, exciting stuff. Not only our World Championship on the line, but the Player of the Year race as well. Well, at home, if you're sitting watching this and wondering what deck and standard you should play, we've got you covered with some more deck bites.
I mean, with the Neon Dynasty set champion, Eli Cassis. Eli, what are you playing this weekend, and what does it do?
I'm playing Teamer Otters, and it makes 67 hasty otters that have a lot of power and toughness.
And what are the 3 best cards in your deck?
Boomerang Basics, Bushwhack, and Enduring Vitality.
And what would you say is the best matchup for this list?
The best matchup for this list is probably Simic Orboard. We're pretty decked out for it in the starting configuration.
And what is the worst matchup?
So the worst matchup is probably Sultai Reanimator. We're a big dog to it. We just conceded the matchup and didn't even put a lot of sideboard hate for it, just counting on people not playing it.
I mean, with Ha Fam Ha, what deck are you playing this weekend, and what does it do?
I'm playing Sultai Reanimator. What does it do? Essentially, it's Living End in Standard.
And what are the 3 most important cards in this deck?
Well, there's a Superior Spider-Man that enables the whole combo with... I forgot the name of the card, but one of the demons brings back Living End. So mill stuff in the graveyard, bring everything back, do it again until the opponent dies.
And what's the best matchup for this list?
Honestly, I chose this deck just to play for fun. I enjoy playing this deck, so whatever matchup, it's fine. I'll just enjoy playing my thing and yeah, hopefully win.
Do you know of any bad matchups you're worried about, or you just here to chill?
I'm just here to chill. I know there's going to be a lot of EZs. I prepared for that, but I didn't want to play EZs, so I just pick a deck that it sounds fun to me.
I'm here with Quinn Tonali at the World Championship. Quinn, what deck are you playing this weekend, and what does it do?
I am playing the mono red aggro deck. It's as it sounds. It's a only red aggro deck. Plays lots of cheap creatures and cheap burn spells to try and kill your opponent before they can maximize their more powerful cards.
And what are the 3 most important cards in the deck?
So the most important by far is Hired Claw. That's the only remaining 1-drop from the previous forms of the deck, and it's still very, very strong. I think the next would possibly be Burst Lightning. It's basically just Shock. I'm also playing Shock, so kind of both those. You just, in this format, you really need cheap answers to things like the Cub and all the other various, like Landware Elves, and also it going face to end games is very nice. The third one, I think, is Full Bore. It's +3/+2 for red mana. It's basically my Monstrous Rage replacement. It's obviously worse than Monstrous Rage, but it kind of functions the same as burst damage, and it's good with the Emberheart Challenger to just deal a bunch of extra damage.
So what would you say is the best matchup for your deck?
I think, so the best matchup that I'm 100% sure of are the Cub decks. So as I said, like the Shocks are very good against the whole Landware Elf Cub plan. And so I think both Cub decks, the blue-green Ouroboros deck and the Airbending deck are both quite good matchups. The next one I'm not, like what could possibly be my actual best matchup is the Is It Lessons deck, the most popular deck. I haven't played against it very much, but I imagine my 4 Mage Vein Lizards in my sideboard are going to be very good there. And so I think that one could also be even better than the Long Tusk or than the Cub matchup.
What about a bad matchup?
Bad matchup, I think, is the blue-red looting deck. So a lot of their creatures cost the same as mine, except they're bigger. So the Tiger Seal is a 3/3. It's bigger than all my 1-drops. All of their 2/3 FOMO and their Duelist of the Mind, those are usually bigger than my 2-drops because mine have 2 power and can't attack very well. And also they have a fairly quick clock. They have lots of good interaction for also cheap interaction like 1 mana for Torch of the Tower. And it's just, my cards just don't line up very well against them.
All right, Quinn, best of luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, we've been sharing words of wisdom from our players with you all weekend long. 30 words of wisdom for you, in fact. Now it's time for our final and 31st words of wisdom, perhaps the best one of the bunch. Here we have it. We are here to have fun. I love this one, you two. Even though we're at the World Championship, I think this just boils down to this is just what you want, you know,
So wise.
in the end.
So wise.
So wise.
Well, no, like when I was doing the deck bites and recording them with half fam, right? Like we're at the World Championship. This bloke's turned up. He's put in the reps. He's ready to go. And I'm like, okay, what's the best matchup in your deck? And he goes, I don't really know. I'm here to have fun. I picked this deck because I like playing it. This is the World Champ. It doesn't get any bigger than this.
Yeah.
And we've got players here who are picking decks based on what they want to do to enjoy themselves. Like, we can, you know, we're kind of playing this off as a little bit of a joke, but there's so much truth to this. It is a game. We're here to have fun, and that's something that I think we all should remember when we come to playing games.
Absolutely. When it comes down to it, it's so very true. Let's find out our next feature match here. Coming up for round number 13. A lot of win-and-ins coming at you this round. Ken Yukihiro versus Derek Davis, both sitting at 9-3. Can Derek finally convert here this round? Not if Ken Yukihiro has anything to say about it on this sweet Sultai Reanimator deck. I am very biased. I love this deck. Ken Yukihiro, your Pro Tour Final Fantasy champion this season.
And he's put together quite an incredible performance. If we go all the way back down to round 6, you can see there in day number 1, 3-3. This was not a sort of position that you'd be thinking, okay, yeah, sure, he's going to be in the conversation for top 8. But he's turned things around and now sits at 9-3, not having lost since round 6. He is in a much, much better position than I think people would have given him credit for yesterday afternoon.
Absolutely. On the other side of things, Derek Davis, your overnight leader, keeps trying to lock up a spot in this top 8, saying, hey, can this be the round that I do it? We'll have to find out. Let's take a look at his record.
And this is sort of the opposite situation, right? Like Derek absolutely tore it up yesterday, 7-0, easy peasy, but then has come in today at 2-3. So he sort of had the opposite experience compared to Ken Yukihiro, and now they meet in the feature match area once again for another win-and-in for poor old Derek Davis.
All right, let's find out what happens. Talk to me about these decks, this matchup, Mani. Who's favored?
Okay, well, we're going to start with Ken Yukihiro's deck. This is Sultai Reanimator. We haven't seen that much of it so far, but Ken has been putting on a clinic, trying to claw back here into the later rounds of the tournament. And the big cards here, as we heard in the deck by earlier, is Superior Spider-Man trying to exile and copy a Bringer of the Last Gift and cast that Living End type effect that brings all your creatures back and wipes your opponent's board. The rest of the deck is really here trying to enable all of this. And in theory, this deck is supposed to have a good matchup against the Is It Lessons deck. We saw Ken, well, we didn't see Ken, but in his round to round, Ken was able to overcome Lessons the previous round and get a win, so he's hoping to do that again. On the other side, we do have Derek Davis's deck. Now, he's on Is It Lessons. We've seen his build of Lessons a few times now. He is on an 0-2 loss streak so far, but what I'm going to focus on is his sideboard, because when it comes to this Reanimator matchup, you are a bit rough, but Derek has a lot of tools in his sideboard. Cards like Ghost Vacuum, Torpor Orb, these are going to play a big part in this matchup in order to ensure that that Bringer of the Last Gift effect doesn't happen, and then Derek can try to play his controlling game plan into a fair matchup. The good thing for Derek is he's already overcome this matchup once yesterday in the hands of Ken's teammate Kenta Harane. However, it's still supposed to be a rough matchup, and one thing I have to have in mind is mindset. Right now, Derek is on 2 losses in a row. Fortunately, not against Sultai. Ken is on 6, wins in a row.
Right.
Momentum is all for Ken. The matchup is for Ken. So Derek just needs to be able to reset, shake it off, and go into this saying one match for the top 8.
There's that sort of tired cliche about taking it one game at a time, one match at a time.
This
but
is the game.
This
is the
game.
Oh,
This is the
absolutely
match.
it
You
is.
take one game at a time. You put everything behind you if you're Derek Davis, and you focus on winning this one here.
All right, I've got goosebumps. It's time for round number 13. Ailey and Corey are in the booth, winning in magic time.
Just give us a second. We just got to finish this game quickly.
Yeah, I'm gonna kill that. And what are you at?
3.
Okay, I'll attack.
Welcome back to the booth here, everyone. We are winning in magic time, and we've got some serious magic to get back to here once.
Back to this serious magic, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about it. Derek Davis versus Ken Yukihiro. This is one for all the marbles here. Derek Davis, like Monty mentioned, is having a bit of a hard time with these win-and-ins, Corey. And I can attest to losing sucks. So let's see if Derek can rally back here, pull himself up, and get this final win to get into the top 8. But Ken Yukihiro, he is going to make it as difficult for Derek as possible because he seemingly came back out of nowhere and was like, you know what? I want to be in the top 8. Tony Portolan, you do not get the player of the year that easily.
Yeah, and here's the situation. When you're 9-1, you just got to win one of the next 4. Your friends are coming up to you. They're high-fiving you. They're saying, wow, you are doing amazing. And then as the rounds start to go, be like, you got there, right? And now the worry starts to set in. That doubt starts to set into your head. And now what? Do we have a mold to 5 here when you're starting game number 1 here from Derek? Like, you start to just think, no, like, let's not have this be the train wreck style of scenario. And also, the Is It Lessons player, they said one very telling thing, that this matchup is the one they didn't want to play as well.
We're not entirely sure if it's as bad as they make it out to be. This is going to be pretty telling as we get this game underway, as Underground Mortuary has milled over, or surveilled, I should say, Bring of the Last Gift into the yard. So Ken, looking pretty good here. A hand stocked full of gas, Grand Combustion Technique, Accumulate Wisdom, and Abandon Attachments in hand for Derek. So a decent hand to get things going for him.
Decent, but miss land drop number 2 already. And this is a deck that it makes sense to me why this matchup can be rough, is because, well, the Lessons deck just isn't that fast. And the Sultai Reanimator deck just goes over the top of what you're doing. Drawing 3 cards is great, but when your opponent's attacking you with 14 powers of demons, you know, it truly is just going over the top, and that's the biggest problem.
This deck doesn't care what you're doing, especially not in game 1. It's just like, cool, I'm going to have fun. I'm going to dump all my massive creatures in the bin. I'm going to find a superior Spider-Man, bring them all back, and then kill you. You know, this deck is also playing Terror of the Peaks, so multiple ways to get Derek dead here.
The one thing I will say, though, is I think Derek Davis's version is better against the Sultai Reanimator deck than Team TCG's, because Eloquentia is one way to just really delay Superior Spider-Man or counter it entirely. But most of the time, Ken, with this being an open deckless tournament, is just going to wait until he has 6 mana if it's the only Superior Spider-Man we have. When we have 2 in hand like we see already, then you can just kind of start firing stuff off.
Just jam.
Jam.
Yeah, go for it. First things first, though, analyze the pollen. Ken Yukihiro is going to collect evidence 8. Thanks, Arden.
Probably still for a land here, but maybe just like a surveil land, but maybe not. As you can... Yeah, it feels like you just want to hit land drops here, though, so I'll be interested to see what Ken gets. Also, where did Ken come from? I mean, we haven't really seen him on the feature match area very often, and oh my goodness, that makes sense. You still got a land, but you got the best land. There's 1 Cavern of Souls in here, and now it doesn't matter how much quenching there is. Superior Spider-Man's coming down. And even next turn, what we could easily see, there's only the 1 creature in the yard, the 1 Bringer of the Last Gift. But what you get to do, you get to stack it in such a way that instead of exiling the Bringer of the Last Gift, you first get to have the bring the creature back mode. So you get a 4/4 demon and a 6/6 demon here.
That's gross.
It is gross.
Yeah.
And now you'll get the Brood Spinner as well. A little extra value.
Bitter Triumph, an excellent inclusion, the removal suite of this deck, being able to discard something, as well as clear the most relevant threat. Gran, yes, you are a threat, off Derek Davis's board, so...
Yeah, now you just look at Derek's hand, and sure, we've drawn out of it a little bit, but, you know, got time walked on turn 2 with not hitting land number 2, and now you just think, like, the pressure is not going to be there fast enough. How is Derek Davis going to deal with 2 of these demons with all blue cards in hand, and it's going to be uncounterable?
Storm Chaser's talent gets himself a little friend, takes a damage from starting town, and multiversal passage, taking more damage. Ooh, got to keep an eye on this life total though. That's gonna maybe be a factor, considering if these demons do come back with an Arden, perhaps, then that's gonna hurt a little bit.
Yeah, and it just feels like the play is just pretty scripted here. Get back both creatures. They're doing some shorthand here, but you stack the triggers in such a way, you get them both back.
Do I get this back?
Yeah, Grands will come back. Legend rule, one will die again.
Next to that card. You back. They come back?
Both of them come back, yeah.
Okay.
Yep, just Grand Comes back.
Yep.
Yes.
Or if there's any death effects, I guess, then it's relevant to have both come back and then Legend rule, pick the one you want.
Yeah, Grand comes back and we're like, oh, nothing too bad on this battlefield, right? Oh, just a bunch of demons. Great.
Just a bunch of demons.
And it's not nothing. The cost reduction is online from Grand, so this Accumulate Wisdom is in the Ancestral Recall mode. And we could start finding a bunch of, you know, the basically only relevant removal spell, the Combustion Techniques, and could get back into it, but we need to find the goods basically right now.
Yeah, these quenches, if you can start chucking them, I would very much look at doing that. Abandon attachments to kick things off here for Derek. What is he going to chuck? Spire Bluff Canal, draw 2. Technique. Kaboom.
There is 6 lessons here, so one technique can deal with the biggest demon and exile it, which is relevant, but doesn't look like there are any red cards in hand, so Ken gets to get a gigantic hit in here for 10.
Oof. That's not nothing. Superior Spider-Man, 4/4. Bringer of the Lost Gift, 6/6. Brood Spinner, I mean, could get busy if it really wants to as well. Bit of Triumph first and foremost, though. Chucking a card, getting rid of Grand.
Combat.
Yeah, combat. 11?
Yeah, a solid 12.
Not 12.
Right, yeah, the Brood Spinner's 2 power there, and just a chump block. Feels very brutal, but hey, one more Ancestral Recall off the top into a couple removal spells is what has to happen here. And even at that point, it still looks brutal because the second Superior Spider-Man's coming back as Arden, and it's time to go once again.
Yeah, Arden in the yard there. Is one other demon? Yeah, one Bringer of the Lost Gift in the bin. And Derek is like, nope, we're all good. Let's go to game number 2 here. Take a look at the sideboard options available to Derek and how he gets back into this. Graveyard control seems to be one of the things.
Yeah, the Ghost Vacuums are there. You know, Soul Guide Lantern is the better card in this matchup, but I would think Ghost Vacuum is the better card against like the Izzet deck, so I understand the trade-off there. Definitely going to bring that one in. You could also consider the Torpor Orbs, although they're not amazing. But yeah, counter spells. And and I mean, even counter spells don't even look that good with the one cavern, but you do still have to find the one cavern. And wow, did we just 2 games in a row just free entomb this gigantic bringer into the graveyard?
Surveillance, baby, they're great. Bringer in the bin, ready to rock and roll. What else have you got in hand here? Spirit Spider-Man in hand, Awaken the Undead, Overlord of the Baelmerk. This hand is gas. Cavern of Souls. It doesn't even have to go and find it. It's in hand.
Yeah, on the bright side, though, for Derek, we have the best card. Yeah, the Ghost Vacuum here is excellent.
Yes.
Didn't play it here, which is a little interesting. Really trying to counter the 2-mana enabler here. The Brood Spinner, maybe, or the Bookworm.
Yeah. I mean, if you're in Ken's spot, you want to jam, so.
Wow. Ken has the Cavern and didn't try to play it to sneak this through.
Okay.
Well, you got to name something still, right?
Yeah, I mean, you just name human because it's the Superior Spider-Man anyways, right?
That's true.
But wow, did not quench it.
Instep.
End step, abandon attachments.
Discard. Yep.
Chuck and Boomerang basics. Draw some more. Finding as many pieces of removal as possible, you have to think.
Yeah, still no red source. Combustion technique would be great. Okay, multi-versal passage off the top was great. Now you get a 1-mana way to deal with the Bookworm, and then can play Ghost Vacuum, and then leave up It'll Quench You. So this was a nice setup turn for Derek.
Yeah. Oof. Man, Derek has his back to the wall here. You can see just that sigh, the exhale there.
Yeah, and just the fact that, you know, I mean, struggling from success a little bit, where if you're 9-1, you're going to be on the feature match area a lot because, well, you know, if you win, you're in the top 8. So we'll see his journey no matter what. The pressure's there. You're under the lights. It is, it's very tough.
You know, Magic is fun. We enjoy playing as much of it as we can, but I bet Derek Davis wanted to be done 3 rounds ago now.
And I believe a land should be tapped as well. Oh, no, it costs 1 less. Ghost Vacuum's free there.
Free. It's free real estate.
Yeah, that is nice. Grand's so good.
Nom, 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 nom.
So good.
Get that bringer out of there. Gran gets Harvester of Misery.
Ghost Vacuum, when you do, you know, when you get Bringer, it's not that good. You don't get the cast trigger. It's just going to be a 1-1 demon. But when you get a 1-1 Arden, it's still pretty dang good.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not too shabby. Certainly want to, you know, get creatures that have their own enters effects. Here comes Superior Spider-Man. He's going to get Arden.
This
Try,
does.
at least it doesn't target, so.
Yep, this will get the Harvester now, though, so exiles that and gets the negative abilities. So, you know, I mean, no matter what, this is still a pretty powerful card. You get the 4-mana, or a 4/4 Menace here.
Yeah. 4/4 ain't nothing. That'll get you dead pretty quick if you can't take care of it. So, Derek now has to find a piece of removal for this Spider-Man.
And it's a question of how many do you leave in? Because spot removal is not good against the Reanimator deck. It kind of has that problem of playing against, like, God's Pharaoh's Gift or Dredge. Like, the removal isn't that good, but you do need some.
Oblivious Bookworm here for Ken Yukihiro, leaving up 2 mana, ensuring it'll resolve through and it'll quench you. Accumulate Wisdom. You have to pay full price for it, but still get the 3 cards.
Yeah, not really any counter spells to look out for from Ken's side, but still, just it's the clean way to play that.
Yeah, also Covenant of Souls, naming human, like you mentioned, should be done. So that is good to go.
Yeah, quite strong. I mean, get back an Arden. Gran comes back, and she's been hitting the gym. Oof. You know, she'll be a 4/4. A 5/5, excuse me, yeah.
5/5 with lifelink, menace, and haste. Oh, that's Granny when you mess with her grandkids. Huh?
Yeah, she becomes a demon. And I mean, that's kind of looking like the best thing that Derek can do. Now, a second Arden doesn't matter as much. And it does look like Ken is kind of playing around that line a little bit by leaving up a Bitter Triumph. Doesn't look like Derek's really interested in doing that quite yet. That does seem like more of a finishing move type thing.
Yeah. I think just keeping control of whatever Ken's doing, trying to establish a board presence. Try and kill this 4/4. That's going to keep whacking him.
I think that is a combustion technique, which is pretty excellent.
What is in Ken's hand currently?
I saw a Soul Guide Lantern, so that is one thing that, you know, could have played that proactively.
Ooh, that Awaken the Honored Dead, though. I think it might have a pretty decent target there in a Ghost Vacuum.
Yeah, no kidding. But the Soul Guide Lantern would have prevented the 4/4 Menace from dying, the Superior Spider-Man, as a Harvester of Misery. But I get wanting to leave the mana open to deal with the Arden.
Untap, draw. Land off the top here for Ken Yukihiro. To combat. In for 6. Derek goes down to 8, unless he decides to combustion technique away 1 Superior Spider-Man.
Yeah, so Derek makes the choice of, do I want to use my life total as a resource here, take the damage and then leave up It'll Quench You or Combustion Technique, or kill the creature proactively. And now Ken's just probably going to dance around, and this Lantern forces Derek's hand.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't just give away your only removal spell. You have to do it now. So great play from Ken, because if Ken plays this first, you get 4 less damage in. And now Ken gets to do the awesome play of, well, I made you tap out now, essentially, and now gets to play the Awaken the Honored Dead on the Ghost Vacuum.
Ken Yukihiro is pretty damn good at Magic.
Pretty good at Magic indeed, especially just winning, not the last tournament, but the Pro Tour before.
Pro Tour Final Fantasy.
One of my favorite events of all time, by the way.
That was sick.
So cool. I was right there tearing up with Ken, watching him win that Pro Tour. It's the moments that we live for as as players, as commentators, as human beings, to be honest.
Seeing your fellow man succeed.
Yeah. Especially someone that was as big of a Final Fantasy fan as him, winning in a Final Fantasy 5 shirt, his favorite game.
I mean, imagine what it would mean to Ken to win a world championship. He even said when I interviewed him, like, what's next? World championship. And he's so close. He's 1 win away.
Yeah, no kidding. Especially, I mean, we haven't seen a lot of Ken on camera because I'm pretty sure he started 0-3 or 1-3. Like, it was a pretty poor start. Yeah.
That's why we were like, oh, yeah, Tony Portolan pretty much has this race locked up. But then Ken's like, don't forget about me.
Yeah, Ken and Seth were in the players' lounge, just kind of like, well, 0-2, you know, we'll enjoy a little bit more of our day.
Let's go have lunch somewhere.
And now they're going to be, you know, potentially next to each other in a top 8 photo, which is pretty cool.
Hell yeah. Grand, accumulate wisdom. Abandon attachments, starting town island, It'll Quench You in hand for Derek Davis. This It'll Quench You just lagging in hand now that cavern is on the board, but could catch something else.
Yeah, and now, I mean, similar problem to what we saw against Sam Pardee in the Derek Davis match a couple rounds ago. Soul Guide Lantern is doing so much work against this to accumulate wisdom.
Yeah. Being able to prevent your opponent from drawing 2 cards extra.
Okay, so here is a spot. The play that I was trying to line out, you know, that he could do against Sam was play a Wisdom, the Lantern's going to exile the graveyard, and in response, you can at least play another Wisdom, so you can draw 4 instead of 6.
Yeah, Wisdom.
Yeah, we'll probably see the double Wisdom next turn from Derek. And if Ken proactively sacks the Lantern, then Derek gets to respond with a Wisdom too, so there's really no way to stop that from Ken. Besides,
there
like
will be
Lantern.
cards, Oh, okay. Well, Grand gets got once again. And there is the exile.
Yeah, you know, I said there was no way to prevent it. Well, Ken just prevented it. So, yeah, wow. God, just everything coming up Ken here.
Yeah.
This matchup does seem abysmal. And with some masterful play from Ken here, just kind of dancing around everything that the Is It Lessons deck can do.
Yeah, losing that cost reduction. Derek Davis unable to accumulate wisdom and get those 3 extra cards in hand, so it's just going to have to use it the old-fashioned way, as the text was written. Torpor Orb? All right. That's not nothing.
Yeah.
2 wisdoms and a quench.
Yeah, Torpor Orb is solid. Definitely solid. Still a lot of other stuff that's going to be going on. And wow, the Web Strike Elite looks great though. Like, just that is an answer to the Torpor Orb.
Yeah.
And it's an answer where you get to draw a card too, which is devastating.
2 mana 3/3.
Uncounterable.
Use it as a critter, or you can just cycle it away.
I do like, you know, it definitely doesn't seem like Derek's demeanor is like completely shifted downwards. He understands, like, yeah, this is not going great, but there's plenty more Magic to be played. He was saying that after he was 7-0. You know, he was saying it after these 2 rounds, after this loss against Seth.
Chapter 3 now. Awaken the Honored Dead, get something back from the yard.
How many cards? 3.
So just the creature or the land. Can't really get back Soul Guide Lantern or anything. And Torpor Orb, definitely kind of more for the airbending deck, which players expected a decent amount, which didn't do that well so far. We have Javier probably leading the pack on that deck.
Doing his best there, man.
Yeah.
He's trying so hard.
It hasn't looked great. I've watched a lot of Javier's matches outside of this, and he's struggling to get the wins. It's still getting a good amount of them, but doesn't seem like that deck is...
Glarb!
Glarb!
This guy! Sorry, I really like Glarb. He's so fun. Able to play things off the top of the deck. Lands and spells, mana value 4 or greater, and also another Surveil.
Yeah, so Glarb goes to the yard. Could always come back.
Yeah, I could.
With Awaken the Honored Dead.
He's got such a fun name to say.
Glarb. Good old Frog Wizard Noble.
Yeah, why not?
And here's just double, double anticipate instead of double recall here. And man, the deck does look a lot different when you draw 2 instead of 6 off that interaction.
Pesky graveyard hate.
Yep.
More Torpor Orbs. Okay. So just a little bit of insurance there. Going to make it a bit more difficult for Ken to do some dumb stuff.
One thing about Torpor Orb is doesn't do too much against the Arden plan. It does a lot against the Bringer plan, but...
Yeah, Arden, he's still a bit of a tricky thing to get around.
Yeah, because, the Superior Spider-Man enters as the card, so it's not like it has to be an ability to trigger here.
So it's not when this enters, it becomes. It's
exactly.
This enters as Arden, and Arden says at the beginning of combat on my turn, I don't care about your Torpor Orb.
Exactly. So it's definitely not the catch-all be-all by any means.
Wait, the Honored Dead once again. Gonna get back some goodies. Glarb.
Is that a human? No, not human. Not human. No,
I don't know what that card is.
It's a frog.
Derek's like, I don't know what that card is. I should probably get the Oracle text, but we'll see.
Ribbit.
Yeah, once again, nothing to come in to play that Torpor Orb effects is the Glarb.
Glarb. All right. Yep. So things slowed down to a screeching halt here almost for Ken Yukihiro. Derek Davis is at 6. That's not a whole lot of life to work with, but he is slowly but surely rebuilding what he's got going here. And a Ghost Vacuum in hand will help him keep Ken Yukihiro off of his main game plan even more.
Yep. Yeah, Ken's just throwing the book at him here.
Trying.
And Ken not playing anything
That's how you accumulate
here.
wisdom.
Yeah, just throw books at you. Okay. I've been reading wrong this whole time.
Yeah, you got to take one to the head.
And the one thing that was really nice here from what Ken did, looks like Ken is lining up the cycle of the elite here. Ken's not doing anything to play a spell where Derek could play the Quench, because if the Quench goes to the yard, then you are able to accumulate wisdom for 3 cards. So that's all Derek's looking to do. Derek will quench basically anything. Yeah. And honestly, I'm kind of shocked he didn't hold priority and quench his own Ghost Vacuum. Maybe that's not the best use of the card, but that is an option.
What, just to get another
just to get the 3rd lesson in the yard, so then you can, have a 2-mana Ancestral Recall instead of, the spot you're in right now.
Yeah. Web Strike Elite took out the Ghost Vacuum. Ghost Vacuum got rid of the Arden in the yard.
Now, if there's a Superior Spider-Man get cast, even on human, Derek might still quench it.
Oh no, it doesn't resolve. Disruptive Stormbrood in hand there for Ken Yukihiro. Can kill a critter. Otherwise, it's taking care of some artifacts or enchantments. So he's definitely packing enough removal for those orbs if he wants to get back on that game plan.
Well, that doesn't trigger. That is a come into play ability.
You are correct.
Yeah.
Never mind.
But just destroying something,
Yeah.
that's a grand killer right there.
Pay your
That's
revenge.
for sure.
Get him.
And we saw a lot of that card in the Insidious Roots deck. Like, I bet Derek just windmill slams Quench here.
Yeah. Pays the 2. It's all right. Now, able to Draw 3.
All right,
Nice.
you can find another
Land,
Quen.
combustion, combustion. Ooh,
Wow.
that'll be good for one Overlord of the Balemerc soon.
I mean, or just Glarb and the Bookworm.
Yeah, those two.
End of time.
But then what do you do about the big guy?
3 on your main phase. Okay.
Yeah, you can get the Bookworm here, and then you can kill Glarb next turn, and then you have to figure out how to deal with the Overlord. So,
yeah.
I mean, Glarb's still a 2-turn clock, plus you can play lands and cast spells off the top of your library if they're 4 or greater.
Boomerang basics. Okay.
Feels pretty bad. I feel like you want to just Boomerang basic your own Torpor Orb.
Just a draw card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's not great.
Well, there's not an attack yet from this Overlord, so that's okay. There's a Spider-Man, which does, well, not much. What would it like to become? If anything. Just a big old Storm Brood? Nope. Yep, here comes the Spidey.
Okay.
And the Bat. Bat does
Over time.
nothing. But it does have lifelink, which could be relevant.
Yep. Flying and lifelink, you know. So it is just an evasive threat. It's a lethal attacker here. Doesn't look at the hand or anything.
Stuck up. Quench. Was that Spidey Sense we saw and another Grand? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it looks like you're pretty forced into just Boomerang basicking back Superior Spider-Man. I don't know. I think this is probably it here for Derek Davis. For this one, you know, still going to have one more opportunity.
Yeah.
But this next one's not guaranteed. If you win, you got to hope tiebreakers are going to help. If anyone's going to get in on tiebreakers, though, Ailey, it's going to be the person who just lost 3 rounds in a row. Your tiebreakers go so far up if you lose those last rounds.
Have we just seen all of the Superior Spider-Mans?
And that's just, yeah. There's a lot of them.
Boy. Better Triumph takes care of it. Derek Davis falls once again, unfortunately. But fortunately for Ken Yukihiro, he has just made top 8 at the World Championship. Congratulations to our Pro Tour Final Fantasy winner.
And you can just tell how much this means to him. Also understanding the gravity and the situation that Derek's in, you know, maybe respecting that a bit. But huge congratulations to Ken, one of my favorite players to watch. And there's that big smile that we all know and love.
Absolutely awesome achievement here for Ken Yukihiro. This top 8, Corey, is stacked.
It is stacked. That is our
Sam Pardee.
Yep.
Jean-Emmanuel Duprat. Seth Manfield. And now Ken Yukihiro. What?
Yeah. That is, I mean, just what you would expect at the World Championship here. I mean, you look at the field, and the field is just all all-stars, you know, at a tournament like this. So it makes sense that our top 8 is going to be completely stacked, and it is not disappointing, that's for sure.
Absolutely not. You better stick around for it. We've got more magic after this break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to coverage of World Championship 31 here in Bellevue, Washington. Take a look at that trophy. Our jaws hit the floor when we saw that for the first time. It is more beautiful in person, if you can believe it. Corey Baumeister alongside myself, Ailey Loney, bringing you round 13 of the action to determine who is going to be in our top 8. And we have 4 people locked up thus far. We got 2 more to get in there, Corey. So
can't wait. Yeah, that trophy looks gorgeous. Just one of the coolest trophies we've ever seen. I think it's kind of the resemblance.
If it goes missing?
I think they will. Yeah. Especially with you being on tape talking about that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
not great. Not great.
Anyway. What we are now thinking about is jumping in and showing you the rest of our win-and-ins for this round. So we're going to jump in here. Masataka Hori up against Sean Henry. We've got an otter off or an otter slaughter. I don't know what's happening here. But yes, we do have game 3 to show you here to see who between these 2 players locks up their top 8 slots. So jump in. Game 3. Masataka, I remember he has like this super blinged out version of this deck, so
absolutely.
I am very keen to see this. I'm basically a magpie, so if I see shiny, I'm just like, ooh.
Then you're in, yeah. And Sean Henry, just really impressive. They're started playing Magic in 2017. To be able to make it to the World Championship after only playing Magic for, 8 years or so is a huge accomplishment in its own right already.
GG. That's pretty impressive indeed. Things are getting underway here. We are going to hustle through this a little bit of faster speed. So Storm Chaser's talents. We got our little otter down on the one side of things.
Yeah, and no matter what, the winner of this, we're going to have 1 Otters player into the top 8. So that is Reanimator, Otters, Lessons, Is It Looting, as 4 unique decks, 1 more extra Lessons deck in there as well. So the top 8 is shaping up to be really nice here.
Yeah.
Here in Bellevue.
Is it still remaining the powerhouse that we've seen recently? At least not as dominant, though.
I mean, one thing I will say is, we have this. There's another Teamer Otters mirror that we'll take a look at later. That's going to put another Otters deck into the top 8. Both the Otters players and the Is It Lessons players do not want to play against Sultai Reanimator. And
it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. You saw what I was putting together there. The Ken Yukihiro
it's probably
deck
like,
looks pretty awesome.
Yes, give me more. Is it to feast upon?
There you go.
Not that he'd ever say anything that sinister, but, here we are. And we've seen a couple things happen here now. Frostcliff Siege from Sean Henry. We've seen a Warped Riddler. And now we have our Thundertrap trainer from Masataka Hori able to go digging through the deck and finds Spider Sense. Teamer chosen, so any critter that hits the board here for Sean Henry is going to have haste and trample and +1.
And both these lists looking pretty similar. Sean Henry's big difference here is there's 2 Ral Crackling Wit in the main. Outside of that, some minor one-of changes here. Quantum Riddlers from Hori and stuff like that. Otherwise, very, very minor changes from both lists.
Enduring Vitality hits the board now.
And the fact that it gets haste, you get to attack for 4 and hold up 2 mana. It's a nice little combination. And
that is pretty sweet.
I see a Valley Flood Caller in hand there for Sean.
I think this is the first time I've seen the Enduring Vitality actually
live.
Survive.
Yes,
yeah.
Same. Never mind. There it goes.
Oh, boy.
Okay, this is excellent.
Response, nice.
So excellent. This is a play that we saw a lot of last year, because there was a ton more exile removal in the spot here, but this looks really, really strong.
Boo,
and
Spidey Sense.
Yeah.
Well, it still gets sacrificed, right?
Yeah.
Shouldn't it come back then?
Oh, I bet this is the Spider Sense on the ability to bring it back.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, yep,
Gotcha.
Yep. Spicy.
Gross. That's a pretty good card.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah. So, turn on passes back to Sean Henry. He's going to go digging through his deck as well. Try and find a non-creature spell off the top there. Off with the little trainer.
A Disdainful Stroke as maybe the only option. That's not the best card to have face up. Especially in the Otter's Mirror, there's just not a lot of things that actually cost that much mana. I mean, the bulk of it is just a Quantum Riddler, the Steaming Sauna, a big Song of Totentons, and then Nature's Rhythm. So it'll have some targets, but now that it's face-up information, we're going to be dancing around that one pretty easily.
Thundertrap Trainer once again on the board here for Masataka Hori, looking for some more action off the top of the deck. Bushwhack. We're going to see some otters fighting. No, we're just going to go get some land.
Just trying to hit the land drops. Still have 4 cards in hand, so plenty of gas here for Masataka.
Super sweet deck that he's concocted here.
Yeah, just gorgeous. And looking very, very stylish in the blazer.
Oh, yeah.
Yesterday and today.
He came here to get business done and could be the next player into our top 8 here. Unless Sean Henry has a way to deal with everything that he's doing at this point. Stock up, take a look. Let's see which 2 cards we fancy here.
Yeah, and one of the big differences in the list here is just having 4 stock ups for Henry versus only 2 for Masataka.
Turn passes back now to Masataka Hori. He's had a very good weekend here thus far. And would like to make it an even better one by making a top 8 here at the World Championship.
Yeah, such a tense match, that's for sure.
Yeah, this I think has to be like one of the most stressful matches of the weekend for these players.
Oh, for sure, for sure. I've never played a win and in for a World Championship, but I have played a couple for Pro Tours, and I've punted them both, and they're very stressful. So, yeah, I feel the stress, that's for sure.
Masataka Hori says the most memorable moment of the season was when he made it to the top 8 at the Pro Tour. Thought something incredible had happened at his first Pro Tour, so very impressive stuff.
Sean got a nice little ambush block there with the Valley Flood Caller to eat an otter. That was very, very strong. Maybe a slight misstep for Masataka there. Maybe just attacking first, because then you cannot make that block. So if you otter first, you know that the kind of coast is clear. And now with a Thundertrap Trainer of Sean's own, and the fact that they all have haste, if we can play a land as well, you can really start getting some stuff going here. And that looks like a Rawl to go. I don't think Sean has played a land, so if you can, you get to attack, play Bushwhack, within combat, untap everything, pseudo-vigilance style of effect. Oh.
Pump the team. Oh, he's found it.
Okay. I mean, this is already 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage of vigilance here. So some blocks have to happen, because this will be 10 with the Bushwhack coming here on the stack. Remember, all the sorceries get to be instant speed.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's really going...
analyze the pollen instead. Okay. Collecting evidence 8. Can go find any land or a creature, untap the critters.
Okay, and that does seem like a nice, clean trade here of the Valley Flood Caller.
Yeah, this Valley Flood Caller needs to go die extremely quickly here. I think Masataka Hori, was he able to take it down? Yes, indeed. Okay.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah.
And if you had Bushwhack, you could have kept that alive from Sean, so valuing getting that out as well. Maybe I didn't see Bushwhack, but it seems like you would rather do that.
Yeah.
As keeping, you know, one of your 2 Valley Flood Callers alive seems very important in this situation.
Yeah. Thundertrap Trainer in hand, I can see from Sean.
Which easily could just be representing lethal next turn. Just play that, attack with 4 2/2s.
Turns out Haste and Trample's pretty good.
Pretty good combo.
Yeah.
Utterly busted in a situation like this.
You ought to be shot for that.
Wow, that was extreme.
with Cupid's arrow or something. Nothing harmful. This is a children's game.
But now having to analyze the pollen, you can go get Valley Flood Caller as well. You could get something like maybe a Quantum Riddler if Sean is playing any of those. But no, it looks like Sean is not playing any Riddlers. But Riddler with the Teamer activation of just warping it into play, attacking for 5 would be huge as well.
That's pretty gross. 2 mana, 5, 6.
Yeah.
Draw some cards.
At this point, there has to be a Torch the Tower for Masataka. Otherwise, this this trainer is just lethal.
Here he comes. Let's go digging, see what we find. Torch the tower, a bunch of lands.
That's also lethal, as you can clear away one of the blockers.
Yeah.
Now, if Sean has one more thing, you can play around. Oh, yeah.
Orel, yeah.
That's it. Not even a Torch the Tower would keep Masataka alive. So I think this is Sean Henry heading to the top 8.
I think you are correct, Corey, and I bet you
4 damage can't be up. Yeah.
Australia is going to be pretty darn happy indeed. And a yes from Sean Henry.
It's so good, yeah.
So I thought that's okay for many removals, but I never thought about float collar. So I need to take too much damage.
That was a lot of removal in hand, but just too much. Nice to hear these two players still being able to chat about it.
Absolutely, yeah.
At the end of the day, it's still a game. We get to have some fun.
Yeah, that was so sweet. Congratulations to Sean Henry. Winning in. There you go. Super chuffed about it.
It's so good, yeah.
Great sports indeed. So congratulations. One more spot locked up. We got an Otters into our top 8.
And Sean is just such a nice, happy guy. Every time I'm walking around to his tables, he's having a good time, enjoying the ride. I mean, man, when you just start playing this amazing game we all share in common in 2017 and you already make it to the World Championship alone, that's a huge accomplishment.
Yeah.
But then making it to the top 8 is just incredible. So happy for Sean Henry.
Kudos to Sean Henry. We've got one more winning in to show you, friends. We're going to see the end of the Tony Portolan versus Arne Huschenbett matchup. Tony Portolan must reach the top 8 if he wants to keep Ken Yukihiro off of Player of the Year. So let's see how this plays out here up against Arne Huschenbett, Keldheim champion.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is huge. The Player of the Year implications here from this match are gigantic. You know Ken is watching from the sidelines here because, well, Tony will have 2 chances at it, no matter what. Even if you either win this match, you'll have one more shot at it.
One more shot.
But then tiebreakers do come into play, so Tony wants to win right now.
Yeah, you want to have it guaranteed. You want to control your own destiny. Arne is at 5 as we join this match.
Whoa.
I see a Enduring Vitality on board. That is a Legend of Krook, I think?
I believe it is, and I was watching the last match. I believe Arne just took down Javier here in this last match. So, you know, no easy matches, that's for sure.
No.
But this is looking, I mean, life totals would definitely say huge advantage to Tony, but I mean, with that powerful Saga in play already and a handful of gas from Arne, you gotta like his chances here.
He's looking to be quite comfortable as we join this match in progress. So Bushwhack gonna go and find a basic. Tony Portolan will try and get a glimpse of what's in his hand shortly. Looks to be stuck on mana a little bit compared to what Arne's got going on.
Yeah, and a little awkward not having a lot of blue, but to be fair, the Tony list only plays 1 boomerang basic. That's not something that him and his team have really prioritized as something that, you know, if you would ask me going into this event, stock 4 of, Storm Chaser's talent, like, you don't cut those. But Tony would disagree.
So Arne has analyzed the pollen. He's collected evidence 8.
15-5.
Going to fetch Badgermole Cub.
Looks like this has been a long battle here. I mean, Pyroclasm on one side, a lot of removal from both players.
Yeah.
Exiled Badgermole Cubs upside down, left and right.
To be fair, Arne exiled 2 of those himself. But
Okay. That's fair. That's all 3, yeah. So the 4th cub is in play.
Tony's like, how many times do I have to kill this damn cub?
Kidding. And I mean, the flip side of this powerful new avatar card is no joke on the other side. That's for sure. Now, looks like Arne has another one in hand, too.
He's got Song of Totentowns in hand. Tony does.
Tony does. Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, even if you could play 4 rats here, that's not amazing, but here is
Pyroclasm.
Okay. Yeah, and that's whenever you cast any spell, you get the 1/1 Spirit. Now, the Spirit cannot block the rats. I think that'll be something that'll be very important. So, you know, even if Tony top decks land 4, you're only getting 4 rats. but maybe over the course of 2 turns, that could be something that could present lethal.
Well, now all the creatures are mana dorks, which is kind of nice for Arna.
Let the spirits begin.
Yeah.
Pass the turn to you.
Turn passes back. Draw for turn here for Tony Portolan. Both players eager to get into the top 8 here at the World Championship.
And I was watching Tony's match, the last one, and Tony kind of got eviscerated by an Is It Lessons player, and it didn't look particularly close. And this game is definitely not looking super close either.
Oh my. Another Legend of Karuk.
Well, one
Scry to draw.
And Arna, you know, on the verge of making another top 8. I remember the Keldheim Championship. I remember just like one incredible play he made up against Javier where
putting a
spell on the stack so he could kill something. Yeah,
grab the Ox of Agonis or prevent that from getting, that was sweet.
Yeah, I love that I say I remember it and then I didn't know the exact details, but you know.
It's all right, I remembered.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Got your back, bud.
But either way, just saying, he has been around for a long time. He's had some amazing results, and also just one of the nicest people I've ever met in my entire life.
Super humble, always super keen to learn, you know, and improve at the game.
Yeah.
Where is he going with this turn? Let's see.
Either way, it's the situation of, all right, you're at this stage where most players, like, okay, you think, well, Arna's got this. Like, why are you thinking that much? Because the best players, this is the moment where you slow down. You don't think, how do I win this match? You think, how do I possibly lose this? And you make sure to shut as many doors as possible. Because there is no worse feeling in the world than being up, you know, in a situation like this, and then you chuck it. You know, there's absolutely no worse feeling.
Song of Totentans.
So another spirit, 3 rats, all of them will have haste. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 10 mana available here from Arna, even though it looks like we're somewhat out of gas. I didn't see that last card in hand.
Just send all the little guys?
Send the cards that probably, I mean, no matter what, you just think, okay, how could I lose? It's too... I mean, I don't know how it goes. But
you know.
It would almost for sure involve Song of Totentans and a couple like bounce or removal spells if Arna just got a little too hasty here and maybe attacked with too much.
Hasty. Lol. Well, he's going with most of the team.
So leaving 2 back, looks like maybe there was a 2-drop in hand.
The rat can't block anyway, though.
Can't block, but it can add mana.
It can add mana. So something in hand is a insurance policy for Tony's turn.
Exactly. I'm with you. I think I would have attacked with the rat, left the Thunder Trap Trainer back. You know, but so minor, I'm sure.
Huh? This is how 4/4, I believe. Yeah, I cast these 2 spells. Yeah, 4/4. 4, 8, 11.
Oh, is that Valley Flood Caller? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Gotcha. I thought that was Thunder Trap Trainer.
Yeah, no, all good. Good gravy. Arna Huschenbed at 5 life makes it into the top 8 of the World Championship. Congratulations to the German.
Nothing
Super
better.
happy fans. Yeah, let's go.
Nothing better than these kind of moments shared amongst your team. They maybe had a deck they weren't maybe the most excited about with Teamer Otters. The Lessons deck definitely felt like something that they were maybe missing out on, but hey, they're still great players. They're still playing a pretty strong deck, and Arna into the top 8 as our 5th player. So awesome.
Wonderful stuff there. So now I believe we got 6. Sam Pardee, Jean-Emmanuel Dupras, Seth Manfield, Ken Yukihiro, Sean Henry, Arna Huschenbed.
Yep.
Yeah?
2 more players here into the top 8, and that's starting to get dicey.
Yeah,
you know?
this is where we start stressing.
Yeah, and then the players really start stressing next round because those players will have to get to that 10 wins.
Yes.
And then it's tiebreakers. So I think, you know, I haven't looked at exactly the tiebreakers, but you got to assume Derek Davis, if he wins, that's one of the 7. You know, that's player number 7, and then a tiebreaker sweat for that final spot.
And then we'll see.
Intense.
Oh my goodness. There is much stress ahead and one more round to go for our players here at the World Championship. When we come back after this break, we're going to be with Maria at the desk and she'll tell us all about the nitty-gritty. So don't go anywhere.
The Magic Limited Championship is a brand new special event coming in 2027, a competition that brings Limited to the center stage. You can qualify in 2026 at Limited Championship Qualifiers, LTQs for short, held at regional championships, Spotlight Series events, at every MagicCon event in 2026, and in MTG Arena through the new in 2026 Arena Limited Championship Tournament structure. Invites are also given to the current world champion, the top 16 drafters in the 2026 play season, and Hall of Fame members can use their one yearly Pro Tour invite at the 2027 Limited Championship. More details to come on the championship next year, so keep an eye on magic.gg and the Play Magic social channels for the latest news. As night falls here in Bellevue, Washington, 6 players are into our top 8. That means we have 1 round left here on day 2 of competition to find the final 2 who will appear on our Sunday stage. It all comes down to this on World Championship 31 Saturday. Hey everybody, welcome back to the news. That's Marie Bertholdi, Monty DeVuti, and Riley Knight. It's time for the most exciting round in Magic here at World Championship 31. Let's take a look at our leaderboard and find out where we're at. You are not going to want to miss a minute of this action. Well, we have 6 players in our top 8. Congratulations to everybody who's got 10 wins or more on this list. Sam Pardee, Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, former world champion, Seth Manfield, former world champion, Sean Henry, Arne Huschenbett, and Ken Yukihiro, all locking up spots in our top 8. We have 1 round left to find 2 more people to join them, which makes things very, very exciting for the next few minutes here on the show. Well, Cedric Phillips was out and about talking to our players, including our 3 newest players to lock up their spots in our Sunday stage berth. Let's hear from them right now.
Ken Yukihiro has done it again. Another top 8 on the resume, but this time with a little bit of a more unique deck. Ken, why did you pick Sultai Reanimator for this weekend?
はい、またトップ8おめでとうございます。素晴らしいですね。はい、ただ今回は一番人気なデッキではなく、結構あんまりプレイされていないスルタイのリアニメーターのデッキ、なぜ選んだんですか？
はい、僕は、アナグマデッキをすごくテストしたんですけど、非常にヘイトが向いてるなと、はい、アナグマデッキが非常にやられてるメタゲームになりつつあるなと思ったので、クリーチャーヘイトを食らわないデッキを選びました。
Yes, so the Badger Mole Club is one of the decks I was testing a lot, but I noticed that like the rest of the field was coming in really hot and heavy with tons of cards that were like hating that card out. So I was like, ooh, okay, I need to pick a different strategy. So Sultai Reanimator is great because it can dodge a lot of that creature hate that is coming towards the Badger Mole Club. So it turns out to be a great deck.
Sounds like a very good reason to make that choice. Now, my second question, really straightforward. What would it mean to be world champion?
素晴らしい理由ですね。でもしそのワールドチャンピオンになれるとしたらあと一歩というところまで来ていますがどう思いますか？
はい、今年幸運にも、ファイナルファンタジーのプロツアーで、優勝することができて個人では、個人的タイトルとしてワールド世界選手権が、個人的には一番取りたい残りのタイトルとなっているので、運よく、勝ち残れたらもうそれは今年非常に素晴らしい締めくくりになるので。それを目指して頑張りたいと思います。
You know, I was really fortunate with the Final Fantasy Pro Tour. I was able to win it all. So this year already started out great, but then being able to come here and compete at Worlds and now a top 8. But at this point, my goal, my eyes are really only on the goal. I am going to become the world champion. It would be so awesome. It would be the best finish and the best year ever. So that's what I'm going for.
That's what he's going for, and we hope to see it. Ken, good luck.
Thank you.
Arna. You're all smiles right now. But that was not true after round number 3. Now, I was watching on the sidelines, and you made a bit of a blunder that you said yourself out loud when it happened. It's the worst mistake I've made all year.
Yeah, it is round 3. I'm up, like it's game 3, draft finals. I'm already thinking about like I'm in the 3-0 bracket, you know, it's good start to the tournament. I am super far ahead. My opponent was mana screwed and stuff. And I had a 6/5 Knowledge Seeker, the 2/1 creature. And I just wanted to mana screw my opponent a little bit more by killing his mana dork with a Day of Black Sun. And I just didn't think. And I just cast the card for 4 mana and just totally forgot that my Knowledge Seeker, my 6/5, that was about to kill him on 3 life, got killed as well. And from there, yeah, I lost that game very closely. It was pretty brutal, making that mistake, roughing your own lethal board away. It was quite the mental hit. Somehow recovered in the lunch, and now I'm here.
I'd say you did more than recovered, my friend. You're in the top of the world championship, and it's easy, right, for people when that happens, for them to just think, oh, my tournament's over, I can't believe I did that. But you bounced back and then some. So how are you feeling now as compared to then?
I honestly can't believe it. Like, I definitely didn't play that well in this tournament. I made even more mistakes, maybe not as harsh as those. So I don't know. I'm honestly like, this is a dream come true, you know, coming here to the World Championship. This is all I want, right? But right now, I just can't believe it. Like when you make these mistakes or when you lose these matches, you do, like, can I make it? Am I good enough for this too? That's coming to your mind too. Am I good enough for this? Now I'm here. Still have to process it and I guess prepare for tomorrow. I'm super excited. I mean, I'm very excited.
Well, guess what? You're not done yet. You still got tomorrow, but you can take a deep breath because you are in to the top 8 of the World Championship. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you, sir.
We have another top 8er here at the World Championship. Sean, you have done it with a deck we haven't seen and talked about that much. It's been so much Is It lessons this weekend, but you got some otters up your sleeve.
Yep, I sure do. I chose to play the Team Otters this weekend because when testing, a good friend of mine, James Moore, also on my team, we were testing decks to see which deck could beat Dimir mid-range, as we expect that to be pretty popular. Ended up turning out not to be, but I was also happy with my gameplay with the deck and my position into the rest of the field.
So, the otters didn't necessarily play against the decks that you wanted to with Dimir, but still clearly a very good deck. So now I got to ask you this. You've got a deck, you've made top 8, got to be feeling pretty good, but how good would it really feel to call yourself world champion?
It would be honestly amazing if I was able to win, considering I'm not part of a major team myself. And I just try to help my friends back home. Hopefully I can get them to some worlds as well. Got a friend, James Drake, won the most recent Australian Regional Championship. So super happy to be able to go to worlds with him next year.
Well, you're off to a great start. You can bring some friends along too, and maybe you could be part of the next super team. Congratulations on top 8.
Well, it's a world of a new and exciting standard. And if you're sitting at home wondering what deck you should play, our pros have some answers for you with these deck bites.
I'm here with the 2023 World Champion, Jean-Emmanuel Ducroix. Jean-Emmanuel, what deck are you playing this weekend and what does it do?
I'm playing Is It Looting. It basically draws a ton of cards. Like it's a mid-range deck that just draws a lot and interacts a lot.
And what are the 3 most important cards in the list?
I would say Duelist of the Mind, the Nathan Sawyer card, is the best threat in the deck. Frostcliff Siege is a card that impressed me a lot. The enchantment that gives haste to everyone and trample. And Quantum Riddler is, I think, the most objectively most powerful of all of them. Like, it just recoups your mulligans, like it does everything.
And what would you say is the best matchup for this day?
I think like the deck doesn't have great matchups. Like, they are just like even-ish, like
Just perfect one.
perfect mid-range deck. I think Airbending combo, like the traditional list, is a very good matchup, especially post-board. Like, you just kill everything on site, and they can't really compete with your card advantage.
And what about a bad matchup?
Jeskai Control is probably the worst one for my particular list because it packs a lot of removal spells in the main deck. So like game 1 is very, very hard, and you have to win 2, which is hard given like the time of the rounds.
I'm here with Corey Burkhardt. Corey, what deck are you playing this weekend and what does it do?
I'm playing Jeskai Control. I mean, you know, your value control deck. I'm going to draw a ton of cards. I'm going to play a big dragon and try to end the game quickly.
What are the 3 most important cards in the list?
Shiko Paragon of the Way, of course, the most important, and then stock up and rediscover the way your card advantage sources that you can flash back with Shiko.
And what would you say is the best matchup for your list?
Any of the Badger Mole Cub decks. There's a ton of removal in the deck. You're really well set up to repeatedly sweep them and then close the game quickly with Shiko. So, you know, any of the blue-green Ouroboros, your Bant-Ang combo, those are kind of the matchups I want to be fighting.
What about a bad matchup?
I mean, blue-black sort of self-bounce, like the Boomerang Basics talent-style decks. The worst one by far would be, you know, blue-red Lessons with Monument. So hopefully the blue-red Lessons deck aren't all playing Monument this weekend.
I'm here with Pro Tour Ether Drift champion Matt Nass. Matt, what are you playing this weekend at the World Championship, and what does your deck do?
I'm playing Lessons with Artist Talent Monument, and it draws a lot of cards and then eventually kills my opponent after killing all their stuff.
So what would you say are the 3 most important cards in the list?
So there's like the Talent Monument combo, which I'll count as 1 card, if that's all right with you. There's the Accumulated Wisdom, the draw 3, and then Gran, of course.
Of course. And what would you say, what's the best matchup for this list?
The best matchup for this list is like the green creature decks, like the Badger Mole decks. You have so much removal and even sweepers, and they can't interact with your like powerful card draw engine.
What about a bad matchup?
Bad matchup, I think the Sultai Graveyard deck, the Superior Spider-Man combo, is a tough one. You can't interact that much with their stuff, and their stuff kind of goes over the top of your stuff.
Well, Matt, best of luck.
Thank you.
We're gearing up for the final round of Swiss here in World Championship 31. And coming up in round number 14, we have a lot of matches that matter. We have 2 spots left to give away in our top 8. And we're going to go through some of the matches that might have huge implications here for you coming up in this round. So the first match, let's take a look at it right now. It's a big one. Javier Dominguez, your current reigning world champion, versus your current reigning Pro Tour champion, Michael Plummer. Airbending versus Is It Prowess. What does this matchup mean here, Monty?
Okay, well, there are very few clean win-ins at this point. There's a lot of tiebreakers that are going to come into play. But for these players, step 1 is win this game. Step 2 is they have a decent chance in the conversation for the top 8.
That's absolutely incredible. All right, let's take a look at our next one here. Tony Portolan versus Akira Shibata. Teamer Otters versus Is It Lessons, Monty.
Very similar situation. Again, no clean win-in, but the winner has a great shot into the top 8. And for Tony Portolan, he needs to make the top 8 to keep his bid at the Player of the Year race alive. So this is a massive match for him, not just for top 8, but also for that Player of the Year race.
I know we were talking about it. We were like, if Ken Yukihiro, makes the top 8, Tony, you got to start to be worried. But we talked about it like it wasn't going to happen.
24 hours ago, Tony was at 5-1. Ken was at 3-3 playing a match for day 2. And if he didn't make day 2, there was a good chance that Tony was going to be Player of the Year.
Unreal.
24 hours later, Ken is in the top 8, and Tony needs to win a match to keep the race alive.
We've got the drama here at World Championship 31. What about Derek Davis on Is It Lessons versus Mitchell Tamblyn on Just Got Control?
Okay, so this is the most interesting match because Mitchell Tamblyn is at 9-3-1. He is pacing the rest of the players that we're looking at here, and Derek Davis, thanks to his 8-0 start, has the best tiebreakers in the field. So as close as we are getting to a clean win and in, this is it. I would say Mitchell is 100% in with the win. David is like 90-95% in.
Wow, Davis, your overnight leader, keeps struggling to make it. Can he get there this round? We will find out. The final match we're going to talk about here, Matt Nass versus Masataka Hori. Is It Lessons up against Teamer Otters?
All right, this is our dark horse match. I would say that due to tiebreakers, both of these players are very likely out of the top 8, even with a win. But because of the 2 reduced rounds in the World Championship compared to Pro Tours, we are able to see bigger tiebreaker spikes after one match than we would normally see. And that means that we're not counting them out. There are still a series of miracles that can happen within the tournament for one of these players to make it into the top 8. So this is the dark horse match to keep our eyes on.
All right. Wow, this is an exciting round coming up here. Round number 14 at World Championship 31. Let's set up our main feature match for you this round. You do not want to miss this one. Javier Dominguez, your current reigning world champion, could be in the top 8 again on airbending up against Michael Plummer, your current reigning Pro Tour champion. Take a look at Javier Dominguez here. 11 top finishes to his name. World champion last year and in 2018 as well. Let's take a look at his road here across the tournament.
So it's been a bumpy road, Maria. That's the takeaway here. Javier has gone from 3-2 to 5-3 to 8-4. And now has to win this to keep his top 8 dream alive. It hasn't been the easiest road for the reigning world champion, and there is still a lot of work for him to do.
All right, well, let's take a look at his opponent here in the final round of Swiss. Michael Plummer, one top finish. Your current reigning world Pro Tour champion, excuse me. That's that top finish for Michael Plummer wants top 8 here too. Let's take a look at his road through the tournament, Riley.
Again, a bumpy road here. We started off with 2-1, moved to 5-4. Michael Plummer looking pretty in dire straits at 5-4, but then he's rattled off 4 wins in a row. So we talked last round, Maria, about momentum, about mindset. The wind is at Michael Plummer's back. Can he maintain that momentum? Can he take down the reigning world champion and do his very best to claim a seat in the top 8?
There's a look at the players. What about these decks in this matchup here, Monty?
Okay, well, we're going to start by taking a look at Javier's deck. This is the Bant Airbending deck that was one of the most popular decks in the room coming into the weekend. Has definitely underperformed relative to its metagame share. This is a creature combo deck. It has, as we've seen in Evergreen deck, the package of Gene Pollinator, Llanowar Elves, and Badger Mole Cub. But the key of this deck is in Dock Hourlock, Jang, Swift Savior, and Appa Steadfast Guardian. The combination of these 3 cards essentially gives you infinite airbending of your own creatures, and you can get to a point using cards like Bramble Familiar or Aang at the Crossroads to essentially make infinite creatures and get the board to infinite tokens, and get the board to a board state where you are just locking your opponent out. On the other side, Michael Plummer is on Izzet Prowess. Now, this is another flavor of the Izzet decks that we haven't seen that much of this weekend. The core of this deck is still Storm Chaser's Talent plus Boomerang Basics, but one of the unique things that Michael Plummer's deck is doing is 4 copies of Quantum Riddler and 4 copies of Splash Portal, doing almost an ephemerate impression here as a blink effect to try to keep the Quantum Riddler permanently.
All right, there's a look at the players and the decks. It's time for the final round of Swiss here at World Championship 31. 2 more spots in our top 8 to give away. Can I get a yip yip, Marshall?
Does that make me Appa in this equation? Or
Let's go.
Yep, yep. All right, so we've got one more round to bring you with top 8 on the line in some fashion for all of these. So, you know, if you've been following along, you know that that 10 win mark locks you for the top 8. That's no longer true in this last round. Now you're trying to get to that mark just to set yourself in a potential tiebreaker scrum with other players who have the exact same record that you do, which means no more guarantees. You know, we can look at the tiebreakers, do the math, and kind of get a feel for it. But like our feature match here, Javier Dominguez is facing off against Michael Plummer, and it's a keep your hopes alive match here, and cross your fingers.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where you can't really control what happens. All you can control is whether or not you win this match. There's, you know, 2 slots available, and we have 4 matches. We'll see who gets there.
We've got the reigning world champion playing against the reigning Pro Tour champion for a chance at our top 8. Now the decks here, Paul, is it prowess in the hands of Michael Plummer?
Looks like Michael might be on a mulligan here to
Okay.
5.
Ooh, that would be a
I
rough
see
start.
3 cards in hand and 2, a land and a Storm Chaser Talent in play. Now I was talking
Yeah,
about
good call, 5.
Right, 5 cards here, and I was looking at kind of the how this matchup would play out, because this isn't that one that we've seen very often. We haven't really seen a whole lot of the Bant Airbending deck, but Michael has a very, very hateful version. This is a prowess that kind of plays the role of a control deck, but has more interaction. 3 copies of Get Out in the main, which I think is going to be very, very important against a creature-based combo deck like this one.
See a fairly typical start here for Michael. A lot of times you'll see them play early Storm Chasers, Talents, that type of thing, and then use Boomerang Basics to bring them back, replay them, get the card out of the deal, and get the additional onboard presence.
That's like a Badger Mole Cub being lined up here. Javier just trying to figure out, you always kind of try to figure out which land do you want to target here with the Badger Mole Cub. And Javier will at least be able to get this extra mana for 1 turn. And has 2 green mana available, so not a ton you can do at instant speed with 2 green mana. If Michael Plummer does have an interactive spell, he'd be interested in using it. Does actually have Fire Magic in hand. Now, if he does play it for the 2 damage effect, he would lose his Otters, right? But that would kill the Badger Mole Cub. Alternatively, you can cast Fire Magic for 1, right? And that would kill the Llanowar Elf and get rid of the +1/+1 counter on the land. Then all you would have is a Badger Mole Cub with no actual ways to make additional mana. Additionally, with that River Pyre Verge in Michael Plummer's hand, would be able to keep up Get Out on top of that.
All right, playing out the Thundertrap
That
Trainer.
is totally okay.
Not much Javier can do with double green here. Can still, of course, cast the Fire Magic. Michael also recognizing Get Out. There's a card that he really, really wants to counter with this card. He's playing the role of a control deck, and there's a lot of 1-for-1 removal. One of the most important creatures that he wants to counter with the Get Out is Aang at the Crossroads, because Aang at the Crossroads is a way, if you resolve that card, all of a sudden that allows you to get 2 impactful threats on the battlefield. So he's going to do his best to try to save that Get Out for that particular card.
2 impactful threats, perhaps a combo finish. And you see the Fire Magic go on the stack here. There's Aang Swiss Savior.
Oh, and is this an upkeep?
It is.
It is an upkeep, okay.
Maybe.
And this is a really, really heads-up play for Michael, because if you look at the mana that Javier has lined up, he actually can't cast Aang with the mana that's available, right? We're looking at 4 green mana in a starting town, so it doesn't actually have blue and white mana to cast Aang Swift Savior. And that's kind of one of the knocks on this deck. It's a very, very powerful deck. However, the mana is kind of an issue. You're playing a 3-color mana base, and sometimes just getting all the colors early is problematic.
And then what, he gets the prowess triggers as a benefit by doing on the upkeep?
Right,
Is that the...
and that lets him play a defensive game where the Badger Mole Cub can't attack into the prowess otters.
All right, back over to Michael.
That is good.
Yeah, and again, running out the stock up. He's got the Get Out, but doesn't need to cast it here. Javier Dominguez only on 3 mana sources here. So Michael doing a very, very good job after the double mulligan here. Now, Javier does have a ton of good resources here. 2 copies of Aang Swift Savior. Nature's Rhythm, notably, is a card that's going to do a lot of work. It is kind of, if you think the games are going to go long, I mean, you can cast it twice, right? You can cast it out of the graveyard as well. You could use that right now to maybe get a 2nd copy of the Badger Mole Cub. And then kind of in the late game, hey, if you have access to a ton of mana, you can, of course, just go and search Aang at the Crossroads.
What would you say defines this Is It Prowess deck? I mean, we've seen Is It in many flavors, a few different types of the lesson build. We've seen Otters. We've got Prowess here. What's the differentiator?
Yeah, I mean, so the main win condition for this deck is Quantum Riddler. It kind of plays the role of almost a pure control deck here. You're playing cards like Thundertrap Trainer, which is, of course, not the most aggressive card, but you have 4 copies of Thundertrap Trainer, along with 4 copies of Quantum Riddler, along with 4 copies of Splash Portal. And Splash Portal kind of allows you to, blink the Quantum Riddler, so on turn 3, you can warp it in, blink it, and get it in play, or...
And keep it with the extra cards?
Exactly. And with Thundertrap Trainer, you draw an extra card because it's an Otter.
Oh, that's really nice.
Yeah. So just a value deck. Just treat it as kind of a blue-red control deck. It's a different flavor of blue-red control, given that the Lessons deck also kind of functions as a blue-red control deck.
Yeah, we saw John Emmanuel Duprat talking about his version, and he defined his version is more of a mid-range deck, interactive mid-range. By the way, we saw Aang Swift Savior take out an Otter there.
Playing out another Storm Chaser's talent here.
Whoa. Whoa. One step at a time, says Javi.
Yeah, Javier already down to 9 here. He's taking some damage off of those multiversal passages. Javier can...
9? Yeah, 3 cards. 4 cards. They all great?
It's a great answer from Michael.
And Michael does have a Torch to Tower here, so if Javier lines up a double block, it will not end well for him. You can use a Torch to Tower to get the Badger Mole Cub off the battlefield and still have the prowess to attack through the Aang.
Now, there's no blocks here, but maybe he wants to use Torch to Tower anyway for extra damage.
Yeah, absolutely. You could kill the Aang, you could sacrifice a token or the Storm Chaser's talent, or you can just fire it off on the Badger Mole Cub. Now remember, Get Out is highly, highly flexible card. You can use it here to counter a big threat that Javier might play, but you can also use it to just pick up Thundertrap Trainer and the Storm Chaser's talent for added value. So 2 great targets already in play here.
6. Yeah, it looks like Michael decided, no, just take the 3.
Another issue that you'll notice in the Bant Airbending deck is it's got a lot of legends. Look at that. 2 extra copies of Aang Swift Savior in Javier Dominguez's hand. There's also 4 copies of Doc Hourlock, along with 4 copies of Appa. So, and not a whole lot of ways to kind of filter through all of those cards. So you can get some pretty awkward draws.
Pass.
Land go here from Dominguez.
Yeah, so the cards that Michael does need to be mindful of here is potentially a second copy of Aang Swift Savior, and of course, Appa. I believe he's got the mana to cast it here with 4 mana. But Michael does have that get out as an answer to that. And I imagine Michael's going to go for a really, really big attack here. As you can see, there 4 mana for a 3/4 flash flyer. If you can get that in play with the Aang, along with the Doc Hourlock, that is effectively the combo that allows you to generate infinite tokens.
No haste or anything, though, right? You have to...
No, but there is a convoluted combo that we might get to at some point, but if you can find a way to get Aang at the crossroads going, you can basically effectively stack your deck where you have 4 exiled Aang Swift Saviors, so you'll have 1,000,000 tokens in play, and you'll basically be able to counter anything your opponents can do on their turn, and then, of course, you'll just win on your next attack.
2 cards.
Looks like he's going for, is this a Badger Mole Cub?
He doesn't cry, right? This is Japanese or whatever. Like, yeah.
Javier's only play here is just to play a second copy of Aang. It's not particularly strong.
That's what it does.
Yeah, it's only one card.
Because if you play the Aang and airbend it, you can just play it again.
You just airbend your cub.
You could just airbend the cub, but then you would only have the 1 Aang in play because it is a legend here.
Yeah.
This is Torch the Tower that we're...
Yeah.
Cast another 1 response.
It's not an ideal line here. And oh, that's get out. So is this just lethal?
Exiled.
I mean, Javier's at 6. How many spells was this? 3?
Oh, kidding.
Yeah, this is enough. Just attack with everything. There's no removal here.
Yep. So the 3/3s.
Yeah.
Okay, so this would put Javier down to 2. Excuse me. That is a sick otter.
Summoning.
Yeah.
But this does not look good to me.
Javier doing our job easy, or making our job easy.
Yeah, you have Bramble Familiar and Aang. That's actually a cool interaction, but he is 1 mana short of kind of doing what he would like to do potentially, which is you can actually cast Bramble Familiar, and then if you airbend it with the Aang, you can play Fetch Quest for 2 mana.
Oh, that's awesome.
That can allow you to kind of get some of the bigger threats out of your deck.
But it was not to be.
Nope.
Game number 1 goes to Michael Plummer. And Javier, it really felt like he never got anything going that game.
Yeah, it just feels rough. I mean, you're playing a deck that has 3 copies of Get Out and a ton of interactive spells in the main.
Wonder if the sideboarding favors one or the other here.
Yeah, I mean, typically, when you think about matchups like this, you kind of assume the quote-unquote combo deck should be favored game 1, and then things just get worse for you as your opponents board in more removal, more interaction, more counter spells. So I don't know, but Javier does get to bring in some useful cards. 3 copies of Quantum Riddler on the board, which I think should get boarded in here. And you see the 1 copy of Abhorrent Oculus in hand there as well.
Boy, he's going to need to start casting some spells here. He hasn't done anything yet.
Yeah.
There's Aang Swift Savior. That's going to take out the opposing otter, keep life totals high here for Javier.
Yeah, and allows you to put a little bit of pressure. I mean, this is the type of matchup where you're kind of more playing a Bant value deck because Michael has access to so much removal. It is very, very difficult to actually rely on the combo to win in this matchup.
It looks like a nightmare.
It's tough.
And Michael applies enough pressure
right,
that you can't just do nothing.
Yeah, Thunder Trap Trainer here, and does have the combination here with Splash Portal. So basically going to look at the top 8 cards of your library and also draw a card and get 2 spells.
Anything else?
You know,
sounds pretty
if he
good.
was playing the Lessons deck, maybe he'd have something else too, but
wow.
This is kind of what
Sounds
you're trying
like
to
a
build
lot.
up to. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So he ends up choosing Torch.
And Torch currently doesn't kill anything, so we're just going to be using... Oh, can also just play the Storm Chaser's talent just to have more pressure, because you can utilize that Splash Portal on a future turn.
Get your value when it's good.
And we are not close to casting that Oculus here. But
Not
of course, it's
zero graveyard?
It is an incredible hit, though, off of Aang at the Crossroads.
Oh, yeah, that's really nice. But in hand, not quite as good.
Yeah. Also, searching it out with Nature's Rhythm on 3 is super strong as well. I assume he's going to attack here.
Nope, he's going to leave his guy back.
Oh, okay, play a little bit of defense. And, I mean, he's got kind of nothing going on in that hand. I mean, there's, what, 3 lands, an Oculus, and a Bramble Familiar? Hasn't even run out the Bramble Familiar. Maybe trying to find a way to get Fetch Quest going.
And here we see Boomerang Basics
Yeah.
once again.
Yeah, I mean, this just seems like you're in a pretty tough spot here. He just has nothing to play.
Yeah, I mean, this whole sequence so far has been Javier land go.
Yeah. So that's 2 spells now. So we're looking at a 3/3 Otter, so that can now safely attack into the Aang Swift Savior, while also keeping out double Torch to Tower and Get Out here.
Just 3/3. Thinking. Cards.
It's got 2 prowess triggers,
Yeah.
so it's a 3/3.
Javier just needs to bluff something. As we can see, he's got absolutely nothing he can do.
17, 18.
Yeah, this is one of those times where if you're in Michael's seat, you're like, what was he thinking about on his turn? He decided not to do anything.
Could play an Appa, I guess, in a
Yeah.
3/4, just not bounce anything and
Right,
block.
but then he's like, okay, then he passed it back, and then he
Right.
thought a bit, and then did nothing, and now he just drew his card.
Right.
If you're Michael, you're like, ooh, green light.
Yeah, I mean, you're just thinking about expensive cards. You're thinking
Right.
about Aang at the Crossroads, Nature's Rhythm, cards of that nature. Although if you had Nature's Rhythm and had nothing to do, might have just fired it off for 2 there just to find a Badger Mole Cub.
Jeez, another land go here for Dominguez.
Yeah, this is so rough.
Nothing happening.
He does have a Cavern of Souls in the sideboard. That would be pretty nice to try to play around the get-outs that Michael Plummer has. But, I mean, right now, Michael has Storm Chaser's talent, pump up those Otters. The Aang is just not even doing a great... It's just preventing 1 damage from Thunder Trap Trainer right now.
Right. Yeah, every turn Michael's been able to get at least 2 prowess triggers going, so the attacks come in.
All right, going for the Splash Portal, and Javier's like, sure, I got nothing. So this is now going to draw Michael a card. Look at the top 4, find you another card. Triggers prowess from the Otter tokens. You have Storm Chaser's talent that can now turn the Otters into 3/3s. I mean, it's not going to be long before Michael can just kind of take this down. I mean, there's a Slag Storm, which, I mean, Michael doesn't even need to cast right now.
So Javier has Appa Steadfast Guardian in hand.
But Michael has the get-outs to counter that. So this is probably, I mean, Javier doesn't have any plays, right? So he just kind of has to go for it here. And then Michael's just going to most likely play the get-out here to kind of keep that from happening.
11.
Okay.
Wow, Dominguez showing some real patience here. Takes the damage.
Yeah, but you have
That
to
was
imagine
6 damage.
Right. You have to, and doesn't go for it. So being super patient actually here, not going for it.
How can he afford to just do nothing for 2 turns straight?
Right.
Land go on turns 4 and 5?
He did find Cavern of Souls here.
Oh, that's interesting.
That is interesting. Now, Michael does have 2 Torch to Tower, so it's not that big of a deal here.
Ally.
Named ally.
Yeah. Appa and Aang, both allies. And with double Torch Tower, even if Javier has an Appa, you can kill it. Also, you can just wait until it's your turn, because that just triggers all the prowess off of your Otters, which can potentially present a near lethal attack next turn.
Dominguez is down to 11 and down a game. Our players are fighting for the chance
Yeah, and also
for a top 8.
Also remember, now this is not something that you see very often.
Yeah.
Slag Storm can deal 3 damage to each player there.
That's true.
So, I mean, you just get Javier down to 3. It's not too hard to imagine something like that happening with the 3 prowess tokens and all the removal spells that Michael has in hand.
hidden mode.
And at this point, Javier kind of knows Michael has a removal spell, and he's just like, and Michael's just trying to figure out, is it better to go for the torch if he has an Appa? I know I have a second torch, or should I just wait until my turn? 2 mana. Oh, sure.
He's going to get out both of the Storm Chaser's talents back to his hand.
Right, that's going to just give you a giant army of
just adding up.
Yeah. Now, that makes it so that you don't have an answer to an Appa or an Aang at the crossroads, given Michael's hand here.
Yeah, but he's probably looking down at the Cavern of Souls and being like, well.
Yeah, Javier really needed to find a Doc Hourlock or something to get in play, because then he can kind of get everything rolling. Right now, if he plays the Appa, he can, sure, bounce the Bramble Familiar, but, he'll have a 3/4 and a 2/3 in play, but that'll be it.
Good question. Saying I play 2 more talents, I'm gonna be 5 honors.
Like, you might not even bounce your Familiar if you feel like you're in danger of dying next turn. I mean, this is just a really tough spot across the board here.
It does. I agree.
I think Michael's feeling pretty good about this spot.
Body language-wise.
Yeah.
I like Michael's spot here for sure.
This has kind of been my experience when I've been trying to play this Bant Airbending deck. It just felt a little bit fragile. The mana was inconsistent. And, in a field with a ton of these Izzet decks with a ton of removal spells, it feels kind of tough. But Javier has done a great job so far.
I'm praying for the best. Yeah. Simple, right? That's just...
All right, there we see Appa Steadfast Guardian.
He's already done the math.
He's already did the math and is just explaining to him? Wow, and that is Michael Plummer picking up the victory in 2 convincing games against Javier Dominguez. And we'll have to wait and see if it's good enough to get Michael into the top 8, but that is a huge win for him to keep his name in the conversation.
Absolutely. That's all he could do, right? You win this match and you kind of hope for the best. It's going to be tough.
What a season.
I mean, it is an absolutely incredible way to close out this season, right? Winning the Modern Pro Tour, showing kind of your mastery of that, and then now coming here, and now he has a chance to go back-to-back top 8s here if the tiebreaks kind of falls the way that he likes.
That's right. I mean, this is, even if he doesn't make top 8, it's an incredible season to put together, especially this second half, wins the PT, and then really knocking at the door a World Championship top 8. That is a lot of winning to do in just a few tournaments. Okay, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, though, we've got more potential top 8 matches lined up for you. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to coverage here of the Magic World Championship. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. I get chills looking at that thing, Paul. That is the sweetest trophy I have ever seen in my life. There's the Space Needle up here in the Pacific Northwest. Of course, we're in Bellevue, Washington, just east of Seattle. And that trophy, holy smokes, they did a good job with that thing.
Yeah, this is what everybody's playing for here. We have a couple more matches here to see if we can find out who joins one of the most stacked top 8s of all time.
Yeah, we're coming into a top 8 that is shaping to be a full-on all-timer. I mean, it's normal for World Championship top 8s to be really stacked, but we had a relatively large field. You know, we've had, 24 player ones. This is 126 players, and boy, that did not stop this top 8 from being absolutely ridiculous. And we're thinking that the next match we're going to watch is going to fill in another one of those seats. We have Derek Davis versus Mitchell Tamblyn. An interesting setup here. Tamblyn is on a full-on winning it. He actually has, as you can see, a draw. So that means that his breakers are going to be extra good with a 10-3-1. Derek Davis has really been the story of the tournament for me. And the wheels have come off here in day 2, Paul. Derek is facing down his last chance. He has to win this game, by the way. We are coming into game number 3 for that chance for top 8. Very likely to get in because of the run that he had to get here, overnight undefeated player. It looks like a win would secure it. It's not literally guaranteed, but it's very, very close to that. But this is it. Derek has lost the last 4 and now has to win this game in order to secure that seat.
Yeah, Derek has incredible breaks, but man, I've been watching every single one of his matches, and it's not like I feel like he made any missteps along the way. I just feel like he had some tough matchups here. Now here, he won a pretty quick game 1, and then game 2, Mitch Tamblyn actually has a pretty robust sideboard for this type of matchup and won a prolonged game 2. We'll see what happens here in game 3, but yes, Derek Davis starting out the tournament 8-0, and now it can potentially just be eliminated from the tournament here with losing, 4 straight win-ins?
Yeah, it's 4 win-ins currently, so there's a lot of pressure on Derek here. You can't take away anything from a great weekend, but it's not going to feel like that if Derek can convert here.
Derek does get to resolve. Very powerful card draw effect, especially in this matchup here in Stock Up. We talk about, hey, you can make the choice between playing Accumulate Wisdom or Stock Up, right? Depending on the deck. And Derek's just like, I can just do both.
Did you say Accumulate Wisdom?
I sure did.
Oh, so you said it correctly.
I said it the right way.
I think you're the first person all weekend
that's
done that.
By the way, there's no D there. I know everybody says accumulated, but it's accumulate.
They really do. Yeah. I was saying that for a while too, I won't lie. If you want to know the matchup here, we've seen Derek quite a bit over the course of the weekend, and he's playing his version of Is It Lessons. It's a little bit different than some of the other versions, but he is playing against Jeskai Control here in the hands of Mitchell, which we haven't seen that many control decks this weekend.
Yeah, no. I mean, the control decks are, we kind of saw it in the deck bites earlier with Corey Burkhardt also piloting the Jeskai control deck, saying, hey, I just want to play against Badger Mole Cub decks. He did not want to play against Is It Lessons. Now, noting Mitch Tamblyn actually recognizing that this type of matchup is quite bad, has a ton of cards in the sideboard that he's going to be bringing in. 3 copies of Stoic Sphinx, right? A way to kind of bring in a flash threat at instant speed, and 3 copies of Kutzel's Flanker. I mean, that's still a 3-mana 3/1, and when you play, you can exile your opponent's graveyard. So not only do you play a threat, but you can also try to slow your opponents down from getting 3 lessons into their graveyard.
Yeah, I think I saw some Bezas in the board, maybe. Or in his hand, like
just keeping every creature,
right?
Because he's going to just board out all the sweepers that he had in his main. Looks like a negate here
from Davis on the
seam rip, I believe.
Yeah, it looks like a seam rip there.
And
Derek,
Derek,
you see Rediscover the Way there for Tamblyn, fueling the hand as well.
Yeah, great combination with Shiko. It allows you to play 3 mana spells out of the graveyard, or non-creature spells, and of course, Rediscover the Way counts as that, as it is an enchantment here. Now, Derek Davis does have Accumulate Wisdom in hand with 4 lessons in the graveyard. And Mitch actually decides to fight that with a 3 steps ahead. But now the coast is clear here to resolve Accumulate Wisdom.
And
with Grand
look
Grand.
at
So now you
this.
get the discount, and Derek can potentially go off this turn and draw a ton of cards.
But his deck isn't set up to win via just this.
No. It's
like
not.
there's no monument.
Right. But you can still draw a ton of cards and make sure you have a handful of counter spells and put a couple of threats in play. We saw that actually be successful in one of the games that he had against the Is It Lessons deck, where he was able to come out on top on game 2.
Yeah, it looks like he's sitting on a pair of It'll Quencha. Is that what you see, Paul?
Yeah, pair of It'll Quencha and a Spider Sense in hand.
So the shields are up for Derek Davis, but what is it that he's protecting? I guess Grand in this case.
So it looks like he's trying to counter the enter the battlefield trigger, because Spider Sense does allow you to counter triggered abilities, instant spell sorcery, or triggered ability.
That would leave the Seam Rip just on the battlefield as a
because Mitch
nothing.
Mitch Tamblyn really wants to get that Grand off the battlefield here. And that is kind of the issue sometimes with that Jeskai control deck. You have a lot of powerful spells, lots of removal, but your spells tend to be a little more expensive, and we've seen just how streamlined this Is It Lessons that can be with the cost reduction effects, and basically everything costing 2 mana or less. Will we see a loot here from the Grand? Oh, Boomerang, and there you go. The 1 copy of Roiling Dragonstorm, actually 2 copies out of the side, a second copy in the sideboard. Really, really important in matchups like this.
I didn't realize Boomerang Basics was a dragon. That's interesting.
yeah, that's basically what it does there.
Yeah, you get a card off of it, of course, as well.
And look at this.
And this is stock up.
I mean,
to
who's the
follow up?
control deck? Derek
No
Davis just
kidding.
had us Accumulate Wisdom and 2 stock ups already. Handful of action here. Couple of counter spells still. Roiling Dragonstorm still in hand. Gets a loot here off the Grand. Wow, and you know it's not a good sign when your opponent discards Roiling Dragonstorm with a grip full of cards. Derek Davis here just deciding, how many more threats do I want to play out? Ooh, and this is a perfect target for It'll Quench. I know he's reading it. He's just making sure it can't be countered.
Yeah, exactly.
He's literally like, can it be countered?
Oh, he actually let it hit and hit it braid, but...
Oh, fair enough. That
Same
also works.
difference,
Yeah. Because it is vulnerable the turn you cast it.
Right. And this does allow him to keep up, I guess, 2 copies of It'll Quencha.
Yeah, and Mitch actually taking some damage. You're probably going to try to resolve at least a 4-mana spell. Oh, just passing here. Yeah, look at this. I mean, Derek just continuing to churn through his deck here.
He just keeps asking questions. Can I draw more cards? And Mitchell just keeps saying, yeah,
I guess so. He does have a Tishana's Tidebinder. You can counter the ability here. I guess that's what he's going for.
That's what he's done here. Yeah, that's exactly right. That's funny.
And it also prevents the attack from the Grand, right? So you get to counter the ability, but of course, because the Roiling Dragonstorm is not a creature or planeswalker, well, it doesn't really matter because you can just pick it up, but you can't blink the text on the card, of course. All right. Oh, it does have Combustion Technique here as well. And this just feels like one of those situations where, sure, Mitch has a lot of things to do, but Derek is just ahead on so many resources here because he resolved the Wisdom, Dragonstorm, bounce it with Boomerang Basics, etc. And look at this.
I just want to know how this ends for Derek Davis from a... Like, how does he get from 12 to 0 on Tamlin? It's not attacking with Grand.
No, well, he found a Storm Chaser's talent now. That's the way to get it done, right?
Thank you. That's what I've been looking for.
Yeah, it has a Quench, has an Abandoned Attachments, can get back Accumulate Wisdom as well, but we've also seen Derek get very aggressive at getting back negates out of the graveyard. So might be interested in just getting Spider Sense from the graveyard as well.
This is a board worth protecting. I know it looks small, just the Grand and the Otter, but we've all seen how big that Otter can get, and in just a couple of attack steps, Derek Davis could pick up the victory if Mitchell cannot stabilize this
Oh, and this
board.
will get quenched. Oh, Shiko gets countered. Meticulous Archive is the land here for
only.
Mitch Tamblyn. Can't pay for it, but you know what? Mitch Tamblyn recognizes, look, I'm behind here. I cannot afford to play around the quench. I'm just going to run it out and hope you don't have anything.
And that did not work out well. And look at this. Is it a... Oh, and it's going to
Wisdom.
be Accumulate Wisdom.
Yeah, draw 3 cards, drew an Essence Scatter
And
here.
another Accumulate Wisdom.
Oh my goodness. Derek Davis.
You said
losing-
Essence Scatter was in there?
That's an Essence Scatter that
Okay.
allows you to counter Shiko of the way here. And Mitch Tamblyn actually has lots of creatures, flash creatures, that he boards in out of the sideboard here as well. Big attack, loot from the Grand. Things are looking incredible here for Derek Davis.
There's that Beza we saw earlier, too, which I guess Tamlin could have gone for last turn.
Oh, if that was an option, then yes, maybe that
believe
the
it
wait for
is.
the Shiko. But now with the Essence Scatter,
Right, that doesn't...
Derek has so many.
And
of his
there's the
bases covered.
Beza, but it's going to
Yeah.
get immediately scattered.
Stock
And
up,
it's
sure.
stock up, but that means the shields are down here for Tamblyn.
Yeah, if Derek Davis can fire off 6 spells this turn, he doesn't even need it. All he needs to do is draw a bunch of cards and just make sure that he has some counter magic for whatever Mitchell can follow up next turn.
And right when you say that, stock up off the top. Wow, actually, abandon attachments. This
All right,
could be a
stock
lot
up.
of spells.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to get exactly the amount that he needs, but
I guess it
doesn't-
would have to be 1-1-1-1.
Right. I mean, it's certainly possible, but I mean, Derek just has everything going here.
Oh, and a land drop to give as well. So now a little bit of wiggle room.
We're on 2 spells. This is 3 spells.
Yeah.
So that's 4 damage. Can he play 4 spells this turn? If he plays 4 spells, that's a lethal attack.
Combat.
Okay, so he's not going for it here.
Okay, he's going to go to combat, but this is going to be a lot of damage.
Oh, he found a combustion technique.
Does he have enough?
Can you combustion
Give yourself
technique?
an 8, right?
Can he just fire it off on the new otter?
He's
That's
doing the math here.
3 spells. It's currently 5.
5
4,
damage. Combustion technique 6.
4. But in response, 6.
Quench. That's enough.
And
Derek
quench
Davis.
it. Derek Davis finds the victory. Will he find a seat in the top 8? It does seem to be the case, but we're going to have to wait and find out because he is in the tiebreaker scrum now. But he finally got the win. He had 5 what we believe to be win-ins here, and it took the 5th one for Derek to get over the line. Again, not a guarantee, but it's looking very good for him.
Yeah, if there was one match out of the ones that we're going to see that has the highest chance of locking in that 7 seed, it's this match. Derek Davis, remember, he was our 8-0 player to start out the tournament. He's sitting at almost 3.5% above the next best person in terms of tiebreak. So some insanity would have to happen for him to not make it, but it's certainly possible.
Right.
But
yeah,
as you can tell,
the way it works with tiebreakers, what Paul's alluding to is the better record you have the earlier in the tournament, it tends to be the better tiebreakers you have later.
the actual tiebreaks that determine whether or not you kind of can jump other people is opponent's match win percentage. So the more matches you win early, you keep playing against people who also won a bunch of matches, in which case your tiebreakers, of course, ends up being that much higher. So Derek Davis, unsurprisingly, best tiebreakers in the room because he started out at 8-0. And you can see the sigh of relief. He feels that he has a really good chance. And of course, also, he just lost 3 straight win-ins. And to be able to win this one, it must be such a huge sigh of relief because, I mean, if you lose 4 straight win-ins, I mean, even if you finish in the top 16, which is, of course, if you zoom out, that's a good finish. That's not how he's going to feel.
Yeah, I mean, I could sense that relief coming from him right there where he thought, wow, that almost happened.
It did.
But now it does look like we very well may get him in the top 8. We've got a little bit more magic to bring you here. Tony Portolan versus Akira Shibata. And this one has major implications. As you can see, these players are both 9-4. The winner will put themselves in that conversation. But beyond that, it has Player of the Year implications. Because if Tony Portolan does not make the top 8, Ken Yukihiro is your Player of the Year. In order to keep the fight alive, Tony has to defeat Akira Shibata here, and then the conversation will continue tomorrow.
Right. And this is, I think, a little bit of a tough matchup here for the Otters deck, right? Because you have access, when you're playing the Lessons deck, you have access to 4 copies of Combustion Technique, which is such a nice, clean answer to cards like Valley Flood Caller and also Enduring Vitality.
Looks like we're going to come in game number 2 here with Akira Shibata.
Up a game?
Ahead a lot. Up a game and has Tony down to 4.
With a monument and an artist talent in play already with an otter. How is Tony going to come back from this? Casting a stock up's not really kind of the thing that you need to do here. I would have guessed Tony would need to combo off this turn to have a shot. Maybe he has a removal spell for the monument to endurance.
That is just going to be the start for him. Look at that board for Akira.
Holy smokes.
Artist talent, 2 Storm Chasers talent, and the monument with a treasure.
I mean, he just has everything. I mean, look at Tony's graveyard. It's loaded. So this must have been a fairly long game where Akira basically probably just killed all of Tony's threats.
I'll tell you one person who's pretty excited to see this board state. It's Ken Yukihiro, because if Akira Shibata can finish this, that would secure Player of the Year for Ken.
And what a season it has been for him.
Can Tony fight back here? Boy, he's looking at a lot of cards, but it's costing a lot of mana to do so, Paul.
I mean, with that active monument, I just can't. It's so hard for me to envision a way that Tony can kind of win through this. It involves Valley Floodcaller with a Song of Totentans and some spells to just kind of one-shot Akira here.
Tony takes out the only remaining threat, but he's at 4.
Does Akira have an instant speed spell here to rummage to get Tony down to 1 and then follow that up with another spell, to activate the Monument to Endurance here? Now remember, we also have 2 Storm Chasers talents on 1. So can utilize that to get a spell. Presumably there are spells in Akira's graveyard based on this point of the game.
Tony very much fighting for his tournament life, where Akira applying maximum pressure and trying to secure that seat here at the World Championship in the top 8.
This feels like a boomerang basics. I think Tony's considering bouncing the Monument to Endurance to at least tax Akira's mana a bit, because he would have to run out the Monument first, which would then eat up 3 of the mana here. Oh, goes
going to target the treasure.
The treasure. Akira goes, okay. What do you have?
Wow.
Do you have spells? Do you have Magic the Gathering spells in your hand? If you do, you are making it to the top 8.
Land loot.
Okay, that's a loot.
That's Accumulate Wisdom.
Can't cast it, though, unless you make a
treasure.
Right,
there's no
cost reduction
cheapening here happening. Interesting.
No, puts him down to 1 and just says go.
He passed it back.
Okay.
Portolan's still alive.
Does Tony even have any cards in hand? Just 1, right?
Oh, and in response, we are going to see, it looks like a null trigger. Tony Portolan takes the loss. Akira Shibata puts himself into that conversation for top 8 and puts his countrymen into Player of the Year. Ken Yukihiro, what a season for him. And he's still got work to do tomorrow.
Yeah, and you know, this is kind of a rough loss here for Tony Portolan. I mean, I feel like every single time we're in the day 2 of a major event, he's in the feature match area. He has been just the model of consistency over the course of this season here. But of course, Akira Shibata, another Lessons deck, making it into the top 8, the breakout deck of the World Championship.
I guess we know what we need to study up on, don't we?
Oh, I played this deck plenty now.
I guess it's just me then. Yeah, so another Lessons potentially into the top 8.
Right,
a great win there for Akira. I mean, what a run for him, too. So incredible stuff as we wrap up the last Swiss rounds here before we do make that big cut to top 8. Any thoughts?
I mean, it feels like there were, I think coming into it, I think a lot of people just kind of expected a different metagame based on what we see. Otters making up such a large percentage of the field here, and I don't know that they were necessarily ready for the Is It Lessons deck. I think they were more expecting, you know, Ouroboros or other flavors of the Is It deck, and you know, you see these decks doing pretty well against those variants, but I feel like against the Lessons deck, they had a really, really tough time, and I think if they kind of went back to the drawing board, we might see less Otters decks kind of show up in this event.
Yeah, that would have been a different timeline, but we're in this one. All right, that's going to do it for us in the booth here, but we can throw it over to Maria at the news desk with more.
Thank you so much, Marshall and Paul. And once again, a huge congratulations to Ken Yukihiro, our Player of the Year. What an utterly fantastic season. Your Pro Tour Final Fantasy champion, and now into the top 8 here at the World Championship. Your reaction, Mani?
Just a lot of resilience on display, both in that last round and just in general today. Ken coming back from 3-3, 7 wins in a row to 10-3. Derek Davis starting off at 8-0, then losing winning in after winning in after winning in, and here very likely into our top 8. Just resilience on full display.
Absolutely. Well, it's time now to announce our top 8. So I'm going to pass things over to Riley Knight.
Welcome down to the feature match area here at World Championship 31 for the announcement of our top 8. After 2 days of hard-fought competition across both limited and constructed, we have 8 players who will be playing off in top 8 Sunday. My friends, at the top of the standings from the United States of America, put your hands together and welcome Sam Pardee. Returning to World Championship Sunday, a former world champion from France, Jean-Emmanuel Deprat. Another former world champion joins us, a legend of the game from the United States of America, Seth Manfield. In 4th place, flying across the Pacific from Australia to join us, it is Sean Henry. And joining us in 5th place from the other side of the Atlantic, from Germany, it's Anna Huschenbetz. In 6th place, put your hands together for the Japanese superstar, Ken Yukihiro. And in 7th place, he got there in the end, my friends, from the United States of America, it's Derek Davis. And finally, in 8th place, the last person to be taking part in World Championship Sunday, from Japan, Akira Shibata! Put your hands together one more time for the top 8 of World Championship 31.
What a fantastic top 8 we have here for World Championship 31. Just a row of incredible Magic players going to compete tomorrow on the Sunday stage for a $100,000 grand prize. And also this awesome trophy that's been sitting right in front of you and I, Mani, all weekend long, and it's just
front row.
Gorgeous. We have a front row seat, everybody. I'm telling you, not to brag, but this trophy is beautiful. Your reaction to this top 8, Mani?
It's incredible. We have Pro Tour champions, 2 previous world champions, the Player of the Year who has also won a Pro Tour this year, going for the trifecta of a Pro Tour win and Player of the Year and the World Championship win the same year. Just
Love
the
that.
amount of storylines, the amount of talent, the amount of names, it's just fantastic.
All right, well, let's talk about the deck of the day, Mani. What deck rose head and shoulder above the rest?
It's gotta be, is it? Lessons. I mean,
Did I have to ask?
There was a question coming into the weekend. Is Accumulate Wisdom Ancestral Recall? I am unfortunately saying it is a resounding
yes.
Is It Lessons absolutely crushing 4 copies into the top 8. Half of our top 8 is It Lessons, and Sam Pardee's version with the Artist Talent plus Monument to Endurance package. It's just looked absolutely incredible.
Do you feel safe saying that they broke it?
I think they broke it.
Wow, incredible. Is It Lessons? Congrats. You are the deck of the day, potentially the weekend. How about our player of the day, Monty? Who could it be?
I mean, look at it. Sam Pardee locking his place the earliest possible at 10-1. And, you know, I think he felt like he was going to top 8 this tournament.
Yes, I felt that vibe.
I think he thinks he's going to win this tournament. And at this point, with his list, with the way he's been playing, I cannot disagree with him. I think he looks in fantastic shape. He's been playing excellently. And I just think he has the deck of the weekend.
Yeah, he was so very confident talking to him even before the tournament started in the deck that they chose for this weekend. So we'll see if Sam can pull it out tomorrow. What about match of the day, Monty?
Okay, so it's been a lot of Sam, and it's going to be more Sam. But for this one, we're going all the way back to round 3 of Limited today. It's Sam Pardee playing against Tony Portolan to see who wins their pod. Pod 1, the feature pod, and moves up to 9-1. And for Sam feeling excellent about his constructed deck, winning this close back and forth, 3-0ing the draft and putting himself a win away, this essentially felt like the moment to him where he was locking up top 8. He still needed a win after this, but with how he felt about constructed, this was the moment that started off the run.
Can you imagine being that confident? Like, if I come out of draft with a great record, like, I just feel so great and constructed that I'm not even sweating.
I can imagine it at a PTQ. I don't think I've ever felt as confident in a tournament as Sam Pardee feels at this World Championship.
Wow, excellent stuff. Also, our Player of the Year is now decided for the 2024-2025 season. Congratulations once again to Ken Yukihiro taking that title. What a fantastic season for Ken. A Pro Tour Final Fantasy champion. Like you said, going for the trifecta because he's got Player of the Year. Could he get World Champion? It's certainly possible. Ken has had an absolutely storied career, 8 top finishes. First at Pro Tour Avison Restored back in 2012. And here he is, your Player of the Year. Must feel absolutely incredible for Ken. So congratulations to him once again. Let's take a look at our top 8, everyone, once again to celebrate them as we round out day 2 of competition here at World Championship 31. Congratulations to the players who will be seeing come back tomorrow to do battle on our Sunday stage in Standard. There they are, your top 8. Sam Pardee, Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, Seth Manfield, Sean Henry, Arne Huschenbett, Ken Yukihiro, Derek Davis, and Akira Shibata. Who will go home with that $100,000 prize and the trophy, of course, as well as the title of World Champion? We will find out tomorrow. Speaking of tomorrow, come on back and watch the broadcast. You do not want to miss the crowning of our World Champion. We are starting the broadcast 1 hour earlier at 10 a.m. Pacific time. So make sure you set your clocks and come on back to watch all of the action here from Bellevue. As we get ready to lower the curtain on an utterly fantastic season of competitive play, we still have some very important business to attend here in Washington. We've got our top 8 and we need to find a champion. At the start of the weekend, 162 of the best players in the world entered the building with big dreams. On day 2 of competition, 61 returned to do battle. Now only 8 remain, with a $100,000 prize on the line, as well as the highly coveted title of Magic the Gathering World Champion. Who will be the one to claim the title and the trophy? And what an incredibly beautiful trophy it is, too. Will it be someone with a new and broken Is It Lessons deck? Will it be someone who returns giant monsters from the graveyard to the battlefield? Will it be control, perhaps otters, or maybe even looting? Of course, there's only one way to find out. See you back here tomorrow, friends, where we conclude the Magic competitive season and crown our champion.